Charge. Okay, Sim said quickly. I get it. Ick. Ambrose is wearing green, too. Meanwhile, Ambrose forced himself to chuckle along with the crowd at my joke. I suppose I deserve that, he said. Very well. Pennies for the poor. He brought out his purse and shook it. How much do you want? 5 talents, I said. He stared at me, frozen in the act of opening his purse. It was an outrageous price. A few of the spectators nudged each other with their elbows, obviously hoping I'd somehow swindle Ambrose into paying several times what my slot was actually worth. I'm sorry, I asked. Do you need that converted? It was a well-known fact that Ambrose had botched the arithmetic portion of his admissions last term. 5 is ridiculous, he said. You'd be lucky to get 1 this late in the day. I forced a careless shrug. I'd settle for 4. You'll settle for 1, Ambrose insisted. I'm not an idiot. I took a deep breath, let it out again, resigned. I don't suppose I could get you to go as high as 1 and 4? I asked, disgusted by how plaintive my voice sounded. Ambrose smiled like a shark. I tell you what, he said magnanimously. I'll give you 1 and 3. I'm not above a little charity now and again. Thank you, sir, I said meekly. It's much appreciated. I could sense the crowd's disappointment as I rolled over like a dog for Ambrose's money. Don't mention it, Ambrose said smugly. Always a pleasure to help out the needy. In vintage coin, that'll be 2 nobles, 6 bits, 2 pennies, and 4 shims. I can do my own conversions, he snapped. I've traveled the world with my father's retinue since I was a boy. I know how money spends. Of course you do. I ducked my head. Silly of me. I looked up curiously. You've been to Modeg, then? Of course, he said absent-mindedly as he proceeded to dig through his purse, pulling out an assortment of coins. I've actually been to High Court in Kershane. Twice. Is it true that the Modegan nobility regard haggling as a contemptible activity for those of any high-born station? I asked innocently. I heard that they consider it a sure sign that the person is either possessed of low blood or fallen on truly desperate times. Ambrose looked up at me, frozen halfway through the act of digging coins out of his purse. His eyes narrowed. Because if that's true, it's terribly kind of you to come down to my level just for the fun of a little bargain. I grinned at him. We Rue love to dicker. There was a murmur of laughter from the crowd around us. It had grown to several dozen people at this point. That's not it at all, Ambrose said. My face became a mask of concern. Oh, I'm sorry, my lord. I had no idea you'd come on hard times. I took several steps toward him, holding out my admissions tile. Here. You can have it for just a halfpenny. I'm not above a little charity myself. I stood directly in front of him, holding out the tile. Please, I insist. It's always a pleasure to help the needy. Ambrose glared furiously. Keep it and choke, he hissed at me in a low voice. And remember this when you're eating beans and washing in the river. I'll still be here the day you leave with nothing but your hands in your pockets. He turned and left, the very picture of affronted dignity. There was a smattering of applause from the surrounding crowd. I took flourishing bows in all directions. How would you score that one? Will asked Sim. 2 for Ambrose, 3 for Kvothe. Sim looked at me. Not your best work, really. I didn't get much sleep last night, I admitted. Every time you do this, it makes the eventual payback that much worse, Will said. We can't do anything but snap at each other, I said. The masters made sure of that. Anything too extreme would get us expelled for conduct unbecoming of a member of the Arcanum. Why do you think I haven't made his life a hell? You're lazy, Will suggested. Laziness is one of my best characteristics, I said easily. If I weren't lazy, I might go through the work of translating edamate tas and grow terribly offended when I discover it means the edema drip. I raised my hand again, thumb and middle finger extended. Instead, I'll assume it translates directly into the name of the disease, Nemseria, thus preventing any unnecessary strain on our friendship. I eventually sold my slot to a desperate relar from the fishery named Jackson. I drove a hard bargain, trading him my slot for 6 jots and a favor to be named later. Admissions went about as well as could be expected, considering I couldn't study. Hem was still carrying his grudge. Lauren was cool. Elodin had his head down on the table and seemed to be asleep. My tuition was a full 6 talents, which put me in an interesting situation. The long road to Imre was mostly deserted. The sun brushed through the trees, and the wind carried just a hint of the cool that fall would soon be bringing. I headed to the Aeolian first to retrieve my loot. Stanchion had insisted that I leave it there last night, lest I break it on my long, inebriated walk home. As I approached the Aeolian, I saw Diak lounging against the doorpost, walking a coin across the back knuckles of his hand. He smiled when he saw me. "Ho there! Thought you and your friends would end up in the river by the way you were weaving when you left last night." "We were swaying in different directions," I explained, "so it balanced out." Diak laughed. "We've got your lady inside." I fought down a flush and wondered how he had known I was hoping to find Denna here. I don't know if I would call her my lady, exactly. Savoy was my friend, after all. He shrugged. "Whatever you call her, Stanchion's got her behind the bar. I'd go grab her before he gets overly familiar and starts practicing his fingering." I felt a flash of rage and barely managed to swallow a mouthful of hot words. My loot. He was talking about my loot. I ducked inside quickly, guessing the less Diak saw of my expression, the better it would be. I wandered through the 3 levels of the Aeolian, but Denna was nowhere to be found. I did run into Count Threp, though, who enthusiastically invited me to have a seat. "I don't suppose I might persuade you to pay me a visit at my house sometime?" Threp asked bashfully. "I'm thinking of having a little dinner, and I know a few people who would love to meet you." He winked. "Word about your performance is already getting around." I felt a twinge of anxiety, but I knew rubbing elbows with the nobility was something of a necessary evil. "I'd be honored to, my lord." Threp grimaced. "Does it have to be, my lord?" Diplomacy is a large part of being a trooper, and a large portion of diplomacy is adherence to title and rank. "Etiquette, my lord," I said regretfully. "Piss on etiquette," Threp said petulantly. "Etiquette is a set of rules people use so they can be rude to each other in public. I was born Danaeus first, Threp second, and Count last of all." He looked imploringly up at me. "Den for short?" I hesitated. "Here at least," he pleaded. "It makes me feel like a weed in a flower bed when someone starts lording me here." I relaxed. "If it makes you happy, Den." He flushed as if I'd flattered him. "Tell me a bit about yourself, then. Where are you lodging?" "On the other side of the river," I said evasively. The bunks in Mews were not exactly glamorous. When Threp gave me a puzzled look, I continued. "I attend the university." "The university?" he asked, clearly puzzled. "Are they teaching music now?" I almost laughed at the thought. No, I'm in the Arcanum." I immediately regretted my words. He leaned back in his seat and gave me an uncomfortable look. "You're a warlock." "Oh, no," I said dismissively. "I'm just studying. Grammar, mathematics." I picked 2 of the more innocent fields of study I could think of, and he seemed to relax a bit. "I guess I just thought you were—" He trailed off and shook himself. "Why are you studying there?" The question caught me off guard. I've always wanted to. There's so much to learn." "But you don't need any of that. I mean," he groped for words, "the way you play. Surely your patron is encouraging you to focus on your music." "I don't have a patron, Den," I said with a shy smile. "Not that I'm opposed to the idea, mind you." His reaction was not what I expected. "Damn my blackened luck!" He slapped his hand on the table, hard. "I assumed someone was being coy, keeping you a secret." He thumped the table with his fist. "Damn! Damn, damn!" He recovered his composure a little and looked up at me. "I'm sorry, it's just that—" He made a frustrated gesture and sighed. "Have you ever heard the saying, 1 wife, you're happy, 2, and you're tired?" I nodded. 3, and they'll hate each other. 4, and they'll hate you," Threp finished. "Well, the same thing is doubly true for patrons and their musicians. I just picked up my 3rd, a struggling flutist." He sighed and shook his head. "They bicker like cats in a bag, worried they're not getting enough attention. If only I'd known you were coming along, I would have waited." "You flatter me, Den." "I'm kicking myself is what I'm doing." He sighed and looked guilty. "That's not fair. Saffron's good at what he does. They're all good musicians and overprotective of me, just like real wives." He gave me an apologetic look. "If I try to bring you in, there'll be hell to pay. I've already had to lie about that little gift I gave you last night." "So I'm your mistress, then?" I grinned. Threp chuckled. "Well, let's not carry the analogy too far. I'll be your matchmaker instead. I'll help you toward a proper patron. I know everyone with blood or money for 50 miles, so it shouldn't be that hard." "That would be a great help," I said earnestly. "The social circles on this side of the river are a mystery to me." A thought occurred to me. "Speaking of which, I met a young lady last night and didn't find out much about her. If you're familiar with the town—" I trailed off hopefully. He gave me a knowing look. "Ah, I see." No, I protested. "She's the girl that sang along with me. My Eloine. I was just hoping to find her to pay my respects." Threp looked as if he didn't believe me, but wasn't going to make an issue of it. "Fair enough. What's her name?" "Diane." Threp seemed to be waiting for more. "That's all I know." Threp snorted. "What did she look like? Sing it if you have to." I felt the beginning of a flush on my cheeks. "She had dark hair to about here." I gestured a little lower than my shoulder with one hand. "Young, fair skin." Threp watched me expectantly. "Pretty." "I see," Threp mused, rubbing his lips. "Did she have her talent pipes?" "I don't know. Maybe." "Does she live in the city?" I shrugged my ignorance again, feeling more and more foolish. Threp laughed. "You're going to have to give me more than that." He looked over my shoulder. "Wait, there's Diak. If anyone could spot a girl for you, it'd be him." He raised his hand. "Diak!" "It's really not that important," I said hurriedly. Threp ignored me and waved the broad-shouldered man over to our table. Diak strolled over and leaned against a table. "What can I do for you?" "Our young singer needs a little information about a lady that he met last night." "Can't say I'm surprised. There were quite a crop of lovelies out. 1 or 2 asked about you." He winked at me. "Who caught your eye?" "It's not like that," I protested. "She was the one who sang my harmony last night. She had a lovely voice, and I was hoping to find her so we could do a little singing." "I think I know the tune you're talking about." He gave me a broad, knowing smile. I felt myself blushing furiously and began to protest again. "Oh, settle down. I'll keep this one between my tongue and teeth. I'll even keep from telling Stanchion, which is as good as telling the whole town. He gossips like a schoolgirl when he's at a cup." He looked at me expectantly. "She was slender with deep, coffee-colored eyes," I said before I thought about how it sounded. I hurried on before either Threp or Diak could make a joke. "Her name was Diane." "Ah!" Diak nodded slowly to himself, his smile going a little wry. "I guess I should have known." "Does she live here?" Threp asked. "I don't believe I know her." You'd remember, Diak said. But no, I don't think she lives in town. I see her off and on. She travels, always here and gone again. He rubbed the back of his head and gave me a worried smile. I don't know where you might be able to find her. Careful, boy. That one will steal your heart. Men fall for her like wheat before a sickle blade. I shrugged as if such things couldn't be further from my mind, and was glad when Threp turned the topic to a piece of gossip about one of the local councilmen. I chuckled at their bickering until my drink was done, then made my farewells and took my leave of them. Half an hour later, I stood on the stairway outside Devi's door, trying to ignore the rancid smell of the butcher's shop below. I counted my money for the third time and thought about my options. I could pay off my entire debt and still afford my tuition, but it would leave me penniless. I had other debts to settle as well, and as much as I wanted to be out from under Devi's thumb, I didn't relish starting the semester without a bit of coin in my pocket. The door opened suddenly, startling me. Devi's face peered out suspiciously through a narrow crack, then brightened with a smile when she recognized me. "What are you lurking for?" she asked. "Gentlemen knock, as a rule." She opened the door wide to let me in. "Just weighing my options," I said as she bolted the door behind me. Her room was much the same as before, save that today it smelled of cinnamon, not lavender. "I hope I won't be inconveniencing you if I only pay the interest this term." "Not at all," she said graciously. "I like to think of it as an investment on my part." She gestured me toward a chair. "Besides, it means I get to see you again. You'd be surprised how few visitors I get." "It's probably your location more than your company," I said. She wrinkled her nose. "I know. I settled here at first because it was cheap. Now I feel obliged to stay because my customers know to find me here." I laid 2 talents on the desk and slid them toward her. "Do you mind a question?" She gave me a look of impish excitement. "Is it inappropriate?" "A bit," I admitted. "Has anyone ever tried to report you?" "Well, now," she sat forward in her chair. "That can be taken a number of different ways." She raised an eyebrow over one icy blue eye. "Are you being threatening or curious?" "Curious," I said quickly. "I tell you what." She nodded at my lute. "Play me a song, and I'll tell you the truth." I smiled and unlatched the case, drawing out my lute. "What would you like to hear?" She thought for a minute. "Can you play Leave the Town, Tinker?" I played it, quick and easy. She came in enthusiastically on the chorus, and at the end she smiled and clapped like a young girl. Which in hindsight, I guess she was. Back then, she was an older woman, experienced and self-sure. I, on the other hand, was not quite 16. "Once," she answered as I put my lute away. "2 years ago, a young gentleman Ilir decided it would be better to inform the constable than to settle his debt." I looked up at her. "And?" "And that was it," she shrugged carelessly. "They came, asked me questions, searched the place. Didn't find anything incriminating, of course." "Of course." "The next day the young gentleman admitted the truth to the constable. He had made the whole story up because I had spurned his romantic advances." She grinned. "The constable was not amused, and the gentleman was fined for slanderous action against a lady of the town." I couldn't help but smile. "I can't say as I'm terribly—" I trailed off, noticing something for the first time. I pointed at her bookshelf. "Is that Malkaff's The Basis of All Matter?" "Oh, yes," she said proudly. "It's new." "A partial repayment." She gestured toward the shelf. "Feel free." I walked over and pulled it out. "If I'd had this to study from, I wouldn't have missed one of the questions during admissions today." "I'd think you'd have your fill of books at the archives," she said, her voice thick with envy. I shook my head. "I was banned," I said. "I've spent about 2 hours total in the archives, and half of that was getting thrown out on my ear." Devi nodded slowly. "I'd heard. But you never know which rumors are true. We're in something of the same boat, then. I'd say you're slightly better off, I said, looking over her shelves. You've got Tekam here, and the Hero Borica. I scanned all the titles, looking for anything that might have information about the Amir or the Chandrian, but nothing looked especially promising. You've got the mating habits of the common Dracus, too. I was partway through reading that when I was kicked out. That's the latest edition, she said proudly. There's new engravings and a section on the Fae and Moite. I ran my fingers down the book's spine, then stepped back. It's a nice collection. Well, she said teasingly, if you promise to keep your hands clean, you could come over and do some reading now and again. If you bring your lute and play for me, I might even let you borrow a book or two so long as you bring them back in a timely fashion. She gave me a winsome smile. We exiles should stick together. I spent the long walk back to the university wondering if Devi was being flirtatious or friendly. At the end of the 3 miles, I hadn't reached anything resembling a decision. I mentioned this to make something clear. I was clever, a burgeoning hero with an ailer like a bar of Ramsden steel. But first and foremost, I was a 15-year-old boy. When it came to women, I was as lost as a lamb in the woods. I found Kilvin in his office, etching runes into a hemisphere of glass for another hanging lamp. I knocked softly on the open door. He glanced up at me. "Ilir Kvothe, you are looking better?" It took me a moment to remember that he was speaking of 3 span ago, when he banned me from my work at the fishery due to Willem's meddling. "Thank you, sir. I feel better." He cocked his head minutely. I lowered one hand to my purse. "I would like to resolve my debt to you." Kilvin grunted. "You owe me nothing." He looked back down at the table and the project in his hands. "My debt to the shop, then," I pressed. "I've been taking advantage of your good nature for some time now. How much do I owe for the materials I've used during my studies with Manette?" Kilvin continued to work. 1 talent, 7 jots, and 3. The exactness of the number startled me, as he hadn't checked the ledger in the storeroom. I boggled to think of everything the bear-like man was carrying around in his head. I took the appropriate amount from my purse and set the coins on a relatively clutter-free corner of the table. Kilvin looked at them. "Ilir Kvothe, I trust you came to this money honorably." His tone was so serious, I had to smile. "I earned it playing in Imre last night." "Music across the river pays this well?" I held my smile and shrugged nonchalantly. "I don't know if I'll do this well every night. This was only my first time, after all." Kilvin made a sound somewhere between a snort and a huff and turned his eyes back to his work. "Elxadal's pridefulness is rubbing off on you." He drew a careful line on the glass. "Am I correct in assuming that you will no longer be spending evenings in my employ?" Shocked, it took me a moment to catch my breath. I wouldn't. I came here to speak with you about coming back to work in the shop. The thought of not working for Kilvin hadn't crossed my mind. "Apparently your music has more profit than working here." Kilvin gave the coins on the table a significant look. "But I want to work here," I said wretchedly. Kilvin's face broke into a great white smile. "Good! I would not have wanted to lose you to the other side of the river. Music is a fine thing, but metal lasts." He struck the table with 2 huge fingers to emphasize his point. Then he made a shooing motion with the hand that held his unfinished lamp. "Go! Do not be late for work, or I will keep you polishing bottles and grinding ore for another term." As I left, I thought about what Kilvin had said. It was the first thing he had said to me that I did not agree with wholeheartedly. Metal rusts, I thought. Music lasts forever. Time will eventually prove one of us right. After I left the fishery, I headed straight to the Horse and Four, arguably the best inn this side of the river. The innkeeper was a bald, portly fellow named Kvaran. I showed him my talent pipes and bargained for a pleasant 15 minutes. The end result was that in exchange for playing 3 evenings a span, I received free room and board. The Four's kitchens were remarkable, and my room was actually a small suite. Bedroom, dressing room, and sitting room, a huge step up from my narrow bunk in the mews. But best of all, I would earn 2 silver talents every month, an almost ridiculous sum of money to someone who had been poor for as long as I had. And that was in addition to whatever gifts or tips the wealthy customers might give me. Playing here, working in the fishery, and with a wealthy patron on the horizon, I'd no longer be forced to live like a pauper. I'd be able to buy things I desperately needed. Another suit of clothes, some decent pens and paper, new shoes. If you have never been desperately poor, I doubt you can understand the relief I felt. For months, I'd been waiting for the other shoe to drop, knowing that any small catastrophe could ruin me. But now, I no longer had to live every day worrying about my next term's tuition or the interest on Devi's loan. I was no longer in danger of being forced out of the university. I had a lovely dinner of venison steak with a leaf salad and a bowl of delicately spiced tomato soup. There were fresh peaches and plums and white bread with sweet cream butter. Though I didn't even ask for it, I was served several glasses of an excellent dark vintage wine. Then I retired to my rooms where I slept like a dead man, lost in the vastness of my new feather bed. Chapter 61. Jackass, Jackass. With admissions behind me, I had no responsibilities until fall term began. I spent the intervening days catching up on my sleep, working in Kilvin's shop, and enjoying my new luxurious accommodations at the Horse and Four. I also spent a considerable amount of time on the road to Imre, usually under the excuse of visiting Threp or enjoying the camaraderie of the other musicians at the Aeolian. But the truth behind the stories was that I was hoping to find Denna. But my diligence gained me nothing. She seemed to have vanished from the town completely. I asked a few people who I could trust not to make gossip of it, but none of them knew more than Diak. I briefly entertained the thought of asking Savoy about her, but discarded it as a bad idea. After my 6th fruitless trip to Imre, I decided to abandon my search. After my 9th, I convinced myself it was a waste of valuable time. After my 14th trip, I came to the deep realization that I wouldn't find her. She was well and truly gone. Again. It was during one of my Denna-less trips to the Aeolian that I received some troubling news from Count Threp. Apparently, Ambrose, first-born son of the wealthy and influential Baron Jackas, had been busy as a bee in the social circles of Imre. He had spread rumors, made threats, and generally turned the nobility against me. While he couldn't keep me from gaining the respect of my fellow musicians, apparently he could keep me from gaining a wealthy patron. It was my first glimpse of the trouble Ambrose could make for a person like me. Threp was apologetic and morose, while I seethed with irritation. Together we proceeded to drink an unwise amount of wine and grouse about Ambrose Jackas. Eventually, Threp was called up onto the stage where he sang a scathing little ditty of his own design, satirizing one of Tarbean's councilmen. It was met with great laughter and applause. From there, it was a short step for us to begin composing a song about Ambrose. Threp was an inveterate gossip-monger with a knack for tasteless innuendo, and I have always had a gift for a catchy tune. It took us under an hour to compose our masterwork, which we lovingly titled Jackass, Jackass. On the surface, it was a ribald little tune about a donkey who wanted to become an arcanist. Our extraordinarily clever pun on Ambrose's surname was as close as we came to mentioning him, but anyone with half a wit could tell who the shoe was meant to fit. It was late when Threp and I took the stage, and we weren't the only ones worse for drink. There was thunderous laughter and applause from the majority of the audience, who called for an encore. We gave it to them again, and everyone came in singing on the chorus. The key to the song's success was its simplicity. You could whistle or hum it. Anyone with 3 fingers could play it, and if you had 1 ear and a bucket, you could carry the tune. It was catchy and vulgar, and mean-spirited. It spread through the university like a fire in a field. I tugged open the outer door of the archives and stepped into the entry hall, my eyes adjusting to the red tint of the sympathy lamps. The air was dry and cool, rich with the smell of dust, leather, and old ink. I took a breath the way a starving man might outside a bakery. Willem was tending the desk. I knew he'd be working. Ambrose wasn't anywhere in the building. "I'm just here to talk with Master Loren," I said quickly. Will relaxed. "He's with someone right now. It might be a while." A tall, lean, Sealdish man opened the door behind the entry desk. Unlike most Sealdish men, he was clean-shaven and wore his hair long, pulled back into a tail. He wore well-mended hunter's leathers, a faded traveling cloak, and high boots, all dusty from the road. As he shut the door behind him, his hand went unconsciously to the hilt of his sword to keep it from striking the wall or the desk. "Italia tu, Kiara Aiden Asiyaf," he said in Siaru, clapping Willem on the shoulder as he walked out from behind the desk. "Vorelan tu ataitem." Will gave a rare smile, shrugging. "Linsatva. Tu akveren." The man laughed, and as he stepped around the desk, I saw he wore a long knife in addition to his sword. I'd never seen anyone armed at the university. Here in the archives, he looked as out of place as a sheep in the king's court. But his manner was relaxed, confident, as if he couldn't feel more at home. He stopped walking when he saw me standing there. He cocked his head to the side a little. "Sightseeing?" I didn't recognize the language. "I beg your pardon?" "Oh, sorry," he said, speaking perfect Eturan. "You looked Yiddish. The red hair fooled me." He looked at me closer. "But you're not, are you? You're one of the Roo." He stepped forward and held out his hand to me. "One family." I shook it without thinking. His hand was solid as a rock, and his dark Sealdish complexion was tanned even darker than usual, highlighting a few pale scars that ran over his knuckles and up his arms. "One family," I echoed, too surprised to say anything else. "Folk from the family are a rare thing here," he said easily, walking past me toward the outer door. "I'd stop and share news, but I've got to make it to Eavesdown before sunset or I'll miss my ship." He opened the outer door and sunlight flooded the room. "I'll catch up with you when I'm back in these parts," he said, and with a wave, he was gone. I turned to Willem. "Who was that?" "One of Loren's gillers," Will said. "Viari." "He's a scriv?" I said incredulously, thinking of the pale, quiet students who worked in the archives, sorting, scribing, and fetching books. Will shook his head. "He works in acquisitions. They bring back books from all over the world. They're a different breed entirely." "I gathered that," I said, glancing at the door. "He's the one Loren was talking to, so you can go in now," Will said, getting to his feet and opening the door behind the massive wooden desk. "Down at the end of the hall, there's a brass plate on his door. I'd walk you back, but we're short-staffed. I can't leave the desk." I nodded and began to walk down the hallway. I smiled to hear Will softly humming the melody from Jackass Jackass under his breath. Then the door gave a muffled thump behind me, and the hall was quiet save for the sound of my own breathing. By the time I reached the appropriate door, my hands were clammy with sweat. I knocked. "Enter," Loren called from inside. His voice was like a sheet of smooth gray slate without the barest hint of inflection or emotion. I opened the door. Loren sat behind a huge semicircular desk. Shelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling. The room was so full of books, there wasn't more than a palm's breadth of wall visible in the entire room. Loren looked at me coolly. Even sitting down, he was still nearly as tall as me. "Good morning." "I know I'm banned from the archives, Master," I said quickly. "I hope that I'm not violating that by coming to see you." "Not if you are here to good purpose." "I've come into some money," I said, pulling out my purse, "and I was hoping to buy back my copy of Rhetoric and Logic." Loren nodded and came to his feet. Tall, clean-shaven, and wearing his dark master's robes, he reminded me of the enigmatic silent doctor character present in many Modegan plays. I fought off a shiver, trying not to dwell on the fact that the appearance of the doctor always signaled catastrophe in the next act. Loren went to one of the shelves and pulled out a small book. Even at a glimpse, I recognized it as mine. A dark stain patterned the cover from the time it had gotten wet during a storm in Tarbean. I fumbled with the strings of my purse, surprised to see my hands trembling slightly. "It was 2 silver pennies, I believe." Loren nodded. "Can I offer you anything in addition to that? If you hadn't bought it for me, I would have lost it forever, not to mention the fact that your purchase helped me gain admittance in the first place." "2 silver pennies will be sufficient." I lay the coins on his desk. They clattered slightly as I set them down, testament to my shaking hands. Loren held out the book, and I wiped my sweaty hands on my shirt before taking it. I opened it to Ben's inscription and smiled. "Thank you for taking care of it, Master Loren. It is precious to me." "The care of one more book is little trouble," Loren said as he returned to his seat. I waited to see if he might continue. He didn't. My voice snagged in my throat. I swallowed to clear it. "I also wanted to say that I was sorry for—" I stalled at the thought of actually mentioning Open Flame in the archives. "For what I did before," I finished lamely. "I accept your apology, Kvothe." Loren looked back down at the book he had been reading when I had come in. "Good morning." I swallowed again against the dryness in my mouth. I was also wondering when I might hope to regain admittance to the archives. Loren looked up at me. "You were caught with live fire among my books," he said, emotion touching the edges of his voice like a hint of red sunset against the slate-gray clouds. All of my carefully planned persuasion flew out of my head. "Master Loren," I pleaded, "I'd been whipped that day and wasn't at my wit's best. Ambrose—" Loren raised his long-fingered hand from the desk, his palm facing out toward me. The careful gesture cut me off more quickly than a slap across the face. His face was expressionless as a blank page. "Who am I to believe? A relar of 3 years or an elir of 2 months? A scriv in my employ or an unfamiliar student found guilty of reckless use of sympathy?" I managed to regain a little of my composure. "I understand your decision, Master Loren, but is there anything I might do to earn readmittance?" I asked, unable to keep my voice entirely free of desperation. "Honestly, I would rather be whipped again than spend another term banned. I would give you all the money in my pocket, though it isn't much. I'd work long hours as a scriv without pay for the privilege of proving myself to you. I know you're short-staffed during exams." Loren looked at me, his placid eyes almost curious. I couldn't help but feel that my plea had affected him. "All that?" "All that," I said earnestly, hope billowing wildly through my chest. "All that and any other penance you desire." "I require but one thing to rescind my ban," Loren said. I fought to keep a manic grin off my face. "Anything!" "Demonstrate the patience and prudence which you have heretofore been lacking," Loren said flatly, then looked down at the book that lay open on his desk. "Good morning." The next day, one of Jameson's errand boys woke me out of a sound sleep in my vast bed at the Horse and Four. He informed me that I was due on the horns at a quarter hour before noon. I was being charged with conduct unbecoming a member of the Arcanum. Ambrose had finally caught wind of my song. I spent the next several hours feeling vaguely sick to my stomach. This was exactly what I'd hoped to avoid. An opportunity for both Ambrose and Hem to settle scores with me. Worse still, this was bound to lower Loren's opinion of me even further, no matter what the outcome. I arrived in the master's hall early and was relieved to find the atmosphere much more relaxed than when I'd gone on the horns for malfeasance against Hem. Arwyll and Elxadal smiled at me. Kilvin nodded. I was relieved that I had friends among the masters to balance out the enemies I'd made. "All right," the Chancellor said briskly. "We've got 10 minutes before we start admissions. I don't feel like getting behind schedule, so I'm going to move this right along." He looked around at the rest of the masters and saw only nods. "Raylar Ambrose, make your case. Keep it under a minute." "You have a copy of the song right there," Ambrose said hotly. "It's slanderous. It defames my good name. It's a shameful way for a member of the Arcanum to behave." He swallowed, his jaw clenching. "That's all." The Chancellor turned to me. "Anything to say in your defense?" "It was in poor taste, Chancellor, but I didn't expect it to get around. I only sang it on one occasion, in fact." "Fair enough." The Chancellor looked down at the paper in front of him. He cleared his throat. "Raylar Ambrose, are you a donkey?" Ambrose went stiff. "No, sir," he said. "Are you possessed of—" He cleared his throat and read directly off the page. "A pizzle bound to fizzle." A few of the masters struggled to control smiles. Elodin grinned openly. Ambrose flushed. "No, sir." "Then I'm afraid I don't see the problem," the Chancellor said curtly, letting the paper settle to the table. "I move the charge of conduct unbecoming be replaced with undignified mischief." "Seconded," Kilvin said. "All in favor?" All hands went up except for Hems and Brandours. "Motion passed. Discipline will be set at a formal letter of apology tendered to—" "For God's sake, Arthur," Hem broke in, "at least make it a public letter." The Chancellor glared at Hem, then shrugged. "Formal letter of apology posted publicly before the fall term. All in favor?" All hands were raised. "Motion passed." The Chancellor leaned forward onto his elbows and looked down at Ambrose. "Raylar Ambrose, in the future you will refrain from wasting our time with spurious charges." I could feel the anger radiating off Ambrose. It was like standing near a fire. "Yes, sir." Before I could feel smug, the Chancellor turned to me. "And you, Elir Kvothe, will comport yourself with more decorum in the future." His stern words were somewhat spoiled by the fact that Elodin had begun cheerfully humming the melody to Jackass, Jackass next to him. I lowered my eyes and did my best to fight down a smile. "Yes, sir." "Dismissed." Ambrose turned on his heels and stormed off, but before he made it through the door, Elodin burst out singing, "He's a well-bred ass, you can see it in his stride, and for a copper penny he will let you take a ride." The thought of writing a public apology was galling to me. But, as they say, the best revenge is living well. So I decided to ignore Ambrose and enjoy my new luxurious lifestyle at the Horse and Four. But I only managed 2 days of revenge. On the third day, the Horse and Four had a new owner. Short, jolly Kvaran was replaced with a tall, thin man who informed me that my services were no longer required. I was told to vacate my rooms before nightfall. It was irritating, but I knew of at least 4 or 5 inns of similar quality on this side of the river that would jump at the chance to employ a musician with his talent pipes. But the innkeeper at Hollybush refused to speak with me. The White Hart and Queen's Crown were content with their current musicians. At the Golden Pony, I waited for over an hour before I realized I was being politely ignored. By the time I was turned away by the Royal Oak, I was fuming. It was Ambrose. I didn't know how he'd done it, but I knew it was him. Bribes, perhaps, or a rumor that any inn employing a certain red-haired musician would be losing the business of a large number of wealthy, noble customers. So I began working my way through the rest of the inns this side of the river. I'd already been turned away by the upper-class ones, but there were many respectable places left. Over the next several hours, I tried the Shepherd's Rest, the Boar's Head, Dog in the Wall, Staves Inn, and the Tabard. Ambrose had been very thorough. None of them were interested. It was early evening by the time I came to anchors, and by that time, the only thing keeping me going was pure black temper. I was determined to try every single inn on this side of the river before I resorted to paying for a bunk and a meal chit again. When I came to the inn, Anchor himself was up on a ladder nailing a long piece of cedar siding back into place. He looked down at me as I came to stand near the foot of the ladder. "So you're the one," he said. "Beg your pardon?" I said, puzzled. "Fellow stopped by and told me that hiring a young red-haired fellow would make for a great pile of unpleasantness." He nodded at my lute. "You must be him." "Well then," I said, adjusting the shoulder strap of my lute case, "I won't waste your time." "You aren't wasting it yet," he said as he climbed down the ladder, wiping his hands on his shirt. "The place could use some music." I gave him a searching look. "Aren't you worried?" He spat. "Damn little gadflies think they can buy the sun out of the sky, don't they?" "This particular one could probably afford it," I said grimly, "and the moon too, if he wanted the match set to use as bookends." He snorted derisively. "He can't do a damn thing to me. I don't cater to his sort of folk, so he can't scare off my business, and I own this place my own self, so he can't buy it and fire me off like he did to poor old Kvaran." "Someone bought the horse and four?" Anchor gave me a speculative look. "You didn't know?" I shook my head slowly, taking a moment to digest this piece of information. Ambrose had bought the horse and four just to spite me out of a job. No, he was too clever for that. He had probably loaned the money to a friend and passed it off as a business venture. How much had it cost? 1,000 talents? 5,000? I couldn't even guess how much an inn like the Horse and Four was worth. What was even more disturbing was how quickly he had managed it. It put things in sharp perspective for me. I'd known Ambrose was rich, but honestly, everyone was rich compared to me. I'd never bothered thinking about how wealthy he was, or how he could use it against me. I was getting a lesson in the sort of influence a wealthy baron's firstborn son could bring to bear. For the first time, I was glad for the university's strict code of conduct. If Ambrose was willing to go to these lengths, I could only imagine what drastic measures he would take if he didn't need to maintain a semblance of civility. I was jolted out of my reverie by a young woman leaning out the front door of the inn. "Damn you, Anchor!" she shouted. "I'm not going to pull and carry while you stand out here scratching your arse! Get in here!" Anchor muttered something under his breath as he picked up the ladder and he stowed it around the corner in the alleyway. "What'd you do to this fellow anyway? Chop his mum?" "Wrote a song about him, actually." As Anchor opened the door of the inn, a gentle welter of conversation poured out onto the street. "I'd be curious to hear a song like that," he grinned. "Why don't you come give it a play?" "If you're sure," I said, not quite believing my luck. "There's bound to be trouble." "Trouble?" he chuckled. "What does a boy like you know about trouble? I was in trouble afore you were born. I been in trouble you don't even got words for." He turned to face me, still standing in the doorway. "It's been a while since we've had music in here regular. Can't say as I like to go without. A proper tavern has music." I smiled. "I have to agree with you there." "Truth is, I'd have you in just to twist that rich tit's nose," Anchor said. "But if you can play worth half a damn." He pushed the door open farther, making it an invitation. I could smell sawdust and honest sweat and baking bread. By the end of the night, it was all arranged. In exchange for playing 4 nights a span, I earned a tiny room on the 3rd floor and the assurance that if I was around at mealtimes, I would be welcome to a bit of whatever was cooking in the pot. Admittedly, Anchor was getting the services of a talented musician for a bargain price, but it was a deal I was happy to make. Anything was better than going back to the mews and the silent scorn of my bunkmates. The ceiling of my tiny room slanted downward in 2 corners, making it seem even smaller than it really was. It would have been cluttered if there had been more than the few sticks of furniture, a small desk with a wooden chair, and a single shelf above it. The bed was flat and narrow as any bunk in the mews. I set my slightly battered copy of Rhetoric and Logic on the shelf over the desk. My loot case leaned comfortably in the corner. Through the window, I could see the lights of the university unblinking in the cool autumn air. I was home. Looking back, I count myself lucky that I ended up in Anchors. True, the crowds were not as wealthy as those at the Horse and Four, but they appreciated me in a way the nobles never had. And while my suite of rooms at the Horse and Four had been luxurious, my tiny room at Anchors was comfortable. Think in terms of shoes. You don't want the biggest you can find. You want the pair that fits. In time, that tiny room at Anchors came to be more of a home to me than anywhere else in the world. But at that particular moment, I was furious at what Ambrose had cost me. So when I sat down to write my public letter of apology, it dripped with venomous sincerity. It was a work of art. I beat my breast with remorse. I wailed and gnashed my teeth over the fact that I had maligned a fellow student. I also included a full copy of the lyrics, along with 2 new verses and full musical notation. I then apologized in excruciating detail about every vulgar, petty innuendo included in the song. I then spent 4 precious jots of my own money on paper and ink and called in the favor Jackson owed me for trading him my late admissions slot. He had a friend that worked in a print shop, and with his help, we printed over 100 copies of the letter. Then, the night before fall term began, Will, Sim, and I posted them on every flat surface we could find on both sides of the river. We used a lovely alchemical adhesive Simon had cooked up for the occasion. The stuff went on like paint, then dried clear as glass and hard as steel. If anyone wanted to remove the posts, they'd need a hammer and chisel. In hindsight, it was as foolish as taunting an angry bull, and if I had to guess, I'd say this particular piece of insolence was the main reason Ambrose eventually tried to kill me. Chapter 62. Leaves. Under pointed advice from several sources, I limited myself to 3 fields of study in the upcoming term. I continued advanced sympathy with Alxa Dahl, held a shift in the Medica, and continued my apprenticeship under Manette. My time was pleasantly full, but not overburdened as it had been last term. I studied my artificing more doggedly than anything else. Since my search for a patron had come to a dead end, I knew my best chance for self-sufficiency lay in becoming an artificer. Currently, I worked for Kilvin and was given relatively menial jobs at relatively low pay. Once I finished my apprenticeship, that would improve. Better still, I would be able to pursue my own projects, then sell them on commission for a profit. If I was able to keep ahead of my debt to Devi, if I could somehow continue to muster enough money for tuition, if I could finish my apprenticeship under Manette without getting myself killed or crippled by the dangerous work that was done in the fishery every day. 40 or 50 of us gathered in the workshop, waiting to see the new arrival. Some sat on the stone work tables to get a good view, while a dozen or so students gathered on the iron catwalks in the rafters among Kilvin's hanging lamps. I saw Manette up there. He was hard to miss, 3 times older than any of the other students, with his wild hair and grizzled beard. I headed up the stairs and made my way to his side. He smiled and clapped me on the shoulder. "What are you doing here?" I asked. "I thought this was just for the Greenwood who haven't seen this stuff before." "I thought I'd play the dutiful mentor today," he shrugged. "Besides, this particular display is worth watching, if only for the expression on everyone's faces." Sitting atop one of the shop's heavy work tables was a massive cylindrical container about 4 feet high and 2 feet across. The edges were sealed without any bulky welds, and the metal had a dull, burnished look that made me guess it was more than simple steel. I let my gaze wander the room and was surprised to see Fella standing in the crowd, waiting for the demonstration to begin along with the rest of the students. "I didn't know Fella worked here," I said to Manette. Manette nodded. "Oh, sure. What, 2 terms now?" "I'm surprised I haven't noticed," I mused as I watched her talking to one of the other women in the crowd. "So am I," Manette said with a low, knowing chuckle. "But she's not here very often. She sculpts and works with cut tile and glass. She's here for the equipment, not the sigildry." The belling tower struck the hour outside, and Kilvin looked around, marking the faces of everyone there. I didn't doubt for a moment that he took note of exactly who was missing. "For several span we will have this in the shop," he said simply, gesturing to the metal container that stood nearby. "Nearly 10 gallons of a volatile transporting agent, Regum Ignal Neratum." "He's the only one that calls it that," Manette said softly. "It's bone tar." "Bone tar?" He nodded. "It's caustic. Spill it on your arm, it'll eat through to the bone in about 10 seconds. While everyone watched, Kilvin donned a thick leather glove and decanted about an ounce of dark liquid from the metal canister into a glass vial. "It is important to chill the vial prior to decanting, as the agent boils at room temperature." He quickly sealed off the vial and held it up for everyone to see. "The pressure cap is also essential, as the liquid is extremely volatile. As a gas, it exhibits surface tension and viscosity like mercury. It is heavier than air and does not dissipate. It coheres to itself." With no further preamble, Kilvin tossed the vial into a nearby firewell, and there was the sharp, clear sound of breaking glass. From this height, I could see the firewell must have been cleaned out specially for this occasion. It was empty, just a shallow circular pit of bare stone. "It's a shame he's not more of a showman," Manette said softly to me. "Elk Sadal could do this with a little more flair." The room was filled with a sharp crackling and hissing as the dark liquid warmed itself against the stone of the firewall and began to boil. From my high vantage, I could see a thick, oily smoke slowly filling the bottom of the well. It didn't behave like fog or smoke at all. Its edges didn't diffuse. It pooled and hung together like a tiny, dark cloud. Manette tapped me on the shoulder, and I looked at him just in time to avoid being blinded by the initial burst of flame as the cloud caught fire. There were dismayed noises from all around, and I guessed most of the others had been caught unaware. Manette grinned at me and gave a knowing wink. "Thanks," I said, and turned back to watch. Jagged flames danced across the surface of the fog, colored a bright sodium red. The additional heat made the dark fog boil faster, and it swelled until the flames were licking toward the top of the waist-high lip of the firewall. Even from where I stood on the catwalk, I could feel a gentle heat on my face. "What the hell do you call that?" I asked him quietly. "Fire fog?" "We could," he responded. "Kilvin would probably call it an atmospherically activated incendiary action." The fire flickered and died all at once, leaving the room filled with the acrid smell of hot stone. "In addition to being highly corrosive," Kilvin said, "in its gaseous state, the reagent is flammable. Once it warms sufficiently, it will burn on contact with air. The heat that this produces can cause a cascading exothermic reaction." "Cascading huge goddamn fire," Manette said. "You're better than a chorus," I said softly, trying to keep a straight face. Kilvin gestured. "This container is designed to keep the agent cold and under pressure. Be mindful while it remains in the workshop. Avoid excessive heat in its immediate vicinity." With that, Kilvin turned and headed back into his office. "That's it?" I asked. Manette shrugged. "What else needs to be said? Kilvin doesn't let anyone work here unless they're careful, and now everyone knows what to be careful of." "Why is it even here?" I asked. "What's it good for?" "Scares the hell out of the first-termers," he grinned. "Anything more practical than that?" "Fear is plenty practical," he said. "But you can use it to make a different type of emitter for sympathy lamps. You get a bluish light instead of the ordinary red, a little easier on the eyes. Fetch outrageous prices." I looked down into the workshop, but couldn't see Fella anywhere in the milling bodies. I turned back to Manette. "Want to keep playing dutiful mentor and show me how?" He absently ran his hands through his wild hair and shrugged. "Sure." I was playing at Anchor's later that night when I caught the eye of a beautiful girl sitting at one of the crowded tables in back. She looked remarkably like Denna, but I knew that to be nothing more than my own fancy. I hoped to see her enough that I had been catching glimpses of her out of the corner of my eye for days. My second glance told me the truth. It was Denna, singing along with half the folk in Anchors to Drover's Daughters. She saw I was looking in her direction and waved. Her appearance caught me so much by surprise that I completely forgot what my fingers were doing and my song fell to pieces. Everyone laughed and I took a grand bow to hide my embarrassment. They cheered and booed me in equal amounts for a minute or so, enjoying my failure more than they had the song itself. Such is human nature. I waited for their attention to drift away from me, then made my way casually to where Denna was sitting. She stood to greet me. "I'd heard you were playing on this side of the river," she said, "but I can't imagine how you keep the job if you fall apart every time a girl gives you a wink." I felt myself flush a little. It doesn't happen that often. The winking or the falling apart? Unable to think of a response, I felt myself flush redder, and she laughed. "How long will you be playing tonight?" she asked. "Not much longer," I lied. I owed Anchor at least another hour. She brightened. "Good. Come away with me afterward. I need someone to walk with." Hardly believing my good luck, I made a bow to her. "At your service, certainly. Let me go and finish up." I made my way to the bar where Anchor and two of his serving girls were busy pulling drinks. Unable to catch his eye, I grabbed hold of his apron as he hurried past me. He jerked to a stop and barely avoided spilling a tray of drinks onto a table of customers. "God's teeth, boy! What's the matter with you?" "Anchor, I've got to go. I can't stay till closing tonight." His face soured. "Crowds like this don't come for the asking. They ain't going to stay without a little song or summat to entertain 'em." "I'll do one more song, a long one, but I've got to go after that." I gave him a desperate look. "I swear I'll make it up to you." He looked at me more closely. "Are ye in trouble?" I shook my head. "It's a girl, then." He turned his head at the sound of voices calling for more drinks, then waved me away briskly. "Fine, go. But mind you, make it a good long song, and you'll owe me." I moved to the front of the room and clapped my hands for the room's attention. Once the room was moderately quiet, I began to play. By the time I struck the third chord, everyone knew what it was. Tinker Tanner, the oldest song in the world. I took my hands from the lute and began to clap. Soon everyone was pounding out the rhythm in unison, feet against the floor, mugs on tabletops. The sound was almost overwhelming, but it faded appropriately when I sang the first verse. Then I led the room in the chorus with everyone singing along, some with their own words, some in their own keys. I moved to a nearby table as I finished my second verse and led the room in the chorus again. Then I gestured expectantly toward the table to sing a verse of their own. It took a couple of seconds for them to realize what I wanted, but the expectation of the whole room was enough to encourage one of the more tipsy students to shout out a verse of his own. It gained him thunderous applause and cheers. Then, as everyone sang the chorus again, I moved to another table and did the same thing. Before too long, folk were taking initiative to sing out their own verses when the chorus was over. I made my way to where Denna waited by the outer door, and together we slipped out into the early evening twilight. "That was cleverly done," she said as we began to stroll away from the tavern. "How long do you think they'll keep it up?" "That will all depend on how quickly Anchor manages to pull down drinks for the lot of them." I came to a stop at the edge of the alley and ran between the back of Anchor's tavern and the bakery next door. "If you will excuse me a moment, I have to put my lute away." "In an alley?" she asked. "In my room." Stepping lightly, I moved quickly up the side of the building. Right foot rain barrel, left foot window ledge, left hand iron drain pipe, and I swung myself onto the lip of the first-story roof. I hopped across the alley to the roof of the bakery and smiled at her startled intake of breath. From there, it was a short stroll upward, and I hopped back across to the second-story roof of Anchor's. Tripping the latch to my window, I reached through and set my lute lightly on my bed before heading back down the way I had come. "Does Anchor charge a penny every time you use his stairs?" she asked as I neared the ground. I stepped down from the rain barrel and brushed my hands against my pants. I come and go at odd hours, I explained easily as I fell into step beside her. Am I correct in understanding that you are looking for a gentleman to walk with you tonight? A smile curved her lips as she looked sideways at me. Quite. That is unfortunate, I sighed. I am no gentleman. Her smile grew. I think that you are close enough. I would like to be closer. Then come walking with me. It would please me greatly. However, I slowed my walk a bit, my smile fading into a more serious expression. What about Savoy? Her mouth made a line. He staked a claim on me, then? Well, not as such, but there are certain protocols involved. A gentleman's agreement? She asked acidly. More like honor among thieves, if you will. She looked me in the eye. Kvothe, she said seriously. Steal me. I bowed and made a sweeping gesture toward the world. At your command. We continued our walk. The moon was shining, making the houses and shops around us seem washed and pale. How is Savoy, anyway? I haven't seen him for a while. She waved a hand to dismiss the thought of him. I haven't either, not for lack of trying on his part. My spirits rose a bit. Really? She rolled her eyes. Roses! I swear, you men have all your romance from the same worn book. Flowers are a good thing, a sweet thing to give a lady. But it's always roses, always red, and always perfect hothouse blooms when they can come by them. She turned to face me. When you see me, do you think of roses? I knew enough to shake my head, smiling. What then? If not a rose, what do you see? Trapped. I looked her up and down once, as if trying to decide. Well, I said slowly, you'll have to forgive us men. You see, it's not an easy thing to pick a flower to fit a girl, if you'll excuse my expression. She grimaced. Pick a flower? Yes, I'll excuse it this time. The trouble is, when you gift a girl with flowers, your choice can be construed so many different ways. A man might give you a rose because he feels you are beautiful, or because he fancies their shade or shape or softness similar to your lips. Roses are expensive, and perhaps he wishes to show through a valuable gift that you are valuable to him. You make a good case for roses, she said. The fact remains, I do not like them. Pick another flower to suit me. But what suits? When a man gives you a rose, what you see may not be what he intends. You may think he sees you as delicate or frail. Perhaps you dislike a suitor who considers you all sweet and nothing else. Perhaps the stem is thorned, and you assume he thinks you likely to hurt a hand too quick to touch. But if he trims the thorns, you might think he has no liking for a thing that can defend itself with sharpness. There's so many ways a thing can be interpreted, I said. What is a careful man to do? She cast a sidelong look at me. If the man is you, I'd guess he would spin clever words and hope the question was forgotten. She tilted her head. It isn't. What flower would you pick for me? Very well. Let me think. I turned to look at her, then away. Let's run down a list. Dandelion might be good. It's bright, and there is a brightness about you. But dandelion is common, and you are not a common creature. Roses we have dealt with and discarded. Nightshade, no. Nettle, perhaps. She made a face of mock outrage and showed me her tongue. I tapped a finger to my lips as if reconsidering. You are correct, except for your tongue, it doesn't suit you. She huffed and crossed her arms. Wild oat, I exclaimed, startling a laugh from her. Its wildness suits you, but it's a small flower and bashful. For that as well as other, I cleared my throat, more obvious reasons, I think we'll pass the wild oat by. Pity, she said. Daisy is a good one. I bowled ahead, not letting her distract me. Tall and slender, willing to grow by roadsides. A hardy flower, not too delicate. Daisy is self-reliant. I think it might suit you, but let us continue in our list. Iris? Too gaudy. Thistle? Too distant. Violet? Too brief. Trillium? There's a thing. A fair flower. Doesn't take to cultivation. The texture of the petals. I made the boldest motion of my young life and brushed the side of her neck gently with a pair of fingers. Smooth enough to match your skin, just barely. But it is too close to the ground. This is quite a bouquet you've brought for me, she said gently. Unconsciously, she raised a hand to the side of her neck where I had touched her, held it there for a moment, then let it fall. A good sign or a bad one? Was she wiping my touch away or pressing it close? Uncertainty filled me more strongly than before, and I decided to press ahead with no more blatant risks. I stopped walking. Celis flower. She stopped and turned to look at me. All this, and you pick a flower I don't know? What is a celis flower? Why? It is a deep red flower that grows on a strong vine. Its leaves are dark and delicate. They grow best in shadowy places, but the flower itself finds stray sunbeams to bloom in. I looked at her. That suits you. There is much of you that is both shadow and light. It grows in deep forests and is rare because only skilled folk can tend one without harming it. It has a wondrous smell and is much sought and seldom found. I paused and made a point of examining her. Yes. Since I'm forced to pick, I would choose Celis. She looked at me, looked away. You think too much of me. I smiled. Perhaps you think too little of yourself. She caught a piece of my smile and shone it back at me. You were closer earlier in your list. Daisies, simple and sweet. Daisies are the way to win my heart. I will remember it. We started walking again. What flower would you bring me? I teased, thinking to catch her off guard. A willow blossom, she said without a second's hesitation. I thought for a long minute. Do willows have blossoms? She looked up and to the side, thinking. I don't think so. A rare treat to be given one, then, I chuckled. Why a willow blossom? You remind me of a willow, she said easily. Strong, deep-rooted, and hidden. You move easily when the storm comes, but never farther than you wish. I lifted my hands as if fending off a blow. Cease these sweet words, I protested. You seek to bend me to your will, but it will not work. Your flattery is naught to me but wind. She watched me for a moment, as if to make sure my tirade was complete. Beyond all other trees, she said with a curl of a smile on her elegant mouth, the willow moves to the wind's desire. The stars told me 5 hours had passed, but it seemed hardly any time at all before we came to the oaken oar where she was staying in Imre. At the doorway, there was a moment that lasted for an hour as I considered kissing her. I had been tempted by the thought a dozen times on the road as we talked, when we paused on Stonebridge to watch the river in the moonlight, underneath a linden tree in one of Imre's parks. At those times, I felt a tension building between us, something almost tangible. When she looked sideways at me with her secret smile, the tilt of her head, the way she almost faced me, made me think she must be hoping for me to do something. Put my arm around her? Kiss her? How did one know? How could I be certain? I couldn't. So I resisted the pull of her. I did not want to presume too much, did not want to offend her or embarrass myself. What's more, Diok's warning had made me uncertain. Perhaps what I felt was nothing more than Denna's natural charm, her charisma. Like all boys of my age, I was an idiot when it came to women. The difference between me and the others is that I was painfully aware of my ignorance, while others, like Simon, bumbled around, making asses of themselves with their clumsy courting. I could think of nothing worse than making some unwelcome advance toward Denna and having her laugh at the awkwardness of my attempt. I hate nothing more than doing things badly. So, I made my goodbyes and watched her enter the side door of the oaken oar. I took a deep breath and could hardly keep from laughing or dancing about. I was so full of her, the smell of the wind through her hair, the sound of her voice, the way the moonlight cast shadows across her face. Then, slowly, my feet settled to the ground. Before I had taken 6 steps, I sagged like a sail when the wind fades. As I walked back through the town, past sleeping houses and dark inns, my mood swung from elation to doubt in the space of 3 brief breaths. I had ruined everything. All the things I had said, things that seemed so clever at the time, were in fact the worst things a fool could say. Even now she was inside, breathing a sigh of relief to finally be rid of me. But she had smiled, had laughed. She hadn't remembered our first meeting on the road from Tarbean. I couldn't have made that much of an impression on her. "Steal me," she had said. I should have been bolder and kissed her at the end. I should have been more cautious. I had talked too much. I had said too little. Chapter 63. Walking and Talking. Willem and Simon were already well into their lunches when I arrived at our usual spot in the courtyard. "Sorry," I said as I set my loot on the cobblestones near the bench. "Got caught up haggling." I had been on the other side of the river buying a dram of quicksilver and a pouch of sea salt. The last had cost me dearly, but for once I wasn't concerned about money. If fortune smiled on me, I would be moving up the ranks in the fishery soon, and that meant my money troubles would soon be over. While shopping in Imre, I had also, quite by coincidence, wandered past the inn where Denna was staying, but she hadn't been there, or at the Aeolian, or in the park where we'd stopped to talk last night. All the same, I was in a fine mood. I tipped my loot case onto its side and flipped it open so the sun could warm the new strings, helping them stretch. Then I settled onto the stone bench under the pennant pole next to my 2 friends. "So, where were you last night?" Simon asked too casually. It was only then I remembered that the 3 of us had planned to meet up with Fenton and play corners last night. Seeing Denna had completely driven the plan from my mind. "Oh, God, I'm sorry, Sim. How long did you wait for me?" He gave me a look. "I'm sorry," I repeated, hoping I looked as guilty as I felt. "I forgot." Sim grinned, shrugging it off. "It's not a big deal. When we figured out you weren't going to show, we went to the library to drink and look at girls." Was Fenton mad? "Furious," Willem said calmly, finally entering the conversation. "Said he was going to box your ears next time he saw you." Sim's grin widened. "He called you a fluff-headed Elir with no respect for his betters." "Made claims about your parentage and sexual tendency toward animals," Willem said with a straight face. "In the Talon's cassock," Simon sang with his mouth full. Then he laughed and started to choke. I pounded him on the back. "Where were you?" Willem asked while Sim tried to get his breath back. "Anchor said you left early." For some reason, I found myself reluctant to talk about Denna. "I met someone." "Someone more important than us?" Willem asked in a flat tone that could be taken for dry humor or criticism. "A girl," I admitted. One of his eyebrows went up. "The one you've been chasing around?" "I haven't been chasing anyone," I protested. "She found me at Anchor's." "Good sign," Willem said. Simon nodded wisely, then looked up with a playful glint in his eye. "So, did you make any music?" He nudged me with an elbow and wagged his eyebrows up and down. "A little duet?" He looked too ridiculous for me to be offended. No music. She just wanted someone to walk her home. Walk her home? He said suggestively, wagging his eyebrows again. I found it less amusing this time. It was dark out, I said seriously. I just escorted her back to Imre. Oh, Sim said, disappointed. You left Anchors early, Will said slowly, and we waited for an hour. Does it take you 2 hours to walk to Imre and back? It was a long walk, I admitted. How long is long? Simon asked. A few hours. I looked away. 6. 6 hours? Sim asked. Come on. I think I'm entitled to a few details after listening to you ramble on about her for the last 2 span. I began to bristle. I don't ramble. We just walked, I said. Talked. Sim looked doubtful. Oh, come on. For 6 hours? Willem tapped Simon's shoulder. He's telling the truth. Simon glanced over at him. Why do you say that? He sounds more sincere than that when he lies. If the two of you will be quiet for a minute or so, I'll tell you the whole of it. Fair? They nodded. I looked down at my hands, trying to collect my thoughts, but they wouldn't fall into any sort of orderly pattern. We took the long way back to Imre, stopped on Stonebridge for a while. Went to a park outside town, sat by the river. We talked about nothing, really. Places we've been, songs. I realized I was rambling and shut my mouth. I picked my next words carefully. I thought about doing more than walking and talking, but I stopped. I had no idea what to say. They were both silent for a moment. I'll be, Willem marveled, the mighty Kvothe brought low by a woman. If I didn't know you, I'd think you were scared, Simon said, not quite seriously. You're damn right I'm scared, I said in a low voice, wiping my hands nervously against my pants. You'd be too if you'd ever met her. It's all I can do to sit here instead of running off to Imre, hoping to see her through a store window or pass her crossing the street. I gave a shaky smile. Go then, Simon smiled and gave me a little push. Godspeed. If I knew a woman like that, I wouldn't be here eating lunch with the likes of you two. He brushed his hair away from his eyes and gave me another push with his free hand. Go on. I stayed where I was. It's not that easy. Nothing's ever easy with you, Willem muttered. Of course it's that easy, Simon laughed. Go tell her some of what you just told us. Right, I said with dark sarcasm, as if it were simple as singing. Besides, I don't know if she would want to hear it. She's something special. What would she want with me? Simon gave me a frank stare. She came looking for you. She obviously wants something. There was a moment of silence, and I hurried to change the subject while I had the chance. Manette's given me permission to start my journeyman project. Already? Sim gave me an anxious look. Will Kilvin go along with it? He's not a big one for cutting corners. I didn't cut any corners, I said. I just picked things up quickly. Willem gave an amused snort, and Sim spoke up before the two of us started to bicker. What are you doing for your project? Sympathy lamp? Everyone does a lamp, Willem said. I nodded. I want to do something different. Maybe a Gearwin, but Manette told me to stick to the lamp. The belling tower struck 4. I got to my feet and gathered up my loot case, ready to head to class. You should tell her, Simon said. If you like a girl, you have to let her know. How's that working out for you so far? I said, irritated that Sim, of all people, would presume to give me relationship advice. Statistically speaking, how often has that strategy paid off, in your vast experience? Willem made a point of looking elsewhere while Sim and I glared at each other. I looked away first, feeling guilty. Besides, there's nothing to tell, I muttered. I like spending time with her, and now I know where she's staying. That means I can find her when I go looking. Chapter 64. 9 in the Fire. The next day, as luck would have it, I made a trip to Imre. Then, since I just happened to be in the neighborhood, I stopped by the Oak and Oar. The owner didn't know the name Denna or Diane, but a young, lovely, dark-haired girl named Dinah was renting a room there. She wasn't in right now, but if I cared to leave a note, I declined his offer, comforted by the fact that since I now knew where Dinah was staying, finding her would be relatively easy. However, I had no luck catching Dinah at the Oak and Oar over the next 2 days. On the third day, the owner informed me that Dinah had left in the middle of the night, taking all her things and leaving her bill unpaid. After stopping by a few taverns at random and not finding her, I walked back to the university, not knowing if I should be worried or irritated. 3 more days and 5 more fruitless trips to Imre. Neither Diak nor Threp had heard any news of her. Diak told me that it was her nature to disappear like this, and that looking for her would serve about as much purpose as calling for a cat. I knew it to be good advice, and ignored it. I sat in Kilvin's office trying to look calm as the great shaggy master turned my sympathy lamp over in his huge hands. It was my first solo project as an artificer. I'd cast the plates and ground the lenses. I'd doped the emitter without giving myself arsenic poisoning. Most importantly, mine was the ailer and the intricate sigildry that turned the individual pieces into a functioning handheld sympathy lamp. If Kilvin approved of the finished product, he would sell it, and I would receive part of the money as a commission. More importantly, I would become an artificer in my own right, albeit a fledgling one. I would be trusted to pursue my own projects with a large degree of freedom. It was a big step forward in the ranks of the fishery, a step toward gaining the rank of Relar, and more importantly, my financial freedom. Finally, he looked up. "This is finally made, Ilir Kvothe," he said, "but the design is not typical." I nodded. "I made a few changes, sir. If you turn it on, you'll see—" Kilvin made a low sound that could have been an amused chuckle or an irritated grunt. He set the lamp down on the table and walked around the room, snuffing all the lamps but one. "Do you know how many sympathy lamps I have had explode in my hands over the years, Ilir Kvothe?" I swallowed and shook my head. "How many?" "None," he said gravely. "Because I am always careful. I am always absolutely sure of what I hold in my hands. You must learn patience, Ilir Kvothe. A moment in the mind is worth 9 in the fire." I dropped my eyes and tried to look appropriately chastised. Kilvin reached out and extinguished the one remaining lamp, bringing the room to near total darkness. There was a pause. Then a distinctive reddish light welled from the hand lamp to shine against a wall. The light was very dim, less than that of a single candle. "The action on the switch is graded," I said quickly. "It's more of a rheostat than a switch, really." Kilvin nodded. "Cleverly done. That is not something most bother with on a small lamp such as this." The light grew brighter, then dimmer, then brighter again. "The sigildry itself seems quite good," Kilvin said slowly as he set the lamp down on the table. "But the focus of your lens is flawed. There is very little diffusion." It was true. Instead of lighting the whole room, as was typical, my lamp revealed a narrow slice of the room, the corner of the work table and half of the large black slate that stood against the wall. The rest of the room remained dark. "It's intentional," I said. "There are lanterns like that, bullseye lanterns." Kilvin was little more than a dark shape across the table. "Such things are known to me, Ilir Kvothe." His voice held a hint of reproach. "They are much used for unsavory business. Business arcana should have no mingling with." "I thought sailors used them," I said. "Burglars use them," Kilvin said seriously. "And spies, and other folk
who do not wish to reveal their business during the dark hours of night."
My vague anxiety grew suddenly sharper. I had considered this meeting mostly a formality. I knew I was a skilled artificer, better than many who had worked much longer in Kilvin's shop. Now I was suddenly worried that I might have made a mistake and wasted nearly 30 hours of work on the lamp, not to mention over a whole talent of my own money that I'd invested in materials. Kilvin made a non-committal grunt and muttered under his breath. The half-dozen oil lamps around the room sputtered back into life, filling the room with natural light. I marveled at the master's casual execution of a 6-way binding. I couldn't even guess where he had drawn the energy from. "It's just that everyone makes a sympathy lamp for their first project," I said to fill the silence. "Everyone always follows the same old schema. I wanted to do something different. I wanted to see if I could make something new."
"I expect you wanted to demonstrate your extreme cleverness," Kilvin said matter-of-factly. "You wish to not only finish your apprenticeship in half the usual time, you wanted to bring me a lamp of your own improved design. Let us be frank, Ilir Kvothe. You're making this lamp as an attempt to show that you are better than the ordinary apprentice, is it not?"
As he said this, Kilvin looked directly at me, and for a moment there was none of his characteristic distraction lurking behind his eyes. I felt my mouth go dry. Underneath his shaggy beard and heavily accented A. Turin, Kilvin had a mind like a diamond. What had made me think I could lie to him and get away with it? "Of course I wanted to impress you, Master Kilvin," I said, looking down. "I would think that goes without saying."
"Do not grovel," he said. "False modesty does not impress me."
I looked up and squared my shoulders. "In that case, Master Kilvin, I am better. I learn faster, I work harder, my hands are more nimble, my mind is more curious. However, I also expect you to know this for yourself without my telling you." Kilvin nodded.
"That is better. And you are right. I do know these things."
He thumbed the lamp on and off while pointing it at different things around the room.
"And in all fairness, I am duly impressed with your skill. The lamp is tidily made. The sigildry is quite cunning. The engraving precise. It is clever work."
I flushed with pleasure at the compliments.
"But there is more to artificing than simply skill,"
Kilvin said as he laid the lamp down and spread his huge hands out flat on either side of it.
"I cannot sell this lamp. It would gravitate to the wrong people. If a burglar were caught with such a tool, it would reflect badly on all arcanists. You have completed your apprenticeship and distinguished yourself in terms of skill."
I relaxed a bit.
"But your greater judgment is still somewhat in question. The lamp itself we will melt down for metals, I suppose."
"You're going to melt down my lamp?" I had worked for a full span on the lamp and invested almost all the money I had on the purchase of raw materials. I had been counting on making a tidy profit once Kilvin sold it. But now... Kilvin's expression was firm.
"We are all responsible for maintaining the university's reputation, Ilir Kvothe. An item like this in the wrong hands would reflect badly on all of us."
I was trying to think of some way to persuade him when he waved a hand at me, shooing me toward the door.
"Go tell Manette your good news."
Disheartened, I made my way out into the workshop and was greeted by the sounds of 100 hands busily chiseling wood, chipping stone, and hammering metal. The air was thick with the smell of etching acids, hot iron, and sweat. I spotted Manette off in the corner, loading tile into a kiln. I waited until he closed the door and backed away, mopping sweat off his forehead with the sleeve of his shirt. "How did it go?" he asked. "Did you pass, or am I going to be stuck holding your hand for another term?" "I passed," I said dismissively. "You were right about the modifications." He wasn't impressed. "Told you," he said without any particular smugness. "You have to remember that I've been here longer than any 10 students. When I tell you the masters are conservatives at heart, I'm not just making noise. I know." Manette ran a hand idly over his wild gray beard as he eyed the heat waves rolling off the brick kiln. Any thoughts on what you're going to do with yourself now that you're a free agent?" "I was thinking of doping a batch of the blue lamp emitters," I said. "The money is good," Manette said slowly. "Risky, though." "You know I'm careful," I reassured him. "Risky is risky," Manette said. "I trained a fellow maybe 10 years back. What was his name?" He tapped his head for a moment, then shrugged. "He made a little slip." Manette snapped his fingers sharply. "But that's all it takes. Got burned pretty badly and lost a couple fingers. Wasn't much of an artificer afterward." I looked across the room at Kamar with his missing eye and bald, scarred head. Point taken. I flexed my hands anxiously as I looked over at the burnished metal canister. People had been nervous around it for a day or two after Kilvin's demonstration, but it had soon become just another piece of equipment. The truth was, there were 10,000 different ways to die in the fishery if you were careless. Bone tar just happened to be the newest, most exciting way to kill yourself. I decided to change the subject. "Can I ask you a question?" "Fire away," he said, glancing at the nearby kiln. "Get it? Fire away?" I rolled my eyes. "Would you say you know the university as well as anyone?" He nodded. "As well as anyone alive. All the dirty little secrets." I lowered my voice a bit. "So, if you wanted to, you could get into the archives without anyone knowing?" Manette's eyes narrowed. "I could," he said, "but I wouldn't." I started to say something, but he cut me off with more than a hint of exasperation. "Listen, my boy, we've talked about this before. Just be patient. You need to give Lauren more time to cool off. It's only been a term or so. It's been half a year." He shook his head. "That only seems like a long time to you because you're young. Believe me, it's fresh in Lauren's mind. Just spend another term or so impressing Kilvin, then ask him to intercede on your behalf. Trust me, it'll work." I put on my best hangdog expression. "You could just—" He shook his head firmly. "No, no, no. I won't show you. I won't tell you. I won't draw you a map." He softened his expression and lay a hand on my shoulder, obviously trying to take some of the sting out of his bald refusal. "Telu anyway. Why all the hurry? You're young. You have all the time in the world." He leveled a finger at me. "But if you get expelled, it's forever. And that's what'll happen if you're caught sneaking into the archives." I let my shoulders slump, dejected. "You're right, I suppose." "That's right, I'm right," Manette said, turning back to look at the kiln. "Now run along. You're giving me an ulcer." I walked away, thinking furiously about Manette's advice and what he had let slip in our conversation. In general, I knew his advice was good. If I were well behaved for a term or two, I would get access to the archives. It was the safe, simple route to what I wanted. Unfortunately, I couldn't afford patience. I was painfully aware of the fact that this term would be my last unless I could find a way to make a great deal of money rather quickly. No, patience wasn't an option for me. On my way out, I peered inside Kilvin's office and saw him sitting at his work table, idly thumbing my lamp on and off. His expression was distracted again, and I didn't doubt that his vast machine of a brain was busy thinking about a half-dozen things all at once. I knocked on the doorframe to get his attention. "Master Kilvin?" He didn't turn to look at me. "Yes?" "Could I buy the lamp?" I asked. "I could use it to read at night. Right now I'm still spending money on candles." I briefly considered wringing my hands before deciding against it. Too melodramatic. Kilvin thought for a long moment. The lamp in his hand gave a soft tick as he switched it on again. "You cannot buy what your own hands build," he said. "The time and materials that made it were yours." He held it out to me. I stepped into the room to take it, but Kilvin drew his hand back and met my eye. "I must make clear one thing," he said seriously. "You cannot sell or lend this, not even to someone you trust.
If it is lost, it would eventually end up in the wrong hands and be used for skulking about in the dark, doing dishonest things.
I give you my word, Master Kilvin, no one will be using it but me. As I left the shop, I was careful to keep my expression neutral, but inside, I was wearing a wide, satisfied smile. Manette had told me exactly what I needed to know. There was another way into the archives, a hidden way. If it existed, I could find it. Chapter 65. Spark. I lured Will and Sim to the Aeolian with the promise of free drinks, the one piece of generosity I could afford. You see, while Ambrose's interference might keep me from gaining a wealthy noble as a patron, there were still plenty of regular music lovers who bought me more drinks than I could comfortably consume on my own. There were two simple solutions to this. I could become a drunk, or use an arrangement that has been around for as long as there have been taverns and musicians. Attend to me as I draw back the curtain to reveal a long-kept minstrel's secret. Let's say you are out at an inn. You listen to me play. You laugh, cry, and generally marvel at my craft. Afterward, you want to show your appreciation, but you don't have the wherewithal to make a substantial gift of money like some wealthy merchant or noble. So you offer to buy me a drink. I, however, have already had a drink, or several drinks, or perhaps I am trying to keep a clear head. Do I refuse your offer? Of course not. That would just waste a valuable opportunity and most likely leave you feeling snubbed. Instead, I graciously accept and ask bartender for a Graysdale mead, or a Sauterne, or a particular vintage of white wine. The name of the drink isn't the important thing. The important thing is that the drink doesn't really exist. The bartender gives me water. You pay for the drink. I thank you graciously, and everyone walks away happy. Later, the bartender, the tavern, and the musician share your money 3 ways. Better yet, some sophisticated drinking establishments allow you to keep drinks as a sort of credit for future use. The Aeolian was just such a place. That is how, despite my poverty-stricken state, I managed to bring an entire dark bottle of Scutton back to the table where Will and Sim waited. Will eyed it appreciatively as I sat down.
What's the special occasion?
Kilvin approved my sympathy lamp. You're looking at the Arcanum's newest journeyman artificer, I said a little smugly. Most students spend at least 3 or 4 terms finishing their apprenticeships. I kept my mixed success with the lamp to myself.
About time, Will said dryly. Took you what, almost 3 months? People were beginning to say that you had lost your touch.
I thought you'd be more pleased, I said as I peeled the wax off the top of the bottle. My days of being a pinchpenny might be coming to an end. Sim made a dismissive noise. You stand your ground well enough, he said.
I drink to your continued success as an artificer, Will said, sliding his cup toward me, knowing it will lead to more drinks in the future.
Plus, I said as I stripped the last of the wax away, there's always the chance that if I get you drunk enough, you'll let me slip into the archives someday when you're working the desk. I kept my tone carefully jovial as I glanced up at him to gauge his reaction. Will took a slow drink, not meeting my eye.
I can't.
Disappointment nestled sourly in the pit of my stomach. I made a dismissive gesture, as if I couldn't believe he'd taken my joke seriously.
Oh, I know. I thought about it, Willem interrupted. Seeing as how you didn't deserve the punishment you got, and I know how much it's been bothering you.
Will took a drink.
Lauren occasionally suspends students. A handful of days for too loud talking in the tomes. A few span if they're careless with a book. But banned is different. That hasn't happened in years. Everyone knows. If anyone saw you...
He shook his head.
I'd lose my position as scribe. We could both get expelled.
Don't beat yourself up, I said. Just the fact that you considered it means... We're getting maudlin here, Sim broke in, knocking his glass against the table. Open the bottle and we'll drink to Kilvin being so impressed that he talks to Lauren and gets you unbanned from the archives. I smiled and began to work a screw into the cork. I have a better plan, I said. I vote we drink to the perpetual confusation and botherment of a certain Ambrose Jackus.
I think we can all agree to that, Will said, raising his glass.
Great God, Simmons said in a hushed tone. Look what Diak found. What's that? I asked, concentrating on getting the cork out all in one piece. He managed to get the most beautiful woman in the place again. Sim's grumble was uncharacteristically surly. It's enough to make you hate a man. Sim, your taste in women is questionable at best. The cork came free with a pleasing sound, and I held it up triumphantly for them to see. Neither of them paid me any attention, their eyes pinned to the doorway. I turned to look. Paused. That's Denna. Sim turned back to look at me. Denna? I frowned. Diane, Denna. She's the one I told you about before. The one who sang with me. She goes by a lot of different names. I don't know why. Willem gave me a flat look. That's your girl? He asked, his voice thick with disbelief. Diak's girl, Simon amended gently. It seemed to be the case. Handsome, muscular Diak was talking to her in that easy way he had. Denna laughed and put an arm around him in a casual embrace. I felt a heavy weight settle in my chest as I watched them talk. Then Diak turned and pointed. She followed his gesture, met my eyes, and lit up as she smiled at me. I returned the smile by reflex alone. My heart began to beat again. I waved her over. After a quick word to Diak, she began to make her way through the crowd toward us. I took a quick drink of scutton as Simon turned to look at me with an almost reverent disbelief. I had never seen Denna dressed in anything other than traveling clothes, but tonight she was wearing a dark green dress that left her arms and shoulders bare. She was stunning. She knew it. She smiled. The three of us stood as she approached. I was hoping to find you here, she said. I gave a small bow. I was hoping to be found. These are two of my best friends. Sim smiled sunnily and brushed his hair away from his eyes. And Willem, Will nodded. This is Diane. She lounged into a chair. What brings such a group of handsome young men out on the town tonight? We're plotting the downfall of our enemies, Simon said, and celebrating, I hurried to add. Willem raised his glass in a salute. Confusion to the enemy. Simon and I followed suit, but I stopped when I remembered Denna didn't have a glass. I'm sorry, I said. Can I buy you a drink? I was hoping you would buy me dinner, she said, but I would feel guilty about stealing you away from your friends. My mind raced as I tried to think of a tactful way to extricate myself. You're making the assumption that we want him here, Willem said with a straight face. You'd do us a favor if you took him away. Denna leaned forward intently, a smile brushing the pink corners of her mouth. Really? Willem nodded gravely. He drinks even more than he talks. She darted a teasing look at me. That much? Besides, Simon chimed in innocently, he'd sulk for days if he missed a chance to be with you. He'll be completely worthless to us if you leave him here. My face grew hot, and I had the sudden urge to throttle Sim. Denna laughed sweetly. I suppose I better take him then. She stood with a motion like a willow wand, bending to the wind, and offered me her hand. I took it. I hope to see you again, Willem, Simon. They waved, and we started to make our way to the door. I like them, she said. Willem is a stone in deep water. Simon is like a boy splashing in a brook. Her description startled a laugh from me. I couldn't have said it better. You mentioned dinner? I lied, she said with an easy delight. But I would love the drink you offered me. How about the taps? She wrinkled her nose. Too many old men, not enough trees. It is a good night to be out of doors. I gestured toward the door. Lead the way. She did. I basked in her reflected light and the stares of envious men. As we left the Aeolian, even Diok looked a little jealous, but as I passed him, I caught a glimmer of something other in his eye. Sadness? Pity? I spared no time for it. I was with Denna. We bought a loaf of dark bread and a bottle of a Venice strawberry wine, then found a private place in one of the many public gardens scattered throughout Imre. The first of autumn's falling leaves danced along the streets beside us. Denna removed her shoes and danced lightly through the shadows, delighting in the feel of the grass beneath her feet. We settled on a bench beneath a great spreading willow, then abandoned it and found more comfortable seats on the ground at the foot of the tree. The bread was thick and dark, and tearing chunks of it gave us distraction for our hands. The wine was sweet and light, and after Denna kissed the bottle, it left her lips wet for an hour. It had the desperate feel of the last warm night of summer. We spoke of everything and nothing, and all the while I could hardly breathe for the nearness of her, the way she moved, the sound of her voice as it touched the autumn air. "Your eyes were far away just then," she said. "What were you thinking?" I shrugged, buying a moment to think. I couldn't tell her the truth. I knew every man must compliment her, bury her in flattery more cloying than roses. I took a subtler path. "One of the masters at the university once told me that there were 7 words that would make a woman love you." I made a deliberately casual shrug. "I was just wondering what they were." "Is that why you talk so much? Hoping to come on them by accident?" I opened my mouth to retort. Then, seeing her dancing eyes, I pressed my lips together and tried to fight down my embarrassed flush. She lay a hand on my arm. "Don't go quiet on my account, Kvothe," she said gently. "I'd miss the sound of your voice." She took a drink of wine. "Anyway, you shouldn't bother wondering. You spoke them to me when we first met. You said, 'I was just wondering why you're here.'" She made a flippant gesture. "From that moment, I was yours." My mind flashed back to our first meeting in Rowan's caravan. I was stunned. "I didn't think you remembered." She paused in tearing a piece of dark bread away from the loaf and looked up at me quizzically. "Remember what?" "Remembered me. Remembered our meeting in Rowan's caravan." "Come now," she teased. "How could I forget the red-haired boy who left me for the university?" I was too stunned to point out that I hadn't left her. Not really. "You never mentioned it." "Neither did you," she countered. "Perhaps I thought that you had forgotten me." "Forget you? How could I?" She smiled at that, but looked down at her hands. "You might be surprised what men forget," she said, then lightened her tone. "But then again, perhaps not. I don't doubt that you've forgotten things, being a man yourself." "I remember your name, Denna." It sounded good to say it to her. "Why did you take a new one? Or was Denna just the name that you were wearing on the road to Annalyn?" "Denna," she said softly. "I'd almost forgotten her. She was a silly girl. She was like a flower unfolding. I stopped being Denna years ago, it seems." She rubbed her bare arms and looked around as if she was suddenly uneasy that someone might find us here. "Should I call you Diane, then? Would you like it better?" The wind stirred the hanging branches of the willow as she cocked her head to look at me. Her hair mimicked the motion of the trees. "You are kind. I think I like Denna best from you. It sounds different when you say it. Gentle." "Denna it is," I said firmly. "What happened in Annalyn anyway?" A leaf floated down and landed in her hair. She brushed it away absent-mindedly. "Nothing pleasant," she said, avoiding my eyes. "But nothing unexpected either." I held out my hand and she passed me back the loaf of bread. "Well, I'm glad you made it back," I said. My Eloine. She made a decidedly unladylike noise. Please. If either of us is Savian, it's me. I'm the one that came looking for you, she pointed out. Twice. I look, I protested. I just don't seem to have a knack for finding you. She rolled her eyes dramatically. If you could recommend an auspicious time and place to look for you, it would make a world of difference. I trailed off gently, making it a question. Perhaps tomorrow? Denna gave me a sideways glance, smiling. You're always so cautious, she said. I've never known a man to step so carefully. She looked at my face as if it were a puzzle she could solve. I expect noon would be an auspicious time tomorrow. At the Aeolian? I felt a warm glow at the thought of meeting her again. I was just wondering why you're here, I mused aloud, remembering the conversation that seemed so long ago. You called me a liar afterward. She leaned forward to touch my hand in a consoling way. She smelled of strawberry, and her lips were a dangerous red even in the moonlight. How well I knew you, even then. We talked through the long hours of the night. I spoke subtle circles around the way I felt, not wanting to be overbold. I thought she might be doing the same, but I could never be sure. It was like we were doing one of those elaborate Modegan court dances, where the partners stand scant inches apart, but, if they are skilled, never touch. Such was our conversation. But not only were we lacking touch to guide us, it was as if we were also strangely deaf. So we danced very carefully, unsure what music the other was listening to. Unsure, perhaps, if the other was dancing at all. Diak was standing vigil at the door, same as always. He waved to see me. Master Kvothe, I'm afraid you missed your friends. I thought I might have. How long have they been gone? Only an hour. He stretched his arms above his head, grimacing, then let them fall to his sides with a weary sigh. Did they seem put out that I abandoned them? He grinned. Not terribly. They happened on a couple of lovelies of their own. Not as lovely as yours, of course. He looked uncomfortable for a moment, then spoke slowly as if he were picking his words with great care. Looks, Kvothe, I know it's not my place, and I hope you don't take it wrong. He looked around and suddenly spat. Damn. I'm no good at this sort of thing. He looked back at me and gestured vaguely with his hands. You see, women are like fires, like flames. Some women are like candles, bright and friendly. Some are like single sparks or embers, like fireflies for chasing on summer nights. Some are like campfires, all light and heat for a night and willing to be left after. Some women are like hearth fires, not much to look at, but underneath they are all warm, red coal that burns a long, long while. But Diane is like a waterfall of spark pouring off a sharp iron edge that God is holding to the grindstone. You can't help but look, can't help but want it. You might even put your hand to it for a second, but you can't hold it. She'll break your heart. The evening was too fresh in my memory for me to pay much heed to Diak's warning. I smiled. Diak, my heart is made of stronger stuff than glass. When she strikes, she'll find it strong as iron-bound brass, or gold and adamant together mixed. Don't think I am unaware, some startled deer to stand transfixed by hunter's horns. It's she who should take care, for when she strikes, my heart will make a sound so beautiful and bright that it can't help but bring her back to me in winged flight. My words startled Diak into bemused laughter. God, you're brave. He shook his head. And young. I wish I were as brave and young as you. Still smiling, he turned to enter the Aeolian. Good night, then. Good night." Diak wished that he were more like me. It was as great a compliment as any I had ever been given. But even better than that was the fact that my days of fruitlessly searching for Denna were at an end. Tomorrow, at noon in the Aeolian, lunch and talking and walking, as she had phrased it. The thought filled me with a giddy excitement. How young I was. How foolish. How wise. Chapter 66. Volatile. I woke early the next morning, nervous at the thought of lunch with Denna. Knowing it would be useless to attempt to get back to sleep, I headed to the fishery. Last night's extravagant spending had left me with exactly 3 pennies in my pocket, and I was eager to take advantage of my newly earned position. Usually, I worked nights in the fishery. It was a different place in the mornings. There were only 15 or 20 people there pursuing their individual projects. In the evenings, there were usually twice that many. Kilvin was in his office, as always, but the atmosphere was more relaxed. Busy, but not bustling. I even saw Fella off in the corner of the shop, chipping carefully away at a piece of obsidian the size of a large loaf of bread. Small wonder I'd never seen her here before, if she made a habit of being in the shop this early. Despite Manette's warning, I decided to make a batch of blue emitters for my first project. Tricky work, as it required the use of bone tar, but they would sell fairly quickly, and the whole process would only take me 4 or 5 hours of careful work. Not only could I be done in time to meet with Denna at the Aeolian for lunch, but I might be able to get a small advance from Kilvin so I could have a bit of money in my purse when I went to meet her. I gathered the necessary tools and set up in one of the fume hoods along the eastern wall. I chose a place near a drench, one of the 500-gallon tanks of twice-tough glass that were spaced throughout the workshop. If you'd spilled something dangerous on yourself while working in the hoods, you could simply pull the drench's handle and rinse yourself clean in a stream of cool water. Of course, I would never need the drench so long as I was careful, but it was nice having it close, just in case. After setting up the fume hood, I made my way to the table where the bone tar was kept. Despite the fact that I knew it was no more dangerous than a stone saw or the sintering wheel, I found the burnished metal container unnerving. And today, something was different. I caught the attention of one of the more experienced artificers as he walked past. Jackson had the haggard look common to most artificers in the middle of large projects, as if he were putting off sleep until it was entirely finished. "Should there be this much frost?" I asked him, pointing out the tar canister. Its edges were covered in fine white tufts of frost, like tiny shrubs. The air around the metal actually shimmered with cold. Jackson peered at it, then shrugged. "Better too cold than not cold enough," he said with a humorless chuckle. Kaboom! I couldn't help but agree, and guessed that it might have something to do with the workshop being cooler this early in the morning. None of the kilns had been fired up yet, and most of the forge fires were still banked and sullen. Moving carefully, I ran through the decanting procedure in my head, making sure I hadn't forgotten anything. It was so cold that my breath hung white in the air. The sweat on my hands froze my fingers to the canister's fastenings the same way a curious child's tongue sticks to a pump handle in the dead of winter. I decanted about an ounce of the thick, oily liquid into a pressure vial and quickly applied the cap. Then I made my way back to the fume hood and started preparing my materials. After a few tense minutes, I began the long, meticulous process of preparing and doping a set of blue emitters. My concentration was broken 2 hours later by a voice behind me. It wasn't particularly loud, but it held a serious tone you never ignore in the fishery. It said, "Oh my God." Because of my current work, the first thing I looked at was the bone tar canister. I felt a flash of cold sweat roll over me when I saw black liquid leaking from one corner and running down the work table's leg to pool on the floor. The thick timber of the table's leg was almost entirely eaten away, and I heard a light popping and crackling as the liquid pooling on the floor began to boil. All I could think of was Kilvin's statement during the demonstration.
In addition to being highly corrosive, the gas burns when it comes in contact with air.
Even as I turned to look, the leg gave way and the work table began to tip. The burnished metal canister tumbled down. When it struck the stone floor, the metal was so cold it didn't simply crack or dent. It shattered like glass. Gallons of the dark fluid burst out in a great splay across the workshop floor. The room filled with sharp crackling and popping sounds as the bone tar spread across the warm stone floor and started to boil. Long ago, the clever person who designed the fishery placed about 24 drains in the workshop to help with cleaning and managing spills. What's more, the workshop's stone floor rose and fell in a gentle pattern of peaks and troughs to guide the spills toward those drains. That meant as soon as the container shattered, the wide spill of oily liquid began to run off in 2 different directions, heading for 2 different drains. At the same time, it continued to boil, forming thick, low clouds, dark as tar, caustic, and ready to burst into flame. Trapped between these 2 spreading arms of dark fog was Fela, who had been working by herself at an out-of-the-way table in the corner of the shop. She stood, her mouth half open in shock. She was dressed practically for work in the shop, light trousers and a gauzy linen shirt cuffed at the elbow. Her long, dark hair was pulled back into a tail, but still hung down to nearly the small of her back. She would burn like a torch. The room began to fill with frantic noise as people realized what was happening. They shouted orders or simply yelled in panic. They dropped tools and knocked over half-finished projects as they scrambled around. Fela hadn't screamed or called for help, which meant no one but me had noticed the danger she was in. If Kilvin's demonstration was any indication, I guess the whole shop could be a sea of flame and caustic fog in less than a minute. There wasn't any time. I glanced at the scattered projects on the nearby work table, looking for anything that could be of some help, but there was nothing. A jumble of basalt blocks, spools of copper wire, a half-inscribed hemisphere of glass that was probably destined to become one of Kilvin's lamps. And as easy as that, I knew what I had to do. I grabbed the glass hemisphere and dashed it against one of the basalt blocks. It shattered, and I was left with a thin, curved shard of broken glass about the size of my palm. With my other hand, I grabbed my cloak from the table and strode past the fume hood. I pressed my thumb against the edge of the piece of glass and felt an unpleasant tugging sensation, followed by a sharp pain. Knowing I'd drawn blood, I smeared my thumb across the glass and spoke a binding. As I came to stand in front of the drench, I dropped the glass to the floor, concentrated, and stepped down hard, crushing it with my heel. Cold, unlike anything I'd ever felt, stabbed into me. Not the simple cold you feel in your skin and limbs on a winter day. It hit my body like a clap of thunder. I felt it in my tongue and lungs and liver. But I got what I wanted. The twice-tough glass of the drench spiderwebbed into 1,000 fractures, and I closed my eyes just as it burst. 500 gallons of water struck me like a great fist, knocking me back a step and soaking me through to the skin. Then I was off, running between the tables. Quick as I wasn't quick enough. There was a blinding crimson flare from the corner of the workshop as the fog began to catch fire, sending up strangely angular tongues of violent red flame. The fire would heat the rest of the tar, causing it to boil more quickly. This would make more fog, more fire, and more heat. As I ran, the fire spread. It followed the 2 trails the bone tar made as it ran toward the drains. The flames shot up with startling ferocity, sending up 2 curtains of fire, effectively cutting off the far corner of the shop. The flames were already as tall as me and growing. Fela had worked her way out from behind the workbench and hurried along the wall toward one of the floor drains. Since the bone tar was pouring down the grate, there was a gap close to the wall, clear of flame or fog. Fela was just about to sprint past when dark fog began to boil up out of the grate. She gave a short, startled shriek as she backed away. The fog was burning even as it boiled up, engulfing everything in a roiling pool of flame. I finally made my way past the last table. Without slowing, I held my breath, closed my eyes, and jumped over the fog, not wanting to let the horrible, corrosive stuff touch my legs. I felt a brief, intense flash of heat on my hands and face, but my wet clothing kept me from being burned or catching fire. Since my eyes were closed, I landed awkwardly, banging my hip against the stone top of a work table. I ignored it and ran to Fela. She had been backing away from the fire toward the outer wall of the shop, but now she was staring at me, hands half raised protectively. "Put your arms down!" I shouted as I ran up to her, spreading my dripping wet cloak with both hands. I don't know if she heard me over the roar of the flames, but regardless, Fela understood. She lowered her hands and stepped toward the cloak. As I closed the final distance between us, I glanced behind and saw the fire was growing even faster than I'd expected. The fog clung to the floor over a foot deep, black as pitch. The flames were so high I couldn't see to the other side, let alone guess how thick the wall of fire had become. Just before Fela stepped into the cloak, I lifted it to completely engulf her head. "I'm going to have to carry you out!" I shouted as I bundled the cloak around her. "Your legs will burn if you try to wade through!" She said something in reply, but it was muffled by the layers of wet cloth, and I couldn't make it out over the roar of the fire. I picked her up, not in front of me like Prince Gallant out of some storybook, but over one shoulder, the way you carry a sack of potatoes. Her hip pressed hard into my shoulder, and I pelted toward the fire. The heat battered the front of my body, and I threw my free arm up to protect my face, praying the moisture on my pants would save my legs from the worst of the corrosive nature of the fog. I drew a deep breath just before I hit the fire, but the air was sharp and acrid. I coughed reflexively and sucked down another lungful of the burning air just as I entered the wall of flame. I felt the sharp chill of the fog around my lower legs, and there was fire all around me as I ran, coughing and drawing in more bad air. I grew dizzy and tasted ammonia. Some distant, rational part of my mind thought, of course, to make it volatile. Then nothing. When I awoke, the first thing that sprang to my mind was not what you might expect. Then again, it may not be that much of a surprise if you have ever been young yourself. "What time is it?" I asked frantically. "First bell after noon," a female voice said. "Don't try to get up." I slumped back against the bed. I was supposed to have met with Denna at the Aeolian an hour ago. Miserable and with a sour knot in my stomach, I took in my surroundings. The distinctive antiseptic tang in the air let me know that I was somewhere in the Medica. The bed was a giveaway, too. Comfortable enough to sleep in, but not so comfortable that you'd want to lie around. I turned my head and saw a familiar pair of striking green eyes, framed by close-cropped blonde hair. "Oh." I relaxed back onto the pillow. "Hello, Mola." Mola stood next to one of the tall counters that lined the edges of the room. The classic dark colors of those who worked at the Medica made her pale complexion seem even more so. "Hello, Kvothe," she said, continuing to write her treatment report. "I heard you finally got promoted to Alpha," I said. "Congratulations. Everyone knows you deserved it a long time ago." She looked up, her pale lips curving into a small smile. "The heat doesn't seem to have damaged the gilding on your tongue." She laid down her pen. "How does the rest of you feel?" "My legs feel fine, but numb, so I'm guessing I got burned, but you've already done something about it." I lifted up the bedsheet, looked underneath it, then tucked it carefully back into place. "I also seem to be in an advanced state of undress." I felt a momentary panic. "Is Fela all right?" Mola nodded seriously and moved closer to stand by the side of the bed. "She has a bruise or two from when you dropped her, and is a little singed around the ankles, but she came out of it better than you did." "How's everyone else from the fishery?" "Surprisingly good, all things considered. A few burns from heat or acid, one case of metal poisoning, but it was minor. Smoke tends to be the real troublemaker with fires, but whatever was burning over there didn't seem to give off any smoke. It did give off a sort of ammonia fume." I took a few deep experimental breaths. But my lungs don't seem to be burned, I said, relieved. I only got about 3 breaths of it before I passed out. There was a knock on the door, and Sim's head popped in. "You're not naked, are you?" "Mostly," I said, "but the dangerous parts are covered up." Willem followed in, looking distinctly uncomfortable. "You're not nearly as pink as you were before," he said. "I'm guessing that's a good sign." "His legs are going to hurt for a while, but there's no permanent damage," she said. "I brought fresh clothes," Sim said cheerfully. "The ones you were wearing were ruined." "I hope you chose something suitable from my vast wardrobe," I said dryly to hide my embarrassment. Sim shrugged off my comment. "You showed up without shoes, but I couldn't find another pair in your room." "I don't have a second pair," I said as I took the bundle of clothes from Sim. "It's fine. I've been barefoot before." I walked away from my little adventure without any permanent damage. However, right now there wasn't a part of me that didn't hurt. I had flash burn across the backs of my hands and neck, and mild acid burns across my lower legs from where I'd waded through the fire fog. Despite all this, I made my limping way the long 3 miles across the river to Imre, hoping against hope that I might still find Denna waiting. Diak eyed me speculatively as I crossed the courtyard toward the Aeolian. He looked me up and down pointedly. "Lord, boy, you look like you fell off a horse. Where are your shoes?" "A good morning to you, too," I said sarcastically. "A good afternoon," he corrected with a significant glance up at the sun. I began to brush past him, but he held up a hand to stop me. "She's gone, I'm afraid." "Black sodding damn!" I slumped, too weary to curse my luck properly. Diak gave me a sympathetic grimace. "She asked about you," he said consolingly, "and waited for a good long while, too. Almost an hour. Longest I've ever seen that one sit still." "Did she leave with someone?" Diak looked down at his hands, where he was toying with a copper penny, rolling it back and forth over his knuckles. "She's not really the sort of girl who spends a lot of time alone." He gave me a sympathetic look. "She turned a few away, but did eventually leave with a fellow. I don't think she was really with him, if you catch my meaning. She's been looking for a patron, and this fellow had this sort of look about him. White-haired, wealthy, you know the type." I sighed. "If you happen to see her, could you tell her—" I paused, trying to think of how I could describe what had happened. "Can you make unavoidably detained sound a little more poetic?" "I reckon I can. I'll describe your hangdog look and shoeless state for her, too. Lay you a good solid groundwork for some groveling." I smiled despite myself. "Thanks." "Can I buy you a drink?" he asked. "It's a little early for me, but I can always make an exception for a friend." I shook my head. "I should be getting back. I've got things to do." I limped back to Anchor's and found the common room buzzing with excited folk talking about the fire in the fishery. Not wanting to answer any questions, I slunk into an out-of-the-way table and got one of the serving girls to bring me a bowl of soup and some bread. As I ate, my finely tuned eavesdropper's ears picked out pieces of the stories people were telling. It was only then, hearing it from other people, that I realized what I had done. I was used to people talking about me. As I've said, I had been actively building a reputation for myself. But this was different. This was real. People were already embroidering the details and confusing parts, but the heart of the story was still there. I had saved Fela, rushed into the fire and carried her to safety, just like Prince Gallant out of some storybook. It was my first taste of being a hero. I found it quite to my liking. Chapter 67. A Matter of Hands. After lunch at Anchor's, I decided to return to the fishery and see how much damage had been done. The stories I'd overheard implied that the fire had been brought under control fairly quickly. If that was the case, I might even be able to finish work on my blue emitters. If not, I might at least be able to reclaim my missing cloak. Surprisingly, the majority of the fishery made it through the fire without much damage at all, but the northeast quarter of the shop was practically destroyed. There was nothing left but a jumble of broken stone and glass and ash. Bright blurs of copper and silver spread over broken tabletops and portions of the floor where various metals had been melted by the heat of the fire. More unsettling than the wreckage was the fact that the workshop was deserted. I'd never seen the place empty before. I knocked on Kilvin's office door, then peered inside. Empty. That made a certain amount of sense. Without Kilvin, there was no one to organize the cleanup. Finishing the emitters took hours longer than I'd expected. My injuries distracted me, and my bandaged thumb made my hand slightly clumsy. As with most artificing, this job required 2 skilled hands. Even the minor encumbrance of a bandage was a serious inconvenience. Still, I finished the project without incident and was just preparing to test the emitters when I heard Kilvin in the hallway, cursing in Siaru. I glanced over my shoulder just in time to see him stomp through the doorway toward his office, followed by one of Master Arwill's gillers. I closed the fume hood and walked toward Kilvin's office, mindful of where I set my bare feet. Through the window, I could see Kilvin waving his arms like a farmer shooing crows. His hands were swathed in white bandages nearly to the elbow.
"Enough," he said. "I will tend them myself."
The man caught hold of one of Kilvin's arms and made adjustments to the bandages. Kilvin pulled his hands away and held them high in the air, out of reach.
"Linsatva! Enough is enough!"
The man said something too quiet for me to hear, but Kilvin continued to shake his head.
"No! And no more of your drugs. I have slept long enough."
Kilvin motioned me inside.
"Ilir Kvothe! I need to speak to you."
Not knowing what to expect, I stepped into his office. Kilvin gave me a dark look.
"Do you see what I find after the fire is quenched?"
he asked, gesturing toward a mass of dark cloth on his private work table. Kilvin lifted one corner of it carefully with a bandaged hand, and I recognized it as the charred remains of my cloak. Kilvin shook it once, sharply, and my hand lamp tumbled free, rolling awkwardly across the table.
"We spoke about your thieves' lamp not more than 2 days ago. Yet today I find it lying about where anyone of questionable character might take it for their own."
He scowled at me.
"What do you have to say for yourself?"
I gaped. "I'm sorry, Master Kilvin. They took me away." He glanced at my feet, still scowling.
"And why are you unshod? Even an Ilir should have better sense than to wander naked-footed in a place such as this. Your behavior lately has been quite reckless. I am dismayed."
As I fumbled about for an explanation, Kilvin's grim expression spread into a sudden smile.
"I am joking with you, of course," he said gently. "I owe you a great weight of thanks for pulling Relar Fella from the fire today."
He reached out to pat me on the shoulder, then thought better of it when he remembered the bandages on his hand. I felt my body go limp with relief. I picked up the lamp and turned it over in my hand. It didn't seem to have been damaged by the fire or corroded by the bone tar. Kilvin brought out a small sack and laid on the table as well.
"These things were also in your cloak," he said. "Many things. Your pockets were full as a tinker's pack."
"You seem in a good mood, Master Kilvin," I said cautiously, wondering what painkiller he had been given at the Medica.
"I am," he said cheerfully. "Do you know the saying, Chan Van Eden Coat?"
I tried to puzzle it out. 7 years... I don't know coat.
"Expect disaster every 7 years," he said. "It's an old saying and true enough. This has been 2 years overdue."
He gestured to the wreckage of his shop with a bandaged hand.
"And now that it has come, It proves a mild disaster. My lamps were undamaged. No one was killed. Of all the small injuries, mine were the worst, as it should be.
I eyed his bandages, my stomach clenching at the thought of something happening to his skilled artificer's hands. "How are you?" I asked carefully.
Second-grade burns,
he said, then waved away my concerned exclamation before it hardly began.
Just blisters. Painful, but no charring. No long-term loss of mobility.
He gave an exasperated sigh.
Still, I will have a damn time getting any work done for the next 3 span.
If all you need is hands, I could lend them, Master Kilvin. He gave a respectful nod.
That is a generous offer, Elir. If it were merely a matter of hands, I would accept. But much of my work involved sigildry. That would be...
He paused, choosing his next words carefully.
Unwise for an Elir to have contact with.
Then you should promote me to Raylar, Master Kilvin, I said with a smile, so I might better serve you. He gave a deep chuckle.
I may at that, if you continue your good works.
I decided to change the subject rather than push my luck. What went wrong with the canister?
Too cold, Kilvin said. The metal was just a shell, protecting a glass container inside and keeping the temperature low. I suspect that the canister's sigildry was damaged, so it grew colder and colder. When the reagent froze...
I nodded, finally understanding. He cracked the inner glass container, like a bottle of beer when it freezes, then ate through the metal of the canister. Kilvin nodded.
Jackson is currently under the weight of my displeasure, he said darkly. He told me you brought it to his attention.
I was sure the whole building would burn to the ground, I said. I can't imagine how you managed to get it under control so easily.
Easily? He asked, sounding vaguely amused. Quickly, yes, but I did not know it was easily.
How did you manage it? He smiled at me.
Good question. How do you think?
Well, I heard one student say that you strode out of your office and called the fire's name, just like Taborlin the Great. You said, "Fire, be still," and the fire obeyed. Kilvin gave a great laugh.
I like that story,
he said, grinning wildly behind his beard.
But I have a question for you. How did you make it through the fire? The reagent produces a most intense flame. How is it you are not burned?
I used a drench to wet myself, Master Kilvin. Kilvin looked thoughtful.
Jackson saw you leaping through the fire just moments after the reagent spilled. The drench is quick, but not so quick as that.
I'm afraid I broke it, Master Kilvin. It seemed the only way. Kilvin squinted through the window of his office, frowned, then left and walked to the other end of the shop toward the shattered drench. Kneeling down, he picked up a jagged piece of glass between his bandaged fingers.
How in all the 4 corners did you manage to break my drench, Ilir Kvothe?
His tone was so puzzled that I actually laughed. Well, Master Kilvin, according to the students, I staved it in with a single blow from my mighty hand. Kilvin grinned again.
I like that story too, but I do not believe it.
More reputable sources claim I used a piece of bar iron from a nearby table. Kilvin shook his head.
You are a fine boy, but this twice-tough glass was made by my own hands. Broad-shouldered Kemar could not break it with an anvil hammer.
He dropped the piece of glass and came back to his feet.
Let the others tell whatever stories they wish, but between us, let us share secrets.
It's no great mystery, I admitted. I know the sigildry for twice-tough glass. What I can make, I can break.
But where was your source? Kilvin said. You could have nothing ready on such short notice.
I held up my bandaged thumb.
Blood?
He said, sounding surprised.
Using the heat of your blood could be called reckless, Ilir Kvothe. What of binder's chills? What if you had gone into hypothermic shock?
My options were rather limited, Master Kilvin, I said. Kilvin nodded thoughtfully.
Quite impressive to unbind what I had wrought with nothing more than blood.
He started to run a hand through his beard, then frowned in irritation when the bandages made this impossible. What of you, Master Kilvin? How did you manage to get the fire under control?
Not using the name of fire, he conceded. If Ilodin had been here, matters would have been much simpler. But as the name of fire is unknown to me, I was left to my own devices.
I gave him a cautious look, not sure whether he was making another joke or not. Kilvin's deadpan humor was hard to detect at times. Ilodin knows the name of fire? Kilvin nodded.
There may be one or two others here at the university, but Ilodin has the surest grip of it.
The name of fire, I said slowly. And they could have called it, and the fire would have done what they said? Like Taborlin the Great? Kilvin nodded again. But those are just stories, I protested. He gave me an amused look.
Where do you think these stories come from, Ilir Kvothe? Every tale has deep roots somewhere in the world.
What sort of name is it? How does it work? Kilvin hesitated for a moment, then shrugged his massive shoulders.
It is troublesome to explain in this language. In any language. Ask Ilodin. He makes a habit of studying such things.
I knew firsthand how helpful Ilodin would be. So how did you stop the fire?
There is little mystery in it, he said. I was prepared for such an accident and had a small vial of the reagent in my office. I used it as a link and drew heat from the spill. The reagent grew too cold to boil and the remaining fog burned away. The lion's share of the reagent drained down the grates while Jackson and the others scattered lime and sand to control what was left.
You can't be serious, I said. It was a furnace in here. You couldn't have moved that many thalms of heat. Where would you have put it?
I had an empty heat eater ready for just such an emergency. Fire is the simplest of troubles I have prepared for.
I waved his expression aside. Even so, there's no way. It must have been... I tried to calculate how much heat he would have had to move, but stalled out, not knowing where to begin.
I estimate 850 million thalms, Kilvin said, though we must check the trap for a more accurate number.
I was speechless. But how?
Quickly.
He made a significant gesture with his bandaged hands.
But not easily.
Chapter 68. The Ever-Changing Wind. I trudged through the next day barefoot, cloakless, and thinking grim thoughts about my life. The novelty of playing hero faded quickly in light of my situation. I had one ragged suit of clothes. My flash burns were minor but incessantly painful. I had no money to buy painkillers or new clothes. I chewed bitter willow bark, and bitter was my mood. My poverty hung around my neck like a heavy stone. Never before had I been more aware of the difference between myself and the other students. Everyone attending the university had a safety net to fall back on. Sim's parents were Aturan nobility. Will came from a wealthy merchant family in the Shald. If things got rough for them, they could borrow against their family's credit or write a letter home. I, on the other hand, couldn't afford shoes. I only owned one shirt. How could I hope to stay in the university for the years it would take me to become a full arcanist? How could I hope to advance in the ranks without access to the archives? By noon, I had worked myself into such a grim mood that I snapped at Sim during lunch, and we bickered like an old married couple. Willem offered no opinion, keeping his eyes carefully on his food. Finally, in a blatant attempt to dispel my foul mood, they invited me to go see 3 Pennies for Wishing across the river tomorrow evening. I agreed to go, as I heard the players were doing Feltemi's original and not one of the expurgated versions. It was well suited to my mood, full of dark humor, tragedy, and betrayal. After lunch, I found Kilvin had already sold half my emitters. Since they were going to be the last blue emitters made for some time, the price was high, and my share was slightly over a talent and a half. I expected Kilvin might have padded the price a little, which rankled my pride a bit, but I was in no position to look a gift horse in the mouth. But even this did nothing to improve my mood. Now I could afford shoes and a second-hand cloak. If I worked like a dog for the remainder of the term, I might be able to earn enough to eke out my interest to Devi and tuition as well. The thought brought me no joy. More than ever, I was aware how tenuous my situation was. I was a hair's breadth away from disaster. My mood spiraled downward, and I skipped advanced sympathy in favor of going over the river to Imre. The thought of seeing Denna was the only thing that had the potential to raise my spirits a little. I still needed to explain to her why I'd missed our lunch date. On my way to the Aeolian, I bought a pair of low boots, good for walking and warm enough for the winter months ahead. It nearly emptied my purse again. I sullenly counted my money as I left the cobbler's shop. 3 jots and a drab. I'd had more money living on the streets of Tarbean.
"Your timing's good today," Diak said as I approached the Aeolian. "We've got someone waiting for you."
I felt a foolish grin spread to my face and clapped him on the shoulder as I headed inside. Instead of Denna, I spotted Fela sitting at a table by herself. Stanchion stood nearby, chatting with her. When he saw me approaching, he waved me over and wandered back to his usual perch at the bar, clapping me affectionately on the shoulder as he walked by. When she saw me, Fela came to her feet and rushed toward me. For a second, I thought she was going to run into my arms as if we were reunited lovers in some overacted Aeturan tragedy. But she pulled up short of that, her dark hair swinging. She was lovely as always, but with a heavy purpling bruise darkening one of her high cheekbones. "Oh no," I said, my hand going to my face in sympathetic pain. "Is that from when I dropped you? I'm so sorry." She gave me an incredulous look, then burst out laughing. "You're apologizing for pulling me out of a fiery hell?" "Just the part where I passed out and dropped you. It was sheer stupidity. I forgot to hold my breath and sucked down some bad air. Were you hurt anywhere else?" "Nowhere I can show you in public," she said with a slight grimace, shifting her hips in a way I found most distracting. "Nothing too bad, I hope." She put on a fierce expression. "Yes, well, I expect you to do a better job next time. A girl gets her life saved, she expects gentler treatment all around." "Fair enough," I said, relaxing. "We'll treat this as a practice run." There was a heartbeat of silence between us, and Fela's smile faded a bit. She reached out halfway to me with one hand, then hesitated and let it fall back to her side. "Seriously, Kvothe, that was the worst moment of my whole life. There was fire everywhere." She looked down, blinking. "I knew I was going to die. I really knew it. But I just stood there like some scared rabbit." She looked up, blinking away tears, and her smile burst out again, dazzling as ever. "Then you were there, running through the fire. It was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. It was like... Have you ever seen Dayanica?" I nodded and smiled. "It was like watching Tarsus bursting out of hell. You came through the fire and I knew everything was going to be all right." She took a half step toward me and rested her hand on my arm. I could feel the warmth of it through my shirt. "I was going to die there." She broke off, embarrassed. "I'm just repeating myself now." I shook my head. "That's not true. I saw you. You were looking for a way out. No, I was just standing there, like one of those silly girls in those stories my mother used to read to me. I always hated them. I used to ask, why doesn't she just push the witch out the window? Why doesn't she poison the ogre's food?" Fela was looking down at her feet now, her hair falling to hide her face. Her voice grew softer and softer until it was barely louder than a sigh. "Why does she just sit there waiting to be saved? Why doesn't she save herself? I lay my hand on top of hers in what I hoped was a comforting way. When I did, I noticed something. Her hand wasn't the delicate, fragile thing I had expected. It was strong and calloused, a sculptor's hand that knew hard hours of work with hammer and chisel. "This isn't a maiden's hand," I said. She looked up at me, her eyes luminous with the beginning of tears. She gave a startled laugh that was half sob. What?" I flushed with embarrassment as I realized what I'd said, but pushed ahead. "This isn't the hand of some swooning princess who sits tatting lace and waiting for some prince to save her. This is the hand of a woman who would climb a rope of her own hair to freedom, or kill a captor ogre in his sleep." I looked into her eyes. "And this is the hand of a woman who would have made it through the fire on her own if I hadn't been there. Singed, perhaps, but safe." I brought her hand to my lips and kissed it. It seemed like the thing to do. "All the same, I am glad I was there to help." I smiled. "So, like Tarsus?" Her smile dazzled me again. "Like Tarsus, Prince Gallant, and Orin Velseter all rolled into one," she said, laughing. She gripped my hand. "Come see. I have something for you." Fella pulled me back to the table where she'd been sitting and handed me a bundle of cloth. "I asked Will and Sim what I could get you as a gift, and it seemed somehow appropriate." She paused, suddenly shy. It was a cloak. It was a deep forest green, rich cloth, fine cut. It hadn't been bought off the back of some fripperer's cart either. This was the sort of clothing I could never hope to afford for myself. "I had the tailor sew a bunch of little pockets into it," she said nervously. "Will and Sim both mentioned how that was important." "It's lovely," I said. Her smile beamed out again. "I had to guess at the measurements," she admitted. "Let's see if it fits." She took the cloak out of my hands and stepped close to me, spreading it over my shoulders, her arms circling me in something very near to an embrace. I stood there, to use Fella's words, like a scared rabbit. She was close enough that I could feel the warmth of her, and when she leaned to adjust the way the cloak lay across my shoulder, one of her breasts brushed my arm. I stood still as a statue. Over Fella's shoulder, I saw Diak grin from where he leaned in the doorway across the room. Fella stepped back, eyed me critically, then stepped close again and made a small adjustment to the way the cloak fastened across my chest. "It suits you," she said. "The color brings out your eyes. Not that they need it. They're the greenest thing I've seen today. Like a piece of spring." As Fella stepped back to admire her handiwork, I saw a familiar shape leaving the Aeolian through the front door. Denna. I only caught a brief glimpse of her profile, but I recognized her as surely as I know the backs of my own hands. What she had seen and what conclusions she had drawn from it, I could only guess. My first impulse was to bolt out the door after her, to explain why I had broken our date 2 days ago, to say I was sorry, to make it clear that the woman with her arms around me had just been giving me a gift, nothing more. Fella smoothed the cloak over my shoulder and looked at me with eyes that only moments before had been luminous with the beginnings of tears. "It fits perfectly," I said, taking the cloth between my fingers and fanning it out to the side. "It's much better than I deserve, and you shouldn't have, but I thank you. I wanted to show you how much I appreciated what you did." She reached out to touch my arm again. "This is nothing, really. If there's anything I can ever do for you, any favor, you should stop by." She paused, looking at me quizzically. "Are you all right?" I glanced past her toward the doorway. Denna could be anywhere by now. I'd never be able to catch her. "I'm fine," I lied. Fella bought me a drink, and we chatted for a while about small things. I was surprised to learn that she'd been working with Elodin for the last several months. She did some sculpting for him, and in exchange, he occasionally tried to teach her. She rolled her eyes. He woke her in the middle of the night and took her to an abandoned quarry north of town. He put wet clay in her shoes and made her spend the entire day walking around in them. He even... She flushed and shook her head, breaking off the story. Curious but not wanting to make her uncomfortable, I didn't pursue it any further, and we agreed between the two of us that he was more than half mad. All the while I sat facing the door, vainly hoping that Denna might return and I could explain the truth of matters to her. Eventually, Fella headed back to the university for abstract maths. I stayed at the Aeolian, nursing a drink and trying to think how I could make things right between Denna and myself. I would have liked to have had a good, maudlin drunk, but I couldn't afford it. So I made my slow, limping way back across the river as the sun was setting. It wasn't until I was getting ready to make one of my regular trips to the roof of Maine's that I realized the significance of something Kilvin had said to me. If the majority of the bone tar had gone down the grates... Ari. She lived in the tunnels underneath the university. I bolted to the Medica, moving as quickly as I could despite my weary, footsore state. Halfway there, I had a stroke of luck and spotted Mola crossing the courtyard. I shouted and waved to get her attention. Mola eyed me suspiciously as I approached. "You're not going to serenade me, are you?" I shifted my lute self-consciously and shook my head. "I need a favor," I said. "I have a friend that might be hurt." She gave a weary sigh. I can't go to the Medica for help." I let my anxiety creep into my voice. "Please, Mola. I promise it won't take more than a half hour or so, but we have to go now. I'm worried I might be too late already." Something in my tone convinced her. "What's the matter with your friend?" "Maybe burns, maybe acid, maybe smoke. Like the people who were caught in the fishery fire yesterday. Maybe worse." Mola started walking. "I'll get my kit from my room." "I'll wait here if you don't mind." I took a seat on a nearby bench. "I'll just slow you down." I sat and tried to ignore my various burns and bruises, and when Mola returned, I led her to the southwestern side of Maine's where there were a trio of decorative chimneys. "We can use these to get on the roof." She gave me a curious look, but seemed content to hold on to her questions for now. I made my slow way up the chimney, using the protruding pieces of fieldstone as hand and footholds. This was one of the easiest ways onto the roof of Maine's. I'd chosen it partly because I wasn't sure of Mola's climbing ability, and partly because my own injuries had left me feeling less than athletic. Mola joined me on the roof. She still wore her dark uniform from the Medica, but had added a gray cloak from her room. I took a roundabout path so we could stay on the safer sections of Maine's. It was a cloudless night, and there was a sliver of moon to light our way. "If I didn't know better," Mola said as we made our way around a tall brick chimney, "I'd think that you were luring me somewhere quiet for a sinister purpose." "What makes you think that I'm not?" I asked lightly. "You don't seem like the type," she said. "Besides, you can barely walk. If you tried anything, I'd just push you off the roof." "Don't spare my feelings," I said with a chuckle. "Even if I weren't half crippled, you could still throw me off this roof." I stumbled a little on an unseen ridge and nearly fell because my battered body was slow to respond. I sat on a piece of roof slightly higher than the rest and waited for the momentary dizziness to pass. "Are you all right?" Mola asked. "Probably not." I pushed myself to my feet. "It's just over this next roof," I said. "It might be best if you stood back a ways and stayed quiet, just in case." I made my way to the edge of the roof. I looked down at the hedges and the apple tree. The windows were dark. "Ari?" I called softly. "Are you there?" I waited, growing more nervous by the second. "Ari, are you hurt?" Nothing. I began to curse under my breath. Mola crossed her arms. "Right, I think I've been plenty patient here. Care to tell me what's going on?" "Follow me and I'll explain." I headed for the apple tree and began to climb carefully down. I walked around the hedge to the iron grate. The ammonia smell of bone tar wafted up from the grate, faint but persistent. I tugged on the grate, and it lifted a few inches before catching on something. "I made a friend a few months ago," I said, nervously sliding my hand between the bars. "She lives down here. I'm worried that she might be hurt. A lot of the reagent went down the drains from the fishery." Mola was silent for a while. "You're serious?" I felt around in the dark under the grate, trying to figure out how Ari kept it closed. What sort of person would live down there? "A frightened person," I said. "A person who's afraid of loud noises and people and the open sky. It took me nearly a month to coax her out of the tunnels, let alone get close enough to talk." Mola sighed. "If you don't mind, I'll have a seat." She walked over to the bench. "I've been on my feet all day." I continued to feel around under the grate, but try as I might, I couldn't find a clasp anywhere. Growing increasingly frustrated, I grabbed the grate and tugged on it hard, again and again. It made several echoing metallic thumps, but didn't come free. "Kvothe?" I looked up to the edge of the roof and saw Ari standing there, a silhouette against the night sky. Her fine hair made a cloud around her head. "Ari!" The tension poured out of me, leaving me feeling weak and rubbery. "Where have you been?" "There were clouds," she said simply as she walked around the edge of the roof toward the apple tree. "So I went looking for you on top of things. But the moon's coming out, so I came back." Ari scampered down the tree, then pulled up short when she saw Mola's cloaked form sitting on the bench. "I brought a friend to visit, Ari," I said in my gentlest tones. "I hope you don't mind." There was a long pause. "Is he nice?" "It's a she, and yes, she's nice." Ari relaxed a bit and came a few steps closer to me. "I brought you a feather with a spring wind on it, but since you were late—" She looked at me gravely. "You get a coin instead." She held it out at arm's length, pinched between her thumb and forefinger. "It will keep you safe at night, as much as anything can, that is." It was shaped like an Aturan penance piece, but it gleamed silver in the moonlight. I'd never seen a coin like it. Kneeling, I opened my loot case and brought out a small bundle. "I've got some tomatoes, beans, and something special." I held out the small sack I'd spent most of my money on 2 days ago, before all my troubles had started. "Sea salt." Ari took it and peered inside the small leather sack. "Why, this is lovely, Kvothe. What lives in the salt?" "Trace minerals," I thought. "Chromium, basalt, malleum, iodine, everything your body needs but probably can't get from apples and bread and whatever you manage to scrounge up when I can't find you." "The dreams of fish," I said, "and sailors' songs." Ari nodded, satisfied, and sat down, spreading out the small cloth and arranging her food with the same care as always. I watched her as she began to eat, dipping a green bean into the salt before taking a bite. She didn't seem hurt, but it was hard to tell by the pale moonlight. I needed to be sure. "Are you okay, Ari?" She cocked her head at me, curious. "There was a big fire. A lot of it went down the grates. Did you see it?" "Holy God, yes," she said, her eyes wide. "It was all over, and all the shrews and raccoons were running everywhere, trying to get out." "Did any of it get on you?" I asked. "Did you get burned?" She shook her head, grinning a child's sly smile. "Oh, no. It couldn't catch me." "Were you close to the fire?" I asked. "Did you breathe any of the smoke?" "Why would I breathe smoke?" Ari looked at me as if I were simple. "The whole underthing smells like cat piss now." She wrinkled her nose. "Except by Downing, and in the belows." I relaxed a bit, but I saw Mola began to fidget where she was sitting on the bench. "Ari, can my friend come over?" Ari froze with a bean halfway to her mouth, then relaxed and bobbed her head once, sending her fine hair swirling around her. I beckoned to Mola, who began to walk slowly toward us. I was a little uneasy at how their meeting would go. It had taken me over a month of gentle coaxing to draw Ari out from the tunnels underneath the university where she lived. I worried that a bad reaction from Mola might startle her back underground where I would have no chance of finding her. I gestured to where Mola stood. "This is my friend, Mola." "Hello, Mola." Ari looked up and smiled. "You have sunny hair like me. Would you like an apple?" Mola's expression was carefully blank. "Thank you, Ari. I'd like that." Ari jumped up and ran back to where the apple tree overhung the edge of the roof, then ran back toward us, her hair flying behind her like a flag. She handed Mola an apple. "This one has a wish inside it," she said matter-of-factly. "Make sure you know what you want before you take a bite." That said, she settled back down and ate another bean, chewing primly. Mola looked over the apple for a long moment before taking a bite. Ari finished her meal quickly after that and tied up the bag of salt. "Now play," she said, excited. "Play!" Smiling, I brought out my lute and brushed my hands over the strings. Thankfully, my injured thumb was on my cording hand, where it would be a relatively minor inconvenience. I looked at Mola as I turned the strings. "You can go if you like," I told her. "I wouldn't want to accidentally serenade you." "Oh, you mustn't go!" Ari turned to Mola, her expression deathly serious. "His voice is like a thunderstorm, and his hands know every secret hidden deep beneath the cool, dark earth." Mola's mouth quirked into a smile. "I suppose I could stay for that." So I played for both of them, while overhead the stars continued in their measured turning. "Why haven't you told anyone?" Mola asked me as we made our way across the rooftops. "It didn't seem like anyone's business," I said. "If she wanted people to know she was there, I imagined she'd tell them herself." "You know what I mean," Mola said, irritated. "I know what you mean," I sighed. "But what good would come of it? She's happy where she is." "Happy?" Mola sounded incredulous. "She's ragged and half-starved. She needs help. Food and clothes." "I bring her food," I said, "and I'll bring her clothes too as soon—" I hesitated, not wanting to admit my abject poverty, at least not in so many words. "As soon as I can manage it." "Why wait? If you just told someone—" "Right," I said sarcastically. "I'm sure Jameson would rush out here with a box of chocolates and a feather bed if he knew there was a starveling, half-cracked student living under his university. They'd crock her, and you know it." "Not necessarily." She didn't even bother finishing, knowing what I'd said was true. "Mola, if people come looking for her, she'll just rabbit down into the tunnels. They'll scare her away, and I'll lose what chance I have to help her." Mola looked down at me, her arms folded across her chest. "Fine. For now. But you'll have to bring me back here later. I'll bring her some of my clothes. They'll be too big for her, but they'll be better than what she has." I shook my head. "It won't work. I brought her a second-hand dress a couple span ago. She says wearing someone else's clothes is filthy." Mola looked puzzled. "She didn't look Sealdish. Not even a little. Maybe she was just raised that way." "Do you feel any better?" "Yes," I lied. "You're shaking." She stretched out a hand. "Here, lean on me." Pulling my new cloak close around me, I took her arm and made my slow way back to Anchor's. Chapter 69. Wind or Women's Fancy. Over the next 2 span, my new cloak kept me warm on my occasional walks to Imre, where I was consistently unsuccessful in finding Denna. I always had some reason to cross the river: borrowing a book from Devi, meeting Threp for lunch, playing at the Aeolian, but Denna was the real reason. Kilvin sold the rest of my emitters, and my mood improved as my burns healed. I had money to spare for luxuries such as soap and a second shirt to replace the one I'd lost. Today, I had gone to Imre for some basal filings I needed for my current project, a large sympathy lamp using 2 emitters I'd saved for myself. I hoped to turn a tidy profit. It may seem odd that I was constantly buying materials for my artificing over the river, but the truth was, merchants near the university frequently took advantage of the students' laziness and raised their prices. It was worth the walk for me if I could save a couple of pennies. After I finished my errand, I headed to the Aeolian. Diak was at his usual post, leaning against the doorway. "I've been keeping an eye out for your girl," he said. Irritated at how transparent I must seem, I muttered, "She's not my girl." Diak rolled his eyes. "Fine. The girl. Denna, Diane, Diane, whatever she's calling herself these days. I haven't seen hide nor hair of her. I even asked around a little. Nobody's seen her in a full span. That means she's probably left town. It's her way. She does it at the drop of a hat." I tried not to let my disappointment show. "You didn't have to go to the trouble," I said. "But thanks all the same." "I wasn't asking entirely on your account," Diak admitted. "I have a fondness for her myself." "Do you now?" I said as neutrally as I could manage. "Don't give me that look. I'm not any sort of competition." He gave a crooked smile. "Not this time around, at any rate. I might not be one of you university folk, but I can see the moon on a clear night. I'm smart enough not to stick my hand in the same fire twice." I struggled to get my expression back under control, more than slightly embarrassed. I don't usually let my emotions go parading around on my face. "So you and Denna?" "Stanchion still gives me a hard time about chasing after a girl half my age." He shrugged his broad shoulders sheepishly. "For all that, I am still fond of her. These days she reminds me of my littlest sister more than anything." "How long have you known her?" I asked, curious. "I wouldn't say I really know her, lad. But I met her, about 2 years back? Not that long. Maybe a year and a little change." Diak ran both of his hands through his blond hair and arched his back in a great stretch, the muscles in his arms straining against his shirt. Then he relaxed with an explosive sigh and looked out at the nearly empty courtyard. "The door won't be busy for hours yet. Come, give an old man an excuse to sit and have a drink." He jerked his head in the direction of the bar. I looked at Diak, tall, muscular, and tan. "Old man? You've still got all your hair in your teeth, don't you? What are you, 30? "Nothing makes a man feel older than a young woman." He laid a hand on my shoulder. "Come on, share a drink with me." We made our way over to the long mahogany bar, and he muttered as he looked over the bottles. "Beer dulls a memory. Brand sets it burning, but wine is best for a sore heart's yearning." He paused and turned to look at me, his brow furrowed. "I can't remember the rest of that. Can you?" "Never heard it before," I said. "But Tecum claims that out of all the spirits, only wine is suited to reminiscence. He said a good wine allows clarity and focus, while still allowing a bit of comforting coloration of the memory." "Fair enough," he said, picking through the racks before drawing out a bottle and holding it up to a lamp, peering through it. "Let's view her in a rosy light, shall we?" He grabbed 2 glasses and led us off to a secluded booth in the corner of the room. "So, you've known Denna for a while?" I prompted as he poured each of us a glass of pale red wine. He slouched back against the wall. "Off and on. More off, honestly." "What was she like back then?" Diak spent several long moments pondering his answer, giving the question more serious consideration than I'd expected. He sipped his wine. "The same," he said at last. "I suppose she was younger, but I can't say she seems any older now. She always struck me as being older than her years." He frowned. "Not old, really. More Mature? I suggested. He shook his head.
No, I don't know a good word for it. It's like if you look at a great oak tree. You don't appreciate it because it's older than the other trees, or because it's taller. It just has something that the other younger trees don't. Complexity, solidity, significance.
Diak scowled, irritated.
Damn if that isn't the worst comparison I've ever made.
A smile broke onto my face. It's nice to see I'm not the only one who has trouble pinning her down with words.
She's not much for being pinned down,
Diak agreed and drank off the rest of his wine. He picked up the bottle and tapped the mouth of it lightly against my glass. I emptied it, and he poured again for both of us. Diak continued.
She was just as restless then, and wild, just as pretty, prone to startle the eye and stutter the heart.
He shrugged again.
As I said, largely the same. Lovely voice, light of foot, quick of tongue, man's adoration and woman's scorn in roughly equal amounts.
Scorn? I asked. Diak looked at me as if he didn't understand what I was asking.
Women hate Denna,
he said plainly, as if repeating something we both already knew. Hate her? The thought baffled me. Why? Diak looked at me incredulously, then burst out laughing.
Good Lord, you really don't know anything about women, do you?
I would ordinarily have bristled at his comment, but Diak was nothing but good-natured.
Think of it. She's pretty and charming. Men crowd around her like stags in a rut.
He made a flippant gesture.
Women are bound to resent it.
I remembered what Sim had said about Diak not a span ago. He's managed to get the most beautiful woman in the place again. It's enough to make you hate a man. I've always felt she was rather lonely, I volunteered. Maybe that's why. Diak nodded solemnly.
There's truth to that. I never see her in the company of other women folk, and she has about as much luck with men as...
He paused, groping for a comparison.
As... damn.
He gave a frustrated sigh. Well, you know what they say. Finding the right analogy is as hard as... I put on a thoughtful expression. As hard as... I made an inarticulate, grasping gesture. Diak laughed and poured more wine for both of us. I began to relax. There is a sort of camaraderie that rarely exists except between men who have fought the same enemies and known the same women. Did she tend to disappear back then, too? I asked. He nodded.
No warning, just suddenly gone. Sometimes for a span, sometimes for months.
No fickleness in flight like that of wind or woman's fancy, I quoted. I meant it to be musing, but it came out bitter. Do you have any guess as to why?
I've given some thought to that,
Diak said philosophically.
In part, I think it's her nature. It could be she simply has wandering blood.
My irritation cooled a bit at his words. Back in my troop, my father occasionally made us pull up stakes and leave a town despite the fact that we were welcome and the crowds were generous. Later, he would often explain his reasoning to me. A glare from the constable, too many fond sighs from the young wives in town. But sometimes he had no reason.
We Rue are meant to travel, son. When my blood tells me to wander, I know enough to trust it. Her circumstances are probably responsible for most of it,
Diak continued. Circumstances? I asked, curious. She never talked of her past when we were together, and I was always careful not to press her. I knew what it was like, not wanting to talk too much about your past.
Well, she doesn't have any family or means of support. No long-standing friends able to help her out of a tight spot if the need arises.
I haven't got any of those things either, I groused, the wine making me a little surly.
There's more than a little difference there,
Diak said with a hint of reproach. A man has a great many opportunities to make his way in the world. You found yourself a place at the university, and if you hadn't, you would still have options." He looked at me with a knowing eye. "What options are available to a young, pretty girl with no family, no dowry, no home?" He began to hold up fingers. "There's begging and whoring, or being some lord's mistress, which is a different slice of the same loaf, and we know our Denna doesn't have it in her to be a kept woman or someone's dox." "There's other work to be had," I said, holding up fingers of my own. "Seamstress, weaver, serving girl." Diak snorted and gave me a disgusted look. "Come now, lad, you're smarter than that. You know what those places are like, and you know that a pretty girl with no family ends up being taken advantage of just as often as a whore, and paid less for her trouble." I flushed a bit at his rebuke, more than I would have normally, as I was feeling the wine. It was making my lips and the tips of my fingers a little numb. Diak filled our glasses again. "She's not to be looked down on for moving where the wind blows her. She has to take her opportunities where she finds them. If she gets the chance to travel with some folk who like her singing, or with a merchant who hopes her pretty face will help him sell his wares, who's to blame her for pulling up stakes and leaving town? And if she trades on her charm a bit, I'll not look down on her because of it. Young gents court her, buy her presents, dresses, jewelry." He shrugged his broad shoulders. "If she sells those things for money to live, there's nothing wrong with that. They are gifts freely given, and hers to do with as she pleases." Diak fixed me with a stare. "But what is she to do when some gent gets too familiar, or gets angry at being denied what he considers bought and paid for? What recourse does she have? No family, no friends, no standing, no choice. None but to give herself over to him, all unwilling." Diak's face was grim. "Or to leave. Leave quickly and find better weather. Is it any surprise, then, that she is harder to lay hands on than a wind-blown leaf?" He shook his head, looking down at the table. "No, I do not envy her her life, nor do I judge her." His tirade seemed to have left him spent and slightly embarrassed. He didn't look up at me as he spoke. "For all that, I would help her if she would let me." He glanced up at me and gave a chagrined smile. "But she's not the sort to be beholden to anyone. Not one whit, not a hair's breadth." He sighed and dribbled the last drops of the bottle evenly into our glasses. "You've shown her to me in a new light," I said honestly. "I'm ashamed I didn't see it for myself." "Well, I've had a head start on you," he said easily. "I've known her longer." "Nevertheless, I thank you," I said, holding up my glass. He held up his own. "To Diane," he said, "most lovely. To Denna, full of delight, young and unbending, bright and fair, ever sought, ever alone. So wise and so foolish," I said, "so merry and so sad." "Gods of my fathers," Diak said reverently, "keep her always so, unchanging, past my understanding and safe from harm." We both drank and set down our glasses. "Let me buy the next bottle," I said. It would tap out my slowly hoarded line of credit with the bar, but I found myself increasingly fond of Diak, and the thought of not standing my round with him was too galling to consider. "Stream, stone, and sky," he swore, rubbing at his face. "I dare not. Another bottle, and we'd be slitting our wrists into the river before the sun goes down." I made a gesture to a serving girl. "Nonsense," I said. "We'll just change to something less maudlin than wine." I didn't notice I was being followed when I returned to the university. Perhaps my head was so full of Denna that there was little room left for anything else. Perhaps I had been living civilized for so long that the hard-earned reflexes I'd picked up in Tarbean were starting to fade. The blackberry brand probably had something to do with it as well. Diak and I had talked for a long while, and between us, drank half a bottle of the stuff. I had brought the remainder of the bottle back with me, as I knew Simon had a taste for it. Small matter why I didn't notice them, I suppose. The result was the same. I was strolling down a poorly lit part of Newhall Lane when something blunt struck me on the back of the head, and I was bundled off into a nearby alley, half senseless. I was only stunned for a moment, but by the time I had regathered my wits, I had a heavy hand clamped over my mouth.
"All right, Cully,"
the huge man behind me spoke into my ear.
"I've got a knife on you. You struggle, I stick you. That's all there is to it."
I felt a gentle prod against my ribs under my left arm.
"Check the finder,"
he said to his companion. A tall shape was all I could see in the dim light of the alley. He bowed his head, looking at his hand.
"I can't tell." "Light a match, then. We have to be sure."
My anxiety began to blossom into full-blown panic. This wasn't some back-alley coshing. They hadn't even checked my pockets for money. This was something else.
"We know it's him,"
the tall one said impatiently.
"Let's just do this and have it over with. I'm cold." "Like hell. Check it now while he's close. We've lost him twice already. I'm not having another cock-up like in Annalyn."
"I hate this thing," the tall man said as he went through his pockets, presumably looking for a match.
"You're an idiot," the one behind me said. "It's cleaner this way. Simpler. No confusing descriptions, no names, no worrying about disguises. Follow the needle, find our man, and have done with it."
The matter-of-fact tone of their voices terrified me. These men were professionals. I realized with sudden certainty that Ambrose had finally taken steps to ensure I would never bother him again. My mind raced for a moment, and I did the only thing I could think of. I dropped the half-full bottle of brand. It shattered on the cobblestones, and the night air was suddenly filled with the smell of blackberries.
"That's great," the tall man hissed. "How about you let him ring a bell while you're at it?"
The man behind me tightened his grip on my neck and shook me hard just once, the same way you would do to a naughty puppy.
"None of that,"
he said, irritated. I went limp, hoping to lull him, then concentrated and muttered a binding against the man's thick hand.
"Tough tits," the man replied. "If you stepped in glass, it's your own damn Ah!"
He let out a startled shout as the pool of brand around our feet caught fire. I took advantage of his momentary distraction and twisted away from him, but I wasn't quite quick enough. His knife tore a bright line of pain across my ribs as I pulled away and began pelting down the alley. But my flight was short-lived. The alley dead-ended against a sheer brick wall. There were no doors, no windows, nothing to hide behind or use to get a leg up on the wall. I was trapped. I turned to see the two men blocking the mouth of the alley. The large one was stamping his leg furiously, trying to extinguish it. My left leg was burning as well, but I didn't spare a thought for it. A little burn would be the least of my problems, if I didn't do something quick. I looked around again, but the alley was distressingly clean. Not even any decent garbage to use as a makeshift weapon. I frantically ran through the contents of my cloak's pockets, desperately trying to form some sort of plan. Some pieces of copper wire were useless. Salts, could I throw in their eyes? No. Dried apple, pen and ink, a marble, string, wax. The large man finally beat out the flames, and the two of them began to make their slow way down the alley. The light from the circle of burning brand flickered across the blades of their knives. Still going over my countless pockets, I found a lump that I didn't recognize. Then I remembered. It was the sack of basalt shavings I had bought to use for my sympathy lamp. Basalt is a light, silvery metal used in certain alloys that I would be using to construct my lamp. Manette, ever the careful teacher, had taken care to describe the dangers of every material we used. If it gets hot enough, basalt burns with an intense, white-hot flame. I hurriedly untied the pouch. The trouble was, I didn't know if I could make this work. Things like candle wicking or alcohol are easy to light. They just need a focused flash of heat to get them going. Basalt was different. It needed a great deal of heat to ignite, which is why I wasn't worried about carrying it around in my pocket. The men came a few slow steps closer, and I flung the handful of basalt shavings in a wide arc. I tried to get it close to their faces, but didn't hold much hope. The shavings had no real heft. It was like throwing a handful of loose snow. Lowering one hand to the flame licking at my leg, I focused my ailer. The wide pool of burning brand winked out behind the two men, leaving the alley in pitch darkness, but there still wasn't enough heat. Reckless with desperation, I touched my bloody side, concentrated, and felt a terrible cold tear through me as I pulled more heat from my blood. There was an explosion of white light, blinding in the dark of the alley. I'd closed my eyes, but even through my lids, the burning basalt was piercingly bright. One of the men screamed, high and terrified. When I opened my eyes, I could see nothing but blue ghosts dancing over my vision. The scream faded to a low moaning, and I heard a thump as if one of the men had stumbled and fallen. The tall man began to babble, his voice little more than a terrified sobbing. "Oh, God! Damn, my eyes! I'm blind!" As I listened, my vision cleared enough for me to see the vague outlines of the alley. I could see the dark shapes of both men. One was kneeling with his hands in front of his face. The other was sprawled motionless on the ground farther down the alley. It looked like he had run headlong into a low rafter beam at the mouth of the alley and knocked himself unconscious. Scattered around the cobblestones, the remnants of basalt were sputtering out like tiny blue-white stars. The kneeling man was only flash-blind, but it would last for several minutes, long enough for me to get well away from here. I moved slowly around him, being careful to step quietly. My heart leapt into my throat as he spoke up again. "Tam?" The man's voice was high and frightened. "I swear, Tam, I'm blind! The kid called down lightning on me!" I saw him go down onto all fours and begin to feel around with his hands. "You were right. We shouldn't have come here. No good comes of meddling with these sort of folk." Lightning. Of course. He didn't know a thing about real magic. It gave me a thought. I took a deep breath, settling my nerves. "Who sent you?" I demanded in my best Tamerlane the Great voice. It wasn't as good as my father's, but it was good. The big man gave a wretched moan and stopped feeling around with his hands. "Oh, sir, don't do anything." "I'm not asking again," I cut him off angrily. "Tell me who sent you, and if you lie to me, I'll know." "I don't know a name," he said quickly. "We just get half the coin and a hair. We don't know names. We don't actually meet, I swear." A hair. The thing they had called a finder was probably some sort of dowsing compass. Though I couldn't make anything that advanced, I knew the principles involved. With a piece of my hair, it would point toward me no matter where I ran. "If I ever see either of you again, I will call down worse than fire and lightning," I said menacingly as I edged toward the mouth of the alley. If I could get hold of their finder, I wouldn't have to worry about them tracking me down again. It had been dark, and the hood of my cloak had been up. They might not even know what I looked like. "Thank you, sir," he babbled. "I swear you won't see hide or hair of us after this. Thank you." I looked down at the fallen man. I could see one of his pale hands against the cobblestones, but it was empty. I looked around, wondering if he had dropped it. It was more likely that he'd tucked it away. I moved closer still, holding my breath. I reached into his cloak, feeling for pockets, but his cloak was pinned under his body. I took gentle hold of his shoulder and eased him slowly. Just then, he let out a low moan and rolled the rest of the way onto his back under his own power. His arm flopped loosely onto the cobbles, bumping my leg. I would like to say I simply took a step away, knowing that the tall man would be groggy and still half blind. I'd like to tell you I remained calm and did my best to intimidate them further, or at the very least, that I said something dramatic or witty before I left. But that would not be the truth. The truth was, I ran like a frightened deer. I made it nearly a quarter of a mile before the darkness and my dazzled vision betrayed me, and I ran headlong into a horse tether, crumpling to the ground in a painful heap. Bruised, bleeding, and half-blind, I lay there. Only then did I realize I wasn't being chased at all. I dragged myself to my feet, cursing myself for a fool. If I'd kept my wits about me, I could have taken their dowsing compass away, ensuring my safety. As it was, I'd have to take other precautions. I made my way back to Anchor's, but when I arrived, all the inn's windows were dark and the door was locked. So, half drunk and wounded, I made my way up to my window, tripped the latch, and tugged. But it wouldn't open. It had been at least a span of days since I'd come back to the inn so late that I'd been forced to use my window route. Had the hinges rusted? Bracing myself against the wall, I drew out my hand lamp and thumbed it on to its dimmest setting. Only then did I see something lodged firmly into the crack of the window frame. Had anchors wedged my window shut? But when I touched it, I realized it wasn't wood. It was a piece of paper, much folded over. I tugged it free, and the window came open easily. I clambered inside. My shirt was ruined, but when I stripped it off, I was relieved by what I saw. The cut wasn't particularly deep, painful and messy, but less serious than when I'd been whipped. Fella's cloak was torn too, which was irritating. But, everything said, it would be easier to patch that than my kidney. I made a mental note to thank Fella for choosing a nice, thick fabric. Stitching it up could wait. For all I knew, the two men had recovered from the little scare I'd given them and were already dousing for me again. I left through the window, leaving my cloak behind so as not to get any blood on it. I hoped the lateness of the hour and my natural stealth would keep me from being seen. I couldn't begin to guess what rumors would start if someone saw me running across the rooftops late at night, bloody and naked to the waist. I gathered up a handful of leaves as I made my way to the roof of a livery overlooking the pennant courtyard near the archives. In the dim moonlight, I could see the dark, shapeless shadows of leaves swirling over the gray of the cobblestones below. I ran my hand roughly through my hair, ending up with a few loose strands. Then I dug at a seam of tar on the roof with my fingernails and used some to stick the hair to a leaf. I repeated this a dozen times, dropping the leaves off the roof, watching as the wind took them away in a mad dance back and forth across the courtyard. I smiled at the thought of anyone trying to douse for me now, trying to make sense of the dozens of contradictory signals as the leaves swirled and spun in a dozen different directions. I'd come to this particular courtyard because the wind moved oddly here. I'd only noticed it after the autumn leaves began to fall. They moved in a complex, chaotic dance across the cobblestones, first one way, then another, never falling into a predictable pattern. Once you noticed the wind's odd swirlings, it was hard to ignore. In fact, viewed from the roof like this, it was almost hypnotic, the same way flowing water or a campfire's flames can catch your eye and hold it. Watching it tonight, weary and wounded, it was rather relaxing. The more I watched it, the less chaotic it seemed. In fact, I began to sense a greater underlying pattern to the way the wind moved through the courtyard. It only looked chaotic because it was vastly, marvelously complex. What's more, it seemed to be always changing. It was a pattern made of changing patterns. It was, "You're up studying awfully late," said a quiet voice from behind me. Startled out of my reverie, my body tensed, ready to bolt. How had someone managed to get up here without my noticing? It was Elodin. Master Elodin. He was dressed in a patched set of pants and a loose shirt. He waved idly in my direction and crouched down to sit cross-legged on the edge of the roof as casually as if we were meeting for a drink in a pub. He looked down into the courtyard. "It's particularly good tonight, isn't it?" I folded my arms, ineffectually trying to cover my bare, bloody chest. Only then did I notice the blood on my hands was dry. How long had I been sitting here motionless, watching the wind? "Master Elodin," I said, then stopped. I had no idea what I could possibly say in a situation like this. "Please, we're all friends here. Feel free to call me by my first name, Master." He gave a lazy grin and looked back down toward the courtyard. Hadn't he noticed the state I was in? Was he being polite? Maybe. I shook my head. There was no use guessing with him. I knew better than anyone that Elodin was cracked as the potter's cobbles. "Long ago," Elodin said conversationally, not taking his eyes from the courtyard below, "when folk spoke differently, this used to be called the Kvothe Hale. Later, they called it the Questioning Hall, and students made a game of writing questions on slips of paper and letting them blow about. Rumor had it you could divine your answer by which way the paper left the square." He pointed to the roads that left gaps between the gray buildings. "Yes, no, maybe, elsewhere, soon." He shrugged. "It was all a mistake, though. Bad translation. They thought Quoyen was an early root of Quatenten, question, but it isn't. Quoyen means wind. This is rightly named the House of the Wind." I waited a moment to see if he intended to say any more. When nothing was forthcoming, I got slowly to my feet. "That's interesting, Master." I hesitated, not sure how serious he had been before. "But I should be going." Elodin nodded absently and gave a wave that was half farewell, half dismissal. His eyes never left the courtyard below, following the ever-changing wind. Back in my room at Anchor's, I sat on my bed for a long minute in the dark, trying to decide what to do. My thoughts were muddy. I was weary, wounded, and still a little drunk. The adrenaline that had kept me going earlier was slowly turning sour, and my side burned and stung. I took a deep breath and tried to focus my thoughts. I'd been moving on instinct so far, but now I needed to think things through carefully. Could I go to the masters for help? For a moment, hope rose in my chest, then fell. No. I had no proof that Ambrose was responsible. What's more, if I told them the whole story, I would have to admit that I used sympathy to blind and burn my attackers. Self-defense or no, what I'd done was unquestionably malfeasance. Students had been expelled for less than that just to preserve the university's reputation. No. I couldn't risk being expelled over this. And if I went to the Medica, there would be too many questions, and word of my injury would get around if I went in to get stitched. That meant Ambrose would know how close he had come to succeeding. It would be better to give the impression that I had walked away unscathed. I had no idea how long Ambrose's hired killers had been following me. One of them had said, "We already lost him twice." That means they could know I had a room here at Anchor's. I might not be safe here. I locked the window and drew the curtain before turning on my hand lamp. The light revealed the forgotten piece of paper that had been wedged into my window. I unfolded it and read, "Kvothe. Getting up here is every bit as much fun as you made it look. However, springing your window took some time. Finding you not at home, I hope you do not mind me borrowing paper and ink enough to leave this note. As you are not playing downstairs or peacefully abed, a cynical person might wonder what you are doing at this late hour, and if you are up to no good. Alas, I shall have to walk back home tonight without the comfort of your escort or the pleasure of your company. I missed you this felling past at the Aeolian, but though denied your company, I had the good fortune to meet someone quite interesting. He is a quite singular fellow, and I am eager to tell you what little I can of him, when next we meet. I currently have rooms at the Swan and Swale. Swale? In Imre. Please call on me before the 23rd of this month, and we will have our lunch, belated. After that, I will be about on my business. Your friend and apprentice housebreaker, Denna. Postscript. Please rest assured that I did not notice the disgraceful condition of your bed linens, and did not judge your character thereby." Today was the 28th. The letter didn't have a date, but it had probably been there for at least a span and a half. She must have left it only a few days after the fire in the fishery. I briefly tried to decide how I felt about it. Flattered that she had tried to find me, furious that the note had gone unfound until now. As to the matter of the fellow that she had met, it was far too much for me to deal with at the moment, weary, wounded, and still somewhat the worse for drink. Instead, I quickly cleaned the shallow cut as best I could using my wash basin. I would have put some stitches in it myself, but I couldn't get a good angle. It started bleeding again, and I cut off the cleaner pieces of my ruined shirt to fashion a makeshift bandage. Blood. The men who tried to kill me still had the dowsing compass, and I'd undoubtedly left some of my blood on his knife. Blood would be vastly more effective in a dowsing compass than a simple hair. That meant that even if they didn't already know where I lived, they might be able to find me despite the precautions I'd taken. I moved around my room quickly, stuffing everything of value into my travel sack, as I didn't know when it would be safe to return. Under a stack of papers, I found a small folding knife I'd forgotten about after I'd won it off Sim playing corners. It would be worth next to nothing in a fight, but that was better than nothing at all. Then I grabbed my loot and cloak and snuck downstairs into the kitchen, where I was lucky enough to find an empty Valagian wine pot with a wide mouth. It was a minor piece of luck, but I was glad for whatever I could get at this point. I headed east and crossed the river, but didn't go all the way into Imre proper. Instead, I headed south a bit to where a few docks, a seedy inn, and a handful of houses perched on the bank of the wide Omethi River. It was a small port that serviced Imre, too small to have a name of its own. I stuffed my bloody shirt into the wine pot and made it watertight with a piece of sympathy wax. Then I dropped it in the Omethi River and watched it bob slowly downstream. If they were dowsing for my blood, it would seem like I was heading south, running. Hopefully, they'd follow it. Chapter 70. Signs. I came suddenly awake early the next morning. I didn't know exactly where I was, only that I wasn't where I should be and that something was wrong. I was hiding. Someone was after me. I was curled up in the corner of a small room. I lay on a blanket and I was wrapped in my cloak. This was an inn. It slowly came back to me. I had rented a room at an inn near Imre's docks. I came to my feet, stretching carefully so as not to aggravate my wound. I'd pushed the dresser against the room's only door and tied the window shut with a length of rope, despite the fact that it was too small for a grown man to fit through. Seeing my precautions in the cool blue light of early morning, I was a little embarrassed. I couldn't remember whether I'd slept on the floor out of fear of assassins or bedbugs. Either way, it was clear I hadn't been thinking too clearly toward the end of the night. I gathered up my travel sack and loot and headed downstairs. I had some planning to do, but before that, I needed breakfast and a bath. Despite my busy night, I'd barely slept past sunrise, so I had easy access to the bathhouse. After cleaning myself up and rewrapping the bandage around my side, I felt mostly human. A plate of eggs, a couple sausages, and some fried potatoes later, I felt I could begin to think rationally about my situation. It's amazing how much easier it is to think productively when your belly is full. I sat in the far corner of the little dockside inn and sipped a mug of fresh-pressed apple cider. I was no longer worried that hired killers were going to leap out and assault me. Still, I was sitting with my back to the wall with a good view of the door. Yesterday had left me shaken mostly because it had caught me so unprepared. In Tarbean, I'd lived each day expecting people would try to kill me. The civilized atmosphere of the university had lulled me into a false sense of security. I never would have been caught off my guard a year ago. I certainly wouldn't have been surprised by the attack itself. My hard-won instincts from Tarbean were urging me to run, leave this place, leave Ambrose and his vendetta far behind. But that feral part of me cared only for safety. It had no plan. I couldn't leave. I had too much invested here. My studies, my vain hopes for gaining a patron, and my stronger hopes of entry to the archives. My precious few friends. Denna. Sailors and dock workers began to filter into the inn to get the morning meal, and the room slowly filled with the gentle buzz of conversation. I heard a bell ringing dimly in the distance, and it occurred to me that my shift in the Medica would be starting in an hour. Arwyll would notice if I was absent, and he was not forgiving of such things. I fought down the urge to run back to the university. It was well known that absent students were punished with higher tuitions the following term. To give myself something to do while I was thinking through my situation, I brought out my cloak along with needle and thread. The knife from last night had made a straight cut about 2 handspan across. I began to sew it closed, using tiny stitches so the seam wouldn't be obvious. While my hands were working, my thoughts wandered. Could I confront Ambrose? Threaten him? Not likely. He knew I couldn't successfully bring charges against him. But maybe I could persuade a few of the masters of what had really happened. Kilvin would be outraged at the thought of hired killers using a dowsing compass, and perhaps Arwyll. All blue fire, every one of them dead, thrown around like rag dolls and the house falling to pieces around them. I was glad to see the end of the place, I can tell you that. I jabbed my finger with the needle as my eavesdropper's ears picked the conversation out of the common room's general din. A few tables over, 2 men were drinking beer. One was tall and balding, the other was fat with a red beard. "You're such an old woman," the fat one laughed. "You'll listen to any piece of gossip." The tall man shook his head somberly. "I was in the tavern when they came in with the news. They were gathering folk with wagons so they could go get the bodies. The whole wedding party dead as leather. Over 30 folks gutted like pigs, and the place burned down in a blue flame, and that weren't the least oddness from what—" He dropped his voice, and I lost what he was saying among the general noise of the room. I swallowed against the sudden dryness in my throat. I slowly tied off the last stitch on my cloak and set it down. I noticed my bleeding finger and absently put it in my mouth. I took a deep breath. I took a drink. Then I walked over to the table where the 2 men sat talking. "Did you gentlemen come down river by any chance?" They looked up, obviously irritated by the interruption. Gentlemen had been a mistake. I should have said fellows. Fellas. The bald one nodded. "Did you come by way of Morrow?" I asked, picking a northern town at random. "No," the fat one said. "We're down from Traben." "Oh, good," I said, my mind racing for a plausible lie. "I have family up in those parts I was thinking of visiting." My mind went blank as I tried to think of a way to ask them for the details of the story I'd overheard. My palms were sweaty. "Are they getting ready for the Harvest Festival up that way, or have I already missed it?" I finished lamely. "Still in the works," the bald one said, and pointedly turned his shoulder to me. "I heard there was some problem with a wedding up in those parts." The bald one turned back to look at me. "Well, I don't know how you'd have heard that, as the news was fresh last night, and we just docked down here 10 minutes ago." He gave me a hard look. "I don't know what you're selling, boy, but I ain't buying. Piss off, or I'll thump you." I went back to my seat, knowing I'd made an irrecoverable mess of things. I sat, keeping my hands flat on the table to keep them from shaking. A group of people brutally killed. Blue fire. Oddness. Chandrian. Less than a day ago, the Chandrian were in Traben. I finished my drink more out of reflex than anything else, then stood and made my way to the bar. I was quickly coming to grips with the reality of the situation. After all these years, I finally had the opportunity to learn something about the Chandrian, and not just a mention of them pressed flat between the pages of a book in the archives. I had the chance to see their work firsthand. This was an opportunity that might never come again. But I needed to get to Traben soon, while things were still fresh in people's memories, before curious or superstitious townfolk destroyed what evidence remained. I didn't know what I hoped to find, but anything I heard about the Chandrian would be more than I knew now. And if I were to have a chance at anything useful, I had to be there as soon as possible. Today. The morning crowd was keeping the innkeeper busy, so I had to lay an iron drab on the bar before she paid me any attention at all. After paying for a private room last night, and breakfast, and bath this morning, the drab represented a good portion of my worldly wealth, so I kept my finger on it. "What do you have?" she asked as she came up to me. "How far is it to Traben?" I asked. "Upriver? A couple of days." I didn't ask how long it was. I need to know how far, I said, stressing the last word. "No need to get snippy," she said, wiping her hands on her grubby apron. "By river it's 40 miles or so. Could take more than 2 days depending on if you're on a barge or a billow boat. And what the weather's like." "How far by road?" I asked. "Blacken me if I know," she muttered, then called down the bar. "Rudd, how far to Traben by road?"
3 or 4 days,
said a weathered man without looking up from his mug. "I asked how far," she snapped at him. "Is it longer than the riverway?"
Damn sight longer. About 25 leagues by road, a hard road too, uphill."
God's body, who measured things in leagues these days? Depending on where that fellow grew up, a league could be anywhere between 2 to 3.5 miles. My father always claimed that a league wasn't really a unit of measurement at all, just a way for farmers to attach numbers to their rough guesses. Still, it let me know Traben was somewhere between 50 and 80 miles to the north. It was probably best to assume the worst, at least 70 miles. The woman behind the bar turned back to me. "There you have it. Now, can I get you something?" "I need a water skin, if you have one, or a bottle of water if you don't, and some food that will keep on the road. Hard sausage, cheese, flatbread. Apples?" she asked. "Got some lovely red jennies this morning. Good for the road." I nodded. "And whatever else you have that's cheap and will travel." "A drab doesn't go far," she said with a glance down at the bar. I shook out my purse and was surprised to see 4 drabs and a copper halfpenny I hadn't accounted for. I was practically rich. She gathered up my money and headed back to the kitchen. I fought off the momentary pang at being utterly destitute again and ran a quick mental inventory of what I had in my travel sack. She came back with 2 loaves of flatbread, a thick, hard sausage that smelled of garlic, a small cheese sealed in wax, a bottle of water, half a dozen gorgeous bright red apples, and a small sack of carrots and potatoes. I thanked her kindly and stuffed the lot into my sack. 70 miles. I could make it today if I had a good horse, but good horses cost money. I breathed in the smell of rancid fat as I knocked on Devi's door. I stood there for a minute, fighting the urge to fidget impatiently. I had no idea if Devi would be awake at such an early hour, but it was a risk I had to take. Devi opened the door and smiled when she saw me. "Well, here's a pleasant surprise." She opened the door wider. "Come in, sit down." I gave her my best smile. "Devi, She frowned. "Come in," she said more firmly. "I don't discuss business on the landing." I came in and she closed the door behind me. "Take a seat, unless you'd rather have a bit of a lie down." She nodded playfully toward the huge curtained bed in the corner of the room. "You won't believe the story I heard this morning," she said, laughter hiding in her voice. Despite the urgency I felt, I forced myself to relax. Devi was not one to be rushed. If I tried, it would only irritate her. "What did you hear?" She sat on her side of the desk and folded her hands. "Apparently, last night, a pair of ruffians tried to lift a purse off a young student. Much to their dismay, it turns out he's the next Taborlin in training. He called down fire and lightning, blinded one, and gave the other such a mighty blow to the head that he still hasn't woken up." I sat quietly for a moment as I absorbed the information. An hour ago, this would have been the best news I could have heard. Now it was hardly more than a distraction. Still, despite the urgency of my other errand, I couldn't ignore the chance to gather some information about the crisis closer to home. They weren't just trying to rob me, I said. Devi laughed. I knew it was you. They didn't know anything about him except for that he had red hair, but that was enough for me. Did I really blind the one? I asked. And the other's still unconscious? I honestly don't know, Devi admitted. News travels quickly among us unsavory types, but it's mostly gossip. My mind was spinning quickly along a new plan now. Would you care to spread a little gossip of your own? I asked. That depends. She gave a wicked smile. Is it terribly exciting? Drop my name, I said. Let them know exactly who it was. Let them know I'm mad as hell, and I'll kill the next ones that come after me. I'll kill them and whoever hired them, the middlemen, their families, their dogs, the whole lot. Devi's delighted expression faded to something closer to distaste. That's a little grim, don't you think? I appreciate that you're attached to your purse. She gave me a playful look. And I have a vested interest there myself, but there's no— They weren't thieves, I said. They were hired to kill me. Devi gave me a skeptical look. I tugged up the corner of my shirt to show my bandage. I'm serious. I can show you where one of them cut me before I got away. Frowning, she stood up and came around the other side of the desk. All right, show me. I hesitated, then decided that I was better off humoring her, as I still had favors to ask. I took off my shirt and lay it on the desk. That bandage is filthy, she said, as if it was a personal offense. Get rid of it. She walked to a cabinet at the back of the room and came back with a black physicker's kit and a wash basin. She washed her hands, then looked at my side. You haven't even had it stitched, she said incredulously. I've been rather busy, I said, with the running like hell and hiding all night. She ignored me and set about cleaning my side with a cool efficiency that let me know she'd studied in the Medica. It's messy, but not deep, she said. It's not even all the way through the skin in some places. She stood up and pulled a few things out of her bag. You'll still need stitches. I would have done it myself, I said, but you're an idiot who didn't even make sure this was cleaned properly, she finished. If this gets infected, it would serve you right. She finished cleaning my side and rinsed her hands in the bowl. I want you to know I'm doing this because I have a soft spot for pretty boys, the mentally infirm, and people who owe me money. I consider this protecting my investment. Yes, ma'am. I sucked in air when she applied the antiseptic. I thought you weren't supposed to bleed, she said matter-of-factly. There's another legend proven false. Speaking of, moving as little as possible, I reached out and pulled a book out of my travel sack, then laid it on her desk. I brought back your copy of Mating Habits of the Common Dracus. You were right. The engravings added a lot to it. I knew you'd like it. There was a moment of silence as she began stitching me back together. When she spoke again, most of the playfulness was gone from her voice. Were these fellows really hired to kill you, Kvothe? I nodded. They had a dowsing compass in some of my hair. That's how they knew I was a redhead. Lord and Lady, wouldn't that just send Kilvin into a froth? She shook her head. Are you sure they weren't just hired to scare you? Rough you up a little to teach you to mind your betters? She paused in her stitching and looked up at me. You weren't stupid enough to borrow money off of Heffron and his boys, were you? I shook my head. You're the only hawk for me, Devi, I smiled. In fact, that's why I stopped by today, and here I thought you merely enjoyed my company, she said, turning back to her needlework. I thought I detected a tinge of irritation in her voice. Let me finish this first. I thought about what she'd said for a long moment. The tall man had said, let's do him, but that could mean any number of things. It's possible they weren't trying to kill me, I admitted slowly. He had a knife, though. You don't need a knife to give someone a beating. Devi snorted. And I don't need blood to get people to settle their debts, but it certainly helps. I thought about it as she tied off the final stitch and began to wrap me in a fresh bandage. Maybe it was meant to be a simple beating. An anonymous message from Ambrose telling me to mind my betters. Maybe it was a simple attempt to scare me off. I sighed, trying not to move too much as I did so. I'd like to believe that's the case, but I really don't think so. I think they were really after blood. That's what my gut tells me. Her expression grew serious. In that case, I will spread the word a little, she said. I don't know about the part about killing their dogs, but I'll drop a few things into the rumor mill so people will think twice about taking that sort of job. She chuckled low in her throat. Actually, they're already thinking twice after last night. This will make them think 3 times. I appreciate it. Small trouble to me, she said dismissively as she stood up and brushed off her knees. A small favor to help a friend. She washed her hands in the basin, then dried them carelessly on her shirt. Let's hear it, she said as she sat behind the desk, her expression suddenly businesslike. I need money for a fast horse, I said. Leaving town? She arched a pale eyebrow. You never struck me as the running away sort. I'm not running, I said, but I need to cover some ground. 70 miles before it gets much afternoon. Devi widened her eyes a bit. A horse that could make that trip is going to cost, she said. Why not just buy a post note and switch out fresh horses all the way? Faster and cheaper. There's no post stations where I'm going, I said. Upriver, then into the hills. A little town called Traben. All right, she said. How much are you looking for? I'll need money to buy a fast horse with no dickering, plus lodging, food, maybe bribes. 20 talents. She burst out laughing, then regained her composure and covered her mouth. No. I'm sorry, but no. I do have a soft spot for charming young men like yourself, but it's not on my head. I have my loot, I said, sliding the case forward with my foot, for collateral, plus anything else in here. I put my travel sack on the desk. She drew a breath as if to refuse me out of hand, then shrugged and looked into the bag, poking around. She pulled out my copy of Rhetoric and Logic, and a moment later, my handheld sympathy lamp. Hello, she said curiously, thumbing on the switch and pointing the light toward the wall. This is interesting. I grimaced. Anything except that, I said. I promised Kilvin I wouldn't ever let that out of my hands. I gave my word. She gave me a frank look. Have you ever heard the expression, beggars can't be choosers? I gave my word, I repeated. I unpinned my silver talent pipes from my cloak and slid them across her desk so they lay near Rhetoric and Logic. Those aren't easy to come by, you know. Devi looked at the loot, the book, and the pipes, and drew a long, slow breath. Kvothe, I can tell that this is important to you, but the numbers just don't add. You're not good for that much money. You're barely good for the 4 talents you owe me. That stung, mostly because I knew it to be the truth. Devi thought about it for another second, then shook her head firmly. No, just the interest. In 2 months, you'd owe me over 35 talents. Or something equally valuable in trade, I said. She gave me a gentle smile. And what do you have worth 35 talents? Access to the archives. Devi sat, her slightly patronizing smile frozen on her face. You're lying. I shook my head. I know there's another way in. I haven't found it yet, but I will. That's a lot of if. Devi's tone was skeptical, but her eyes were full of something more than simple desire. It was closer to hunger, or lust. I could tell she wanted into the archives just as badly as I did. Perhaps even more so. That's what I'm offering, I said. If I can pay you back, I will. If not, when I find a way into the archives, I'll share it with you. Devi looked up at the ceiling as if calculating odds in her head. With these things as collateral, and the possibility of access to the archives, I can loan you 12 talents. I stood up and swung my travel sack over my shoulder. I'm afraid we're not bargaining here, I said. I'm just informing you as to the conditions of the loan. I gave her an apologetic smile. It's 20 talents or nothing. I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear from the beginning. Chapter 71. Strange Attraction. 3 minutes later, I strode toward the doors of the nearest livery. A well-dressed Sealdish man smiled at my approach and stepped forward to greet me. "Ah, young sir," he said, holding out his hand. "My name is Kvothe. Might I ask—" "I need a horse," I said, shaking his hand quickly. "Healthy, well-rested, and well-fed. One that can take 6 hours of hard riding today." "Certainly, certainly," Kvothe said, rubbing his hands together and nodding. "All things are possible with the will of God. I'd be pleased to—" "Listen," I interrupted again. "I'm in a hurry, so we're going to skip the preliminaries. I won't pretend to be uninterested. You won't waste my time with a parade of hacks and nags. If I have not bought a horse in 10 minutes, I will leave and buy one elsewhere." I met his eye. "Linsattva?" The Sealdish man was aghast. "Sir, the purchase of a horse should never be so rushed. You would not pick a wife in 10 minutes, and on the road, a horse is more important than a wife." He gave a bashful smile. "Even God himself didn't—" I cut him off yet again. "God's not buying a horse today. I am." The thin Sealdish man paused to collect his thoughts. "Right," he said softly, more to himself than to me. "Hlyn, come around and see what we have." He led me around the outside of the stables to a small corral. He gestured near the edge of the fence. "That dapple mare is as steady a horse as any you could hope for. She'll take you—" I ignored him and looked over the half-dozen hacks that stood idly inside the fence. Though I had neither means nor reason to keep a horse, I knew good from bad, and nothing I saw here came close to suiting my needs. You see, troopers live and die by the horses that pull their wagons, and my parents had not neglected my education in this area. I could size up a horse by the time I was 8, and a good thing, too. Townsfolk regularly tried to pass off half-dead or gingered-up nags to us, knowing that by the time we discovered our mistakes, we'd be miles and days away. There was a world of trouble waiting for a man who sold his neighbor some sickly hobble, but what was the harm of swindling one of the filthy, thieving Roo? I turned to face the cavalier, frowning. "You have just wasted 2 precious minutes of my time, so I'm guessing you still don't understand my position here. Let me be as plain as possible. I want a fast horse ready for hard riding today. For this I will pay quickly, in hard coin, and without complaint." I held up my newly heavy purse in one hand and shook it, knowing he could tell the ring of true Sealdish silver inside. "If you sell me a horse that throws a shoe, or starts to limp, or spooks at shadows, I will miss a valuable opportunity, a quite unrecoverable opportunity. If that happens, I will not come back and demand a refund. I will not petition the constable. I will walk back to Imre this very night and set fire to your house. Then, when you run out the front door in your nightshirt and stockle cap, I will kill you, cook you, and eat you, right there on your lawn while all your neighbors watch." I gave him a deadly serious look. "This is the business arrangement I am proposing, Kvothe. If you are not comfortable with it, tell me and I will go elsewhere. Otherwise, leave off this parade of drays and show me a real horse." The short-sealed looked at me, more stunned than horrified. I could see him trying to come to grips with the situation. He must think I was either a raving lunatic or the son of some important noble. Or both. "Very well," he said, letting all the ingratiating charm fall from his voice. "When you say hard riding, how hard do you mean?" "Very hard," I said. "I need to go 70 miles today, Dirt roads. Will you need saddle and tack, too? I nodded. Nothing fancy, nothing new. He drew a deep breath. Fine. And how much do you have to spend? I shook my head and gave a tight smile. Show me the horse and name your price. A Valder would do nicely. If he's a little wild, I won't mind if it means he's got energy to spare. Even a good Valder mix could serve me, or a Kershayan fourth horse. Kerva nodded and led me back toward the wide doors of the stable. I do have a Kershayan. A full blood, actually. He made a gesture to one of the stable hands. Bring out our black gentleman, double quick. The boy sprinted off. The cavalier turned back to me. Gorgeous animal. I ran him through the traces before I bought him, just to be sure. Galloped him a full mile, and he hardly even worked up a sweat. Smooth a gait as ever I felt, and I'd not lie to your lordship on that account. I nodded. A full-blooded Kershayan was exactly suited to my purpose. They had a legendary endurance, but there would be no avoiding the price either. A well-trained fourth horse was worth a dozen talents. How much are you asking for him? I'll want 2 solid marks, he said, without any hint of apology or wheedling in his voice. Merciful Telu, 20 talents! He'd have to have silver shoes to be worth that much. I'm in no mood for a lengthy dicker, Kerva, I said shortly. You've made me well aware of that, my lord, he said. I'm telling you my honest price. Here, you'll see why. The boy hurried out, leading a sleek monster of a horse, at least 18 hands tall, proud head, and black from his nose to the tip of his tail. He loves to run, Kerva said with genuine affection in his voice. He ran a hand along the smooth black neck. And look at that color! Not so much as a pale whisker. That's why he's worth 20 if he's worth a single shim. I don't care about the color, I said absent-mindedly, while I looked him over for signs of injury or old age. There was nothing. He was glossy, young, strong. I just need to move quickly. I understand, he said apologetically. But I can't just ignore the coloring. If I wait a span or two, some young lord will pay just for the snappy look of him. I knew it was true. Does he have a name? I asked, moving slowly toward the black horse, letting him smell my hands and get used to me. Bargaining can be hurried, but befriending a horse cannot. Only a fool rushes first impressions with a spirited young Kershayan. Not one that's stuck on him, he said. What's your name, boy? I asked gently, just so he could get used to the sound of my voice. He snuffled delicately at my hand, keeping close watch with one large, intelligent eye. He didn't back away, but he certainly wasn't at his ease either. I kept talking as I came closer, hoping he would relax at the sound of my voice. You deserve a good name. I hate to see some lordling with delusions of wit saddle you with some terrible name like Midnight or Sooty or Scut. I came closer and lay one hand along his neck. His skin twitched, but he didn't pull away. I needed to be sure of his temperament as much as his stamina. I couldn't take the risk of jumping on the back of a skittish horse. Someone half clever might dub you Pitch or Scuttle, ill-favored names. Or Slate, a sedentary name. Heaven forbid you end up Blackie. That's an ill-fitting name for a prince like you. My father always talked to new horses in this way, in a steady, calming litany. As I stroked his neck, I kept speaking without giving any mind to what I said. Words don't matter to the horse. The tone of your voice is the important thing. You've come a long way. You should have a proud name so folk won't think of you as common. Was your previous owner Sealdish? I asked. Evaniloi. Tuterium Keta? Palante? I could sense him relax a bit at the sound of the familiar language. I walked onto his other side, still looking him over carefully and letting him get used to my presence. Kvothe? I asked him. Are you Cole? Tumane? Are you a shadow? I wanted to say twilight, but I couldn't bring the Siaru word to mind. Rather than pause, I just bulled ahead, faking it as best I could as I eyed his hooves to see if they were chipped or cracked. "To Kvothe? Are you first knight?" The big black lowered his head and nuzzled me. "You like that one, do you?" I said with a bit of a laugh, knowing that what really happened was that he had caught scent of the package of dried apple I had tucked in one of the pockets of my cloak. The important thing was that he had a feel for me now. If he was comfortable enough to nuzzle at me for food, we could get along well enough for a hard day's ride. Kvothe seems to suit him for a name, I said, turning back to Kvothe. "Anything else I need to know?" Kvothe seemed disconcerted. "He shies a bit on his right side." "A bit?" "Just a bit. It stands to reason that he's probably a bit prone to spooking on that side too, but I haven't seen him do it." "How's he trained? Close rein or trooper style?" "Close." "Fine. You've got 1 minute left to make this deal. He's a good animal, but I'm not paying 20 talents for him." I spoke with certainty in my voice, but no hope in my heart. He was a gorgeous animal, and his coloring made him worth at least 20 talents. Still, I'd go through the motions and hope to squeeze the man down to 19. That at least would leave me money for food and lodging when I got to Traben. "Very well," Kvothe said. 16. Only my years of stage training kept me from gaping openly at his sudden drop. 15, I said, feigning irritation. "And that will include the saddle, tack, and a bag of oats." I began pulling money out of my purse as if the deal was already finished. Unbelievably, Kvothe nodded and called for one of the boys to bring a saddle and tack. I counted the money into Kvothe's hand as his assistant saddled the big black. The sealed seemed uncomfortable meeting my eye. If I didn't know horses as well as I do, I would have thought I was being swindled. Maybe the horse was stolen, or the man was desperate for money. Whatever the reason, I didn't care. I was due a bit of good luck. Best of all, this meant that I might be able to resell the horse at a bit of a profit after I reached Traben. Honestly, I would need to sell him as soon as I could manage, even if I lost money on the deal. Stabling, food, and grooming for a horse like this would cost me a penny a day. I couldn't afford to keep him. I strapped my travel sack into a saddlebag, checked the cinch and stirrups, then swung myself up onto Kvothe's back. He danced slightly to the right, eager to be off. That made 2 of us. I twitched the reins, and we were on our way. Most problems with horses have nothing to do with the horses themselves. They stem from the ignorance of the rider. Folk shoe their horses badly, saddle them improperly, feed them poorly, then complain that they were sold a half-lame, swayback, ill-tempered hack. I knew horses. My parents had taught me to ride and care for them, while most of my experience had been with sturdier breeds, bred to pull rather than to race. I knew how to cover ground quickly when I needed to. When they're in a hurry, most folk push their mount too hard too soon. They head out at a dead gallop, then find themselves with a horse lame or half dead inside an hour. Pure idiocy. Only a 12-color bastard treats a horse that way. But to be entirely truthful, I would have ridden Kvothe to death if it would have brought me to Traben in a timely fashion. There are some times when I'm willing to be a bastard. I would have killed a dozen horses if it would have helped me get more information about the Chandrian and why they had killed my parents. But ultimately, there was no sense in thinking that way. A dead horse wouldn't get me to Traben. A live one would. So I started Kvothe at a nice walk to warm him up. He was eager to go faster, probably sensing my own impatience, and that would have been fine if I'd only needed to go a mile or 3. But I needed him for at least 50, maybe 70, and that meant patience. I had to rein him back down to a walk twice before he resigned himself to it. After a mile, I trotted him for a bit. His gait was smooth, even for a Kershane, but a trot is jarring no matter what, and it pulled at the new stitches in my side. I urged him up to a canter after another mile or so. Only after we were 3 or 4 miles out of Imre and we came to a good straight stretch of flat road did I nudge him up to a gallop. Finally, given the chance to run, he surged ahead. The sun had just finished burning away the morning dew, and farmers harvesting wheat and barley in the fields looked up as we thundered past. Kvothe was fast, so fast that the wind tore at my cloak, stretching it behind me like a flag. Despite the fact that I knew I must cut quite the dramatic figure, I quickly grew tired of the drag on my neck, unfastened the cloak, then stuffed it into a saddlebag. When we passed through a stand of trees, I brought Salen back down to a trot. That way he got a little rest, and we didn't run the risk of rounding a corner and barreling into a fallen tree or slow-moving cart. When we came out into pasture land, I could see our way was clear. I gave him his head again, and we practically flew. After an hour and a half of this, Salen was sweating and breathing hard, but he was doing better than I was. My legs were a rubbery mess. I was fit enough and young, but I hadn't been in the saddle for years. Riding uses different muscles than walking, and riding at a gallop is just as hard as running unless you want to make your horse work twice as hard for every mile. Suffice to say, I welcomed the next stretch of trees. I hopped out of the saddle and walked to give both of us a well-deserved break. I cut one of my apples down the middle and gave him the larger half. I figured we'd come about 30 miles, and the sun wasn't even fully at zenith. "That's the easy bit," I told him, stroking his neck fondly. "Lord, but you are lovely. You're not half blown yet, are you?" We walked for about 10 minutes. Then we had the good luck to come across a little creek with a wooden bridge running across it. I let him drink for a long minute, then pulled him away before he took too much. Then I mounted up and gaited him back up to a gallop by slow stages. My legs burned and ached as I leaned over his neck. The drumming of his hooves was like a counterpoint to the slow song of the wind endlessly burning past my ears. The first snag came about an hour later, when we had to cross a wide stream. It wasn't treacherous by any means, but I had to unsaddle him and carry everything across rather than risk it getting wet. I couldn't ride him for hours wearing a wet harness. On the other side of the river, I dried him off with my blanket and resaddled him. It took half an hour, which meant he had gone from being rested to being cold, so I had to warm him up gently, slow walk to trot to canter. That stream cost me an hour all told. I worried if there was another one, the chill would get into Salen's muscles. If that happened, Telu himself wouldn't be able to bring him up to a gallop again. An hour later, I passed through a small town, hardly more than a church and a tavern that happened to be next to each other. I stopped long enough to let Salen drink a bit from a trough. I stretched my numb legs and looked up anxiously at the sun. After that, the fields and farms grew fewer and farther between. The trees grew thicker and denser. The road narrowed and was not in good repair, rocky in places, washed out in others. It made for slower and slower going, but truth be told, neither myself nor Kvothe had much more galloping left in us. Eventually, we came to another stream crossing the road, not much more than a foot deep at the most. The water had a hard, sharp, foul smell that let me know there was a tannery upstream, or a refinery. There wasn't any bridge, and Kvothe made his way slowly across, placing his hooves gingerly on the rocky bottom. I wondered idly if it felt good, like when you dandle your feet in the water after a long day's walking. The stream didn't slow us down much, but over the next half hour, we had to cross it 3 separate times as it wound back and forth across the road. It was an inconvenience more than anything, never much deeper than a foot and a half. Each time we crossed it, the acrid smell of the water was worse, solvents and acids. If not a refinery, then at least a mine. I kept my hands on the reins, ready to pull Salen's head up if he tried to drink, but he was smarter than that. A long canter later, I came up over a hill and looked down onto a crossroads at the bottom of a small, grassy valley. Right under the signpost was a tinker with a pair of donkeys, one of them loaded so high with bags and bundles that it looked ready to tip over, the other conspicuously unburdened. It stood by the side of the dirt road, grazing with a small mountain of gear piled beside it. The tinker sat on a small stool at the side of the road, looking dispirited. His expression brightened when he saw me riding down the hill. I read the signpost as I came closer. North was Traben. South was Tem Falls. I reined in as I approached. Kethsalen and I could both use the rest, and I was not in enough of a hurry to be rude to a tinker, not by half. If nothing else, the fellow could tell me how far I had left to go before I came to Traben. "Hello there," he said, looking up at me, shading his eyes with one hand. "You've got the look of a lad that's wanting something." He was older, balding, with a round, friendly face. I laughed. "I'm wanting a lot of things, Tinker, but I don't think you've got any of them in your packs." He gave me an ingratiating smile. "Well now, don't go assuming." He stopped and looked down for a moment, thoughtfully. When he met my eyes again, his expression was still kind, but more serious than before. "Listen, I'll be honest with you, son. My little donkey has got herself a stone bruise in her forehoof and can't carry her load. I'm stuck here until I come by some manner of help." "Normally, nothing would make me happier than to help you, Tinker," I said, "but I need to get to Traben as quickly as I can." "That won't take much doing." He nodded over the hill to the north. "You're only about a half-mile out. If the wind was blowing southerly, you could smell the smoke." I looked in the direction he gestured and saw chimney smoke rising from behind the hill. A great wave of relief washed over me. I'd made it, and it was barely an hour after noon. The tinker continued. "I need to get to the Eavesdown docks." He nodded to the east. "I've made arrangements to ship down river, and I'd dearly love to catch my boat." He eyed my horse significantly. "But I'll need a new pack animal to carry my gear." It seems my luck had finally turned. Salen was a fine horse, but now that I was in Traben, he would be little more than a constant drain on my limited resources. Still, it's never wise to look eager to sell. "This is an awful lot of horse to be used for packing," I said, patting Kethsalen's neck. "He's a full-blooded Kershayan, and I can tell you I've never seen a better horse in all my days." The tinker looked him over skeptically. "He's knackered is what he is," he said. "He hasn't got another mile left in him." I swung off the saddle, staggering a bit when my rubbery legs almost buckled underneath me. "You should give him more credit, Tinker. He's come all the way from Imre today." The tinker chuckled. "You're not a bad liar, boy, but you need to know when to stop. If the bait's too big, the fish won't bite." I didn't need to pretend to be horrified. "I'm sorry I didn't properly introduce myself." I held out my hand. "My name is Kvothe. I'm a trooper and one of the Edema Rue. Never on my most desperate day would I lie to a tinker." The tinker shook my hand. "Well," he said, slightly taken aback, "my sincere apologies to you and your family. It's rare to see one of your folk alone on the road." He looked the horse over critically. "All the way from Imre, you say?" I nodded. "That's what, almost 60 miles? Hell of a ride." He looked at me with a knowing smile. "How are your legs?" I grinned back at him. "Let's just say I'll be glad to be on my own feet again. He's good for another 10 miles, I'd guess, but I can't say the same for myself." The tinker looked over the horse again and gave a gusty sigh. "Well, as I said, you've got me over a bit of a barrel. How much do you want for him?" "Well," I said, "Kethsalen here's a full-blooded Kershayan, and his color is lovely, you have to admit. Not a patch on him but isn't black. Not a white whisker." The tinker burst out laughing. "I take it back," he said. "You're a terrible liar." "I don't see what's so funny," I said a little stiffly. The tinker gave me an odd look. "Not a white whisker, no?" He nodded past me towards Salen's hindquarters. "But if he's all black, then I'm Oren Velseter." I turned to look and saw that Kethsalen's left hind foot had a distinct white sock that went halfway up to his hock. Stupefied, I walked back and bent down to look. It wasn't a clean white, more of a washed-out gray. I could smell the faint odor of the stream we had splashed through on the last leg of our journey. Solvents. "That shim bastard," I said incredulously. "He sold me a dyed horse." Didn't the name tip you off? The tinker chuckled. Kethsalen? Lord, boy, someone's been thumbing their nose at you. His name means twilight, I said. The tinker shook his head. Your Siaru is rusty. Kethsalem would be first night. Salen means sock. His name is one sock. I thought back to the horse trader's reaction when I'd picked the name. No wonder the fellow had seemed so disconcerted. No wonder he had dropped the price so quickly and easily. He thought I knew his little secret. The tinker laughed at my expression and clapped me on the back. Don't sweat it, lad. It happens to the best of us from time to time. He turned away and began to rummage through his bundles. I think I have something you'll like. Let me offer you a trade. He turned around and held out something black and gnarled like a piece of driftwood. I took it from him and looked it over. It was heavy and cold to the touch. A lump of slag iron? I asked. Are you out of magic beans? The tinker held out a pin in his other hand. He held it about a handspan away, then let go. Instead of falling, the pin snapped to the side and clung to the smooth blob of black iron. I drew in an appreciative breath. A lodenstone? I've never seen one of these. Technically, it's a Traben stone, he said matter-of-factly, as it's never been near Loden, but you're near enough. There's all manner of people who would be interested in that beauty down Imre way. I nodded absently as I turned it over in my hands. I'd always wanted to see a drawstone, ever since I was a child. I pulled the pin away, feeling the strange attraction it had to smooth black metal. I marveled. A piece of star iron in my hand. How much do you figure it's worth? I asked. The tinker sucked his teeth a little. Well, I'm figuring right here and now it's worth just about one full-blooded Kershane pack mule. I turned it over in my hand, pulled the pin away, and let it snap back again. Trouble is, tinker, I put myself into debt with a dangerous woman in order to buy this horse. If I don't sell it well, I'm going to be in a desperate way. He nodded. Piece of sky iron of that size? If you take less than 18 talents, you're cutting a hole in your own purse. Jewelers will buy it, or rich folk who want it for the novelty. He tapped the side of his nose. But if you head to the university, you'll do better. Artificers have a great love for lodenstone. Alchemists, too. If you find one in the right mood, you'll get more. It was a good deal. Manette had taught me lodenstone was quite valuable and difficult to come by, not only for its galvanic properties, but because pieces of sky iron like this often had rare metals mingled with the iron. I held out my hand. I'm willing to make it a deal. We shook hands solemnly, then just as the tinker began to reach for the reins, I asked, And what will you give me for his tack and saddle? I was a little worried that the tinker might take offense at my wheedling, but instead he smiled a sly smile. That's a clever lad, he chuckled. I like a fellow who's not afraid to push for a little extra. What would you like, then? I've got a lovely woolen blanket here, or some nice rope. He pulled a coil of it out of the donkey's packs. Always good to have a piece of rope with you. Ooh, how about this? He turned around with a bottle in his hands and winked at me. I've got some lovely Avenish fruit wine. I'll give you all 3 for your horse's gear. I could use a spare blanket, I admitted. Then a thought occurred to me. Do you have any clothes near my size? I seem to be going through a lot of shirts lately. The old man paused, holding the rope and bottle of wine, then shrugged and began to dig around in his packs. Have you heard anything about a wedding around these parts? I asked. Tinkers always have their ears to the ground. The Mothin wedding? He tied off one pack and began to dig through another. I hate to tell you, but you missed it. Happened yesterday. My stomach clenched at his casual tone. If there had been a massacre, the tinker would certainly have heard. I suddenly had the horrible thought that I'd put myself in debt and run halfway to the mountains on a goose chase. Were you there? Did anything odd happen? Here we are, The tinker turned around, holding up a shirt of plain gray homespun. "Nothing fancy, I'm afraid, but it's new. Well, newish." He held it up to my chest to judge the fit. "The wedding?" I prompted. "What? Oh, no, I wasn't there. Bit of an event, though, from what I understand. Mothin's only daughter, and they were sending her off proper. Been planning it for months." "So you didn't hear of anything odd happening?" I asked, a sinking feeling in my gut. He shrugged helplessly. "Like I said, I wasn't there. I've been up around the ironworks the last couple days." He nodded to the west. "Trading with panners and folk up in the high rock." He tapped the side of his head as if he just remembered something. "That reminds me, I found a brassy up in the hills." He rummaged in his packs again and brought out a flat, thick bottle. "If you don't care for wine, maybe something a little stronger." I started to shake my head, then realized that some homemade brand would be useful cleaning my side tonight. "I might be," I said, "depending on the offer on the table." "Honest young gent like yourself," he said grandly. "I'll give you blanket, both bottles, and the coil of rope." "You're generous, Tinker, but I'd rather have the shirt than the rope and the fruit wine. They'd just be dead weight in my bag, and I've got a lot of walking ahead of me." His expression soured a little, but he shrugged. "Your call, of course. Blanket, shirt, brand, and 3 jots." We shook hands, and I took time to help him load Keth Salen because I had a vague feeling that I'd insulted him by turning down his previous offer. 10 minutes later, he was heading east, and I made my way north over the green hills into Traben. I was glad to walk the last half-mile under my own power, as it helped me work the stiffness from my legs and back. As I crested the hill, I saw Traben sprawling out below, tucked into a low bowl made by the hills. It wasn't a large town by any means, perhaps 100 buildings sprawling around a dozen winding packed dirt streets. In the early days with the troupe, I'd learned how to size up a town. It's a lot like reading your audience when you're playing in a tavern. The stakes are higher, of course. Play the wrong song in a tavern, and people might hiss you, but misjudge an entire town, and things can get uglier than that. So I sized up Traben. It was off the beaten path, halfway between a mining town and a farming town. They weren't likely to be instantly suspicious of strangers, but it was small enough that everyone knew by looking at you that you weren't one of the locals. I was surprised to see people setting up straw-stuffed shamblemen outside their homes. That meant that despite the proximity to Imre and the university, Traben was truly a backwater community. Every town has a harvest festival of some sort, but these days, most folks settle for having a bonfire and getting drunk. The fact that they were following old folk traditions meant people in Traben were more superstitious than I would usually expect. Despite that, I liked seeing the shamblemen. I have a fondness for the traditional harvest festivals, superstitions and all. They're a type of theater, really. The Tailing Church was the nicest building in town, 3 stories tall and made of quarried stone. Nothing odd about that, but bolted above the front doors, high above the ground, was one of the biggest iron wheels I'd ever seen. It was real iron, too, not just painted wood. It was 10 feet tall and must have weighed a solid ton. Ordinarily, such a display would have made me nervous, but since Traben was a mining town, I guessed it showed civic pride more than fanatic piety. Most of the other buildings in town were low to the ground, built of rough timber with cedar shingle roofs. The inn was respectable, though, 2 stories tall, with plaster walls and red clay tiles on the roof. There was bound to be someone in there who would know more about the wedding. There was a bare handful of people inside. Not surprising, as harvest was in full swing, and there were still 5 or 6 hours of good daylight left. I put on my best anxious expression as I made my way over to the bar where the innkeeper stood. "Excuse me," I said. "I hate to trouble you, but I'm looking for someone." The innkeeper was a dark-haired man with a perpetual scowl.
"Who's that, then?"
"My cousin was here for a wedding," I said, "and I heard there was some trouble." At the word wedding, the innkeeper's scowl turned stony. I could feel the 2 men farther down the bar not looking at me, pointedly, not looking anywhere in my direction. It was true, then. Something terrible had happened. I saw the innkeeper reach out and press his fingers onto the bar. It took me a second to realize he was touching the iron head of a nail driven into the wood.
"Bad business,"
he said shortly.
"Nothing I care to say about it."
"Please," I said, letting worry bleed into my tone. "I was visiting family in Thames Falls when the rumor came down that something had happened. They're all busy pulling in the last of the wheat, so I promised I'd come up and see what the trouble was." The innkeeper looked me up and down. A gawker, he could turn away, but he couldn't deny me the right to know what had happened to a family member.
"There's the one upstairs who was there," he said shortly. "Not from around here. Might be your cousin."
A witness. I opened my mouth to ask another question, but he shook his head.
"I don't know a thing about it," he said firmly. "Don't care to either."
He turned and made himself suddenly busy with the taps of his beer barrels.
"Up at the far end of the hall, on the left."
I headed across the room and up the stairs. I could feel everyone not looking at me now. Their silence and the innkeeper's tone made it clear that whoever was upstairs was not one of the many who had been there. It was the one survivor. I went to the end of the hallway and knocked on the door. First softly, then again, louder. I opened the door slowly so as not to startle whoever might be inside. It was a narrow room with a narrow bed. A woman lay on it, fully clothed, one arm wrapped in a bandage. Her head was turned toward the window so I could only see her profile. Still, I recognized her. Denna. I must have made some noise because she turned to look at me. Her eyes went wide, and for once she was the one who was at a loss for words. "I heard you were in some trouble," I said nonchalantly, "so I thought I'd come and help." Her eyes went wide for a moment, then narrowed. "You're lying," she said with a wry twist to her lips. "I am," I admitted, "but it's a pretty lie." I took a step into the room and closed the door softly. "I would have come if I'd known." "Anyone can make the trip after they get the news," she said dismissively. "It takes a special sort of man to show up when he doesn't know there's trouble." She sat up and turned to face me, swinging her legs over the side of the bed. Now that I looked more closely, I noticed that she had a bruise high on one temple in addition to the bandage on her arm. I took another step toward her. "Are you all right?" I asked. "No," she said bluntly, "but I could be a damn sight worse off." She came to her feet slowly, as if she was unsure how steady she would be. She took a cautious step or two and seemed more or less satisfied. "Right, I can walk. Let's get out of here." Chapter 72. Borrow-Rill. Denna turned left instead of right as she came out of her room. At first, I thought she was disoriented, but when she came to a back stairway, I saw she was actually trying to leave without heading through the tap room. She found the alley door, but it was locked fast. So we headed out the front. As soon as we entered the tap room, I was pointedly aware of everyone's attention on us. Denna made a beeline for the front door, moving but with slow determination of a storm cloud. We were almost out when the man behind the bar called out, "Oi! Hey now!" Denna's eyes flickered to the side. Her mouth made a thin line, and she continued her walk to the door as if she hadn't heard. "I'll deal with him," I said softly. "Wait for me. I'll be out in just a second." I walked over to where the barman stood scowling. "That your cousin, then?" he asked. "Has the constable said she can go?" "I thought you didn't want to know anything about it," I said. "I surely don't. But she's had use of the room and meals, and I had the doctor out to patch her up." I gave him a hard look. If there's a doctor in this town worth more than a halfpenny, then I'm the king of Vint. "I'm out half a talent and all," he insisted. "Bandages ain't free, and I had a woman by to sit with her, waiting for her to wake up." I doubted very much that he was out half that, but I certainly didn't want trouble with the constable. In truth, I didn't want any sort of delay. Given Denna's tendencies, I was worried that if I lost sight of her for more than a minute, she would disappear like morning fog. I took 5 jots from my purse and scattered them onto the bar. Knackers profit from a plague, I said scathingly, and left. I felt a ridiculous amount of relief when I saw Denna waiting outside, leaning against the horse post. Her eyes were closed and she had her face tilted toward the sun. She sighed contentedly and turned toward the sound of my approaching footsteps. Was it that bad? I asked. They were kind enough at first, Denna admitted, gesturing with her bandaged arm. But this old woman kept checking in on me. She frowned and brushed her long black hair back, giving me a clear view of the purpling bruise that spread from her temple all the way back to her hairline. You know the type. Some tight-laced spinster with a mouth like a cat's ass. I burst out laughing, and Denna's sudden smile was like the sun peering from behind a cloud. Then her face grew dark again as she continued. She kept giving me this look, like I should have had the decency to die with all the other folk, like all this was my fault. Denna shook her head. But she was better than the old men. The constable put his hand on my leg. She shuddered. Even the mayor came, clucking over me like he cared, but he was only there to badger me with questions. What were you doing there? What happened? What did you see? The scorn in Denna's voice made me bite back my own questions so quickly that I almost caught my tongue between my teeth. It's my nature to ask questions, not to mention that the whole purpose of this mad dash into the foothills was to investigate what had happened. Still, the tone of Denna's voice made it clear she was in no mood to give answers right now. I shrugged my travel sack higher up onto my shoulder, and something occurred to me. Wait, your things. You left them all back in your room. Denna hesitated for a heartbeat. I don't think anything of mine was there, she said, as if the thought hadn't even occurred to her before. Are you sure you don't want to go back and check? She shook her head firmly. I leave where I'm not welcome, she said matter-of-factly. Everything else I can make up along the way. Denna started to walk down the street, and I fell in beside her. She turned onto a narrow side street, heading west. We passed an old woman hanging a shamble man made of oat sheaves. It wore a crude straw hat and a pair of sackcloth pants. Where are we headed? I asked. I need to see if my things are out at the Mothin farm, she said. After that, I'm open to suggestions. Where were you planning to go before you found me? Honestly, I was heading out to the Mothin farm myself. Denna gave me a sideways look. Fair enough. It's only about a mile out to the farm. We can be there and still have plenty of light. The land around Traben was rough, mostly thick forest broken by stretches of rocky ground. Then the road would round a corner, and there would be a small, perfect field of golden wheat tucked among the trees, or nestled into a valley surrounded by dark stone bluffs. Farmers and hands dotted the fields, covered in chaff and moving with the slow weariness that comes from knowing half the day's harvest was still to come. We'd only been walking a minute when I heard a familiar thump of hooves behind us. I turned to see a small, open-topped cart bumping slowly up the road. Denna and I stepped off into the scrub, as the road was barely wide enough for the cart. A bone-weary farmer eyed us suspiciously from where he sat, hunched over the reins. We're heading to the Mothin farm, Denna called out as he came closer. Would you mind if we caught a ride? The man eyed us grimly, then nodded toward the back of the cart. I'm heading past old Borrill. You'll have to make your own way from there. Denna and I clambered on and sat facing backward on the clapboard with our feet dangling over the edge. It wasn't much faster than walking, but we were both glad to be off our feet. We rode in silence. Denna obviously wasn't interested in discussing things in front of the farmer, and I was glad to have a moment to think things over. I had planned on telling whatever lies were necessary to get the information I wanted from the witness. Denna complicated things. I didn't want to lie to her, but at the same time I couldn't risk telling her too much. The last thing I wanted to do was convince her that I was crazy with wild stories of the Chandrian. So we rode in silence. It was just nice being near her. You wouldn't think a girl in bandages with a blackened eye could be beautiful, but Denna was. Lovely as the moon. Not flawless, perhaps, but perfect. The farmer spoke up, breaking my reverie.
Yes, Borrill.
I looked around for the rill, but couldn't see it, which was a shame, as I wouldn't mind a cool drink or a bit of a wash. Hours of hard riding had left me sweaty and smelling of horse. We thanked the farmer and hopped off the back of the cart. Denna led the way along the dirt track that wound back and forth up the side of the hill, between the trees and the occasional outcrop of worn, dark stone. Denna seemed steadier than when we'd left the tavern, but kept her eyes on the ground, choosing her steps with deliberate care as if she didn't quite trust her balance. A sudden thought came to me. "I got your note," I said, pulling the folded piece of paper out of a pocket in my cloak. "When did you leave it for me?" "Nearly 2 span ago." I grimaced. "I only got it last night." She nodded to herself. "I worried about that when you never showed up. I thought it might have fallen out or gotten wet so you couldn't read it." "I just haven't used the window lately," I said. Denna shrugged nonchalantly. "Silly of me to assume you would, really." I tried to think of something to add, something that would explain what she might have seen when Fella had given me my cloak in the Aeolian. I couldn't think of anything. "I'm sorry I missed our lunch." Denna looked up, amused. "Diak said you were caught in a fire or something. Told me that you looked positively wretched." "I felt wretched," I said. "More from missing you than from the fire." She rolled her eyes. "I'm sure you were terribly distraught. You did me a favor in a way. While I was sitting there, alone, pining away, I said I was sorry. An older gentleman introduced himself to me. We talked, got to know each other." She shrugged and looked sideways at me, almost bashfully. "I've been meeting with him ever since. If things continue smoothly, I think he'll be my patron before the year is out." "Really?" I said, relief splashing over me like cold water. "That's wonderful and long overdue. Who is he?" She shook her head, her dark hair falling down around her face. "I can't say. He's obsessed with his privacy. He wouldn't tell me his real name for more than a span. Even now, I don't know if the name he's given me is real." "If you're not sure who he really is," I said slowly, "how do you know he's a gentleman?" It was a foolish question. We both knew the answer, but she said it anyway. "Money, clothes, bearing," she shrugged. "Even if he's only a wealthy merchant, he'll still make a good patron." "But not a great one. Merchant families don't have the same stability, and their names don't carry the same weight," she finished with another knowing shrug. "Half a loaf is better than none, and I'm tired of having no loaf at all," she sighed. "I've been working hard to reel him in, but he's so dodgy. We never meet in the same place twice, and never in public. Sometimes he'll set up a meeting and never even show up for it. Not that that's anything new in my life." Denna staggered as a rock shifted under her foot. I grabbed for her, and she caught hold of my arm and shoulder before she fell. For a moment, we were pressed against each other, and I was very aware of her body against mine, as she took a moment to balance herself. I steadied her, and we moved apart. But after she regained her footing, she kept her hand resting lightly on my arm. I moved slowly, as if a wild bird had landed there, and I was desperately trying to avoid startling it into flight. I considered putting my arm around her, partly for support, and partly for other more obvious reasons. I quickly discarded the idea. I still remembered the look on her face when she mentioned the constable touching her leg. What would I do if she had a similar response to me? Men flocked around Denna, and I knew from our conversations how tiresome she found them. I couldn't bear the thought of making the same mistakes they made, simply because I didn't know any better. It was better not to risk offending her, better to be safe. As I've said before, there's a great difference between being fearless and being brave. We followed the path as it doubled back on itself, continuing up the hill. All was silent except for the wind moving in the tall grass. "So he's secretive," I prompted gently, worried that the silence would soon become uncomfortable. "Secretive doesn't cover it by half," Denna said, rolling her eyes. "Once a woman offered me money for information about him. I played dumb, and later when I told him about it, he said it had been a test to see how much I could be trusted. Another time, some men threatened me. I'm guessing that was another test." The fellow sounded rather sinister to me, like a fugitive from the law or someone hiding from his family. I was about to say so when I saw Denna looking at me anxiously. She was worried that I would think less of her for pandering to the whimsy of some paranoid lordling. I thought about my talk with Diak, about the fact that, hard as my lot was, hers was undoubtedly harder. What would I put up with if I could win a powerful noble's patronage? What would I go through to find someone who would give me money for lute strings, see that I was dressed and fed, and protect me from vicious little bastards like Ambrose? I bit back my previous comments and gave her a knowing grin. "He'd better be rich enough to be worth your trouble," I said. "Bags of money. Pots of it." Her mouth quirked up at the corner, and I felt her body relax, glad that I wasn't judging her. "Well, that would be telling now, wouldn't it?" Her eyes danced, saying, "Yes." "He's the reason I'm here," she continued. "He told me to show up at this wedding. It's a lot more rural than I expected, but—" She shrugged again, a silent comment about the inexplicable desires of the nobility. "I expected my patron-to-be there." She stopped, laughing. "Did that even make any sense?" "Just make up a name for him," I suggested. "You pick one," she said. "Don't they teach you about names at the university?" "Annabelle," I suggested. "I will not," she said, laughing. "Refer to my potential patron as Annabelle." "The Duke of Richmoney?" "Now you're just being flippant. Try again." "Just tell me when I hit one you like." "Frederick the Flippant. Frank. Farron. Foru. Fordale." She shook her head at me as we climbed the crest of the hill. As we finally reached the top, the wind gusted past us. Denna gripped my arm for balance, and I held up a hand to shield my eyes from dust and leaves. I coughed in surprise as the wind forced a leaf straight into my mouth, causing me to choke and sputter. Denna thought this was particularly funny. "Fine," I said, as I fished the leaf out of my mouth. It was yellow, shaped like a spearhead. "The wind has decided for us. Master Ash." "Are you sure it isn't Master Elm?" she asked, eyeing the leaf. "It's a common mistake." "Tastes like an ash," I said. "Besides, elm is feminine." She nodded seriously, though her eyes were dancing. "Ash it is, then." As we made it out of the trees and over the top of the hill, the wind gusted again, pelting us with more debris before it died down. Denna took a step away from me, muttering and rubbing at her eyes. The part of my arm where her hand had rested suddenly felt very cold. "Black hands," she said, scrubbing at her face. "I've got chaff in my eyes." "Not chaff," I said, looking across the top of the hill. Not 50 feet away was a cluster of charred buildings that must have once been the Mothan farm. Ash. I led Denna to a little stand of trees that blocked the wind and the sight of the farm. I gave her my water bottle and we sat on a fallen tree, resting as she rinsed her eyes clean. "You know," I said hesitantly, "you don't need to go over there. I could look for your things if you tell me where you left them." Her eyes narrowed a little. "I can't tell if you're being considerate or condescending. I don't know what you saw last night, so I don't know how delicate I should be." "I don't need much delicacy as a rule," she said shortly. "I'm no blushing daisy." "Daisies don't blush." Denna looked at me, blinking her red eyes. "You're probably thinking of shrinking violet or blushing virgin. Either way, daisies are white. They can't blush." "That," she said flatly, "was condescending." "Well, I thought I'd let you know what it looked like," I said. for comparison, so there's less confusion when I'm trying to be considerate. We stared at each other for a bit. Eventually, she looked away, rubbing at her eyes. Fair enough, she admitted. She tilted her head back and splashed more water onto her face, blinking furiously. I really didn't see much, she said as she daubed her face on her shirt sleeve. I played before the wedding, then again while they were getting ready for supper. I kept expecting my... She gave a faint smile. Master Ash to make an appearance, but I knew I couldn't dare ask about him. For all I knew, the whole thing was another test of his. She trailed off, frowning. He has a way of signaling me, a way of letting me know when he's around. I excused myself and found him over by the barn. We headed into the woods for a bit, and he asked me questions. Who was there? How many people? What they looked like? She looked thoughtful. Now that I'm thinking of it, I think that was the real test. He wanted to see how observant I was. He almost sounds like a spy, I mused. Dennis shrugged. We wandered for about half an hour, talking. Then he heard something and told me to wait for him. He headed off toward the farmhouse and was gone for a long while. How long? 10 minutes? She shrugged. You know how it is when you're waiting for someone. It was dark and I was cold and hungry. She wrapped her arms around her stomach and leaned forward a little. Gods, I'm hungry now, too. I wish I would have... I pulled an apple out of my travel sack and handed it to her. They were gorgeous, red as blood, sweet and crisp. The sort of apples you dream about all year but can only get for a few weeks during the fall. Denna gave me a curious look. I used to travel a lot, I explained as I took one for myself, and I used to be hungry a lot, so I usually carry something to eat. I'll fix you a real dinner when we set camp for the night. And he cooks, too. She bit into the apple and took a drink of water to wash it down. Anyway, I thought I heard shouting, so I headed back in the direction of the farm. When I came out from behind a bluff, I could definitely hear screaming and shouting. Then I got closer and smelled smoke, and I saw the light of the fire through the trees. What color was it? I asked, my mouth half full of apple. Denna looked at me sharply, her expression suddenly suspicious. Why do you ask that? I'm sorry, I interrupted, I said, swallowing my mouthful of apple. Finish your story first, and I'll tell you afterward. I've been talking an awful lot, she said, and you haven't made any mention at all of why you're up in this little corner of the world. The masters down at the university heard some odd rumors and sent me here to find out if they were true, I said. There was no awkwardness or hesitation in the lie. I didn't even plan it, really. It just came out. Forced to make a snap decision, I couldn't safely tell her the truth about my search for the Chandrian. I couldn't bear the thought of Denna thinking I was brain-addled. The university does that sort of thing, Denna asked. I thought you lot just sat around reading books. Some folks read, I admitted. But when we hear strange rumors, someone needs to go out and find out what's really happened. When people get superstitious, they start to look toward the university and think, who around here is meddling with dark powers better left alone? Who should we toss into a great blazing bonfire? So you do this sort of thing a lot? She made a gesture with her half-eaten apple. Investigate things? I shook my head. I just got on a master's bad side. He made sure I drew the short straw for this little trip. Not a bad lie, considering it was off the cuff. It would even hold up if she did any asking around, as parts of it were true. When necessity demands it, I'm an excellent liar. Not the noblest of skills, but useful. It ties closely to acting and storytelling, and I learned all three from my father, who was a master craftsman. You are so full of horse shit, she said matter-of-factly. I froze with my teeth halfway into my apple. I pulled back, leaving white impressions in the red skin. I beg your pardon? She shrugged. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine, but don't fabricate some story out of a misguided desire to pacify or impress me. I drew a deep breath, hesitated, and let it out slowly. I don't want to lie to you about why I'm here, I said, but I worry what you might think if I tell you the truth. Denna's eyes were dark, thoughtful, and gave nothing away. "Fair enough," she said at last, with an almost imperceptible nod. "I believe that." She took a bite of her apple and gave me a long look as she chewed, never looking away from my eyes. Her lips were wet and redder than the apple. "I heard some rumors," I said at last, "and I want to know what happened here. That's all, really. Listen, Kvothe, I'm sorry." Denna sighed and ran a hand through her hair. "I shouldn't have pushed you. It's none of my business, really. I know what it's like to have secrets." I almost told her everything then. The whole story about my parents, the Chandrian, the man with black eyes and a nightmare smile. But I worried it might seem like the desperate elaboration of a child caught in a lie. So instead, I took the coward's way out and stayed silent. "You'll never find your true love that way," Denna said. I snapped out of my reverie, confused. "I'm sorry, what?" "You eat the core of your apple," she said, amused. "You eat it all around, then from the bottom to the top. I've never seen anyone do that before." "Old habit," I said dismissively, not wanting to tell her the truth, that there had been a time in my life when the core was all of the apple I was likely to find, and I'd been glad of it. "What did you mean before?" "Didn't you ever play that game?" She held up her own apple core and grabbed the stem with 2 fingers. "You think of a letter and twist. If the stem stays on, you think of another letter and twist again. When the stem breaks off," hers did, "you know the first letter of the name of the person you are going to fall in love with." I looked down at the tiny piece of apple I had left, not enough to grip and twist. I bit off the last of the apple and tossed the stem. "Looks like I'm destined to be loveless." "There you go with 7 words again," she said with a smile. "You do realize you always do that?" It took me a minute to realize what she was referring to, but before I could respond, Denna had moved on. "I heard the seeds are supposed to be bad for you," she said. "They have arsenic in them." "That's just a wives' tale," I said. It was one of the 10,000 questions I'd asked Ben when he traveled with the troop. "It's not arsenic, it's cyanide, and there's not enough to hurt you unless you eat buckets full." "Oh." Denna gave the remains of her apple a speculative look, then began to eat it from the bottom up. "You were telling me about what happened to Master Ash before I rudely interrupted," I prompted gently as I could. Denna shrugged. "There isn't much left to tell. I saw the fire, came closer, heard more shouting and commotion. And the fire—" She hesitated. "Blue." I felt a sort of anticipation rise up in me. Excitement at finally being close to answers about the Chandrian. Fear at the thought of being close to them. "What did the ones look like who attacked you? How did you get away?" She gave a bitter laugh. "Nobody attacked me. I saw shapes outlined against the fire and ran like Billy Hell." She lifted her bandaged arm and touched the side of her head. "I must have gone headfirst into a tree and knocked myself out. I woke up in town this morning." "That's the other reason I needed to come back," she said. "I don't know if Master Ash might still be out here. I didn't hear anyone in town talking about finding an extra body, but I couldn't ask without making everyone suspicious." "And he wouldn't like that," I said. Denna nodded. "I don't doubt he'll turn this into another test to see how well I can keep my mouth shut." She gave me a significant look. "Speaking of which, I'll make a point of being terribly surprised if we find anyone," I said. "Don't worry." She smiled nervously. "Thanks. I just hope he's alive. I've invested 2 whole span trying to win him over." She took a final drink out of my water bottle and handed it back to me. "Let's go have a look around, shall we?" Denna came unsteadily to her feet, and I tucked my water bottle back into my travel sack, watching her out of the corner of my eye. I had worked in the Medica for the better part of a year. Denna had been struck on her left temple hard enough to blacken her eye and bruise her well past her ear into her hairline. Her right arm was bandaged, and from the way she carried herself, I guessed she had some serious bruises along her left side, if not a few broken ribs. If she had run into a tree, it must have been an oddly shaped tree. But still, I didn't make a point of it, didn't press her. How could I? I, too, knew what it was like to have secrets. The farm was nowhere near as gruesome as it could have been. The barn was nothing but a jumble of ash and planking. To one side, a water trough stood next to a charred windmill. The wind tried to spin the wheel, but it only had 3 fins left, and it simply swayed back and forth, back and forth. There were no bodies. Only the deep ruts wagon wheels had cut into the turf when they had come to haul them away. "How many people were at the wedding?" I asked. 26, counting the bride and groom." Denna kicked idly at a charred timber, half buried in ashes near the remains of the barn. "Good thing it usually rains in the evenings here, or this whole side of the mountain would be on fire by now." "Any simmering feuds lurking around here?" I asked. "Rival families? Another suitor looking for revenge?" "Of course," Denna said easily. "Little town like this, that's what keeps things on an even keel. These folk will carry a grudge for 50 years about what their Tom said about our Carrie." She shook her head. "But nothing of the killing sort. These were normal folk." Normal, but wealthy, I thought to myself as I walked toward the farmhouse. This was the sort of house only a wealthy family could afford to build. The foundation and the lower walls were solid gray stone. The upper story was plaster and timber with stone reinforcing the corners. Still, the walls sagged inward on the verge of collapse. The windows and door gaped with dark soot licking out around the edges. I peered through the doorway and saw the gray stone of the walls charred black. There was broken crockery scattered among the remains of furniture and charred floorboards. "If your things were in there," I said to Denna, "I think they're as good as gone. I can go in for a look." "Don't be stupid," she said. "This whole thing is about to come down." She knocked a knuckle against the doorframe. It echoed hollowly. Curious at the odd sound of it, I went over to look. I picked at the doorpost with a fingernail, and a long splinter the size of my palm peeled away with little resistance. "This is more like driftwood than timber," I said. "After spending all this money, why skimp on the doorframe?" Denna shrugged. "Maybe the heat of the fire did it." I nodded absently and continued to wander around, looking things over. I bent to pick up a piece of charred shingle and muttered a binding under my breath. A brief chill spread up my arms, and flame flickered to life along the rough edge of the wood. "That's something you don't see every day," Denna said. Her voice was calm, but it was a forced calm, as if she was trying to sound nonchalant. It took me a moment to figure out what she was talking about. Simple sympathy like this was so commonplace in the university that I hadn't even thought about how it would look to someone else. "Just a little meddling with dark forces better left alone," I said lightly, holding up the burning shingle. "The fire was blue last night?" She nodded. "Like a coal gas flame, like the lamps they have in Annalyn." The shingle was burning an ordinary, cheerful orange. No trace of blue about it, but it could have been blue last night. I dropped the shingle and crushed it out with my boot. I circled the house again. Something was bothering me, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I wanted to go inside for a look around. "The fire really wasn't that bad," I called out to Denna. "What did you end up leaving inside?" "Not that bad," she said incredulously as she came around the corner. "The place is a husk." I pointed. "The roof isn't burned through except right by the chimney. That means the fire probably didn't damage the second story very much. What of yours was in there?" "I had some clothes and a lyre Master Ash bought for me." "You play the lyre?" I was surprised. "How many strings?" 7. I'm just learning." She gave a brief, humorless laugh. "I was learning. I'm good enough for a country wedding, and that's about it." "Don't waste yourself on the lyre," I said. It's an archaic instrument with no room for subtlety. Not to disparage your choice of instrument, I said quickly. It's just that your voice deserves better accompaniment than a lyre can give you. If you're looking for a straight-string instrument you can carry with you, go for a half-harp. You're sweet, she said, but I didn't pick it. Mr. Ashe did. I'll push him for a harp next time. She looked around aimlessly and sighed. If he's still alive. I peered in one of the gaping windows to look around, only to have a chunk of the windowsill snap off in my hands when I leaned on it. This one's rotten through, too, I said, crumbling it in my hands. Exactly. Denna took hold of my arm and pulled me away from the window. The place is just waiting to fall in on you. It's not worth going in. Like you said, it's just a lyre. I let myself be led away. Your patron's body might be up there. Denna shook her head. He's not the sort to run into a burning building and get himself trapped. She gave me a hard look. What do you think you're going to find in there anyway? I don't know, I admitted. But if I don't go inside, I don't know where else to look for clues about what really happened here. What rumors did you hear anyway? Denna asked. Not much, I admitted, thinking back to what the bargeman had said. A bunch of people were killed at a wedding. Everyone dead, torn apart like rag dolls. Blue fire. They weren't really torn apart, Denna said. From what I heard in town, it was a lot of knife and sword work. I hadn't seen anyone wearing so much as a belt knife since I'd been in town. The closest thing had been farmers with sickles and scythes in the fields. I looked back at the sagging farmhouse, sure that I was missing something. So what do you think happened here? She asked. I don't know, I said. I was half expecting to find nothing. You know how rumors get blown out of proportion. I looked around. I would have written the blue fire off to rumor if you hadn't been here to confirm it. Other people saw it last night, she said. Things were still smoldering when they came for the bodies and found me. I looked around, irritated. I still felt like I was missing something, but I couldn't think of what in the world it could be. What do they think in town? I asked. Folk weren't really talkative around me, she said bitterly. But I caught a bit of the conversation between the constable and the mayor. Folk are whispering about demons. The blue fire made sure of that. Some folk were talking about shamble men. I expect the harvest festival will be more traditional than usual this year. Lots of fires and cider and straw men. I looked around again. The collapsed wreckage of the barn, a windmill with 3 fins, and a burned-out husk of a house. Frustrated, I ran my hands through my hair, still sure I was missing something. I'd expected to find something. Anything. As I stood there, it occurred to me how foolish the hope was. What had I hoped to find? A footprint? A scrap of cloth from someone's cloak? Some crumpled note with a vital piece of information conveniently written out for me to find? That sort of thing only happened in stories. I pulled out my water bottle and drank off the last of it. Well, I'm done here, I said as I walked over to the water trough. What are you planning to do next? I need to look around a bit, she said. There's a chance my gentleman friend is out there, hurt. I looked out over the rolling hills, gold with autumn leaves and wheat fields, green with pasture and stands of pine and fir. Scattered throughout were the dark scars of bluffs and stone outcroppings. There's a lot of ground to cover, I said. She nodded, her expression resigned. I've got to at least make an effort. Would you like some help? I asked. I know a little woodcraft. I certainly wouldn't mind the company, she said, especially considering the fact that there may be a troop of marauding demons in these parts. Besides, you already offered to make me dinner tonight. That I did. I made my way past the charred windmill to the iron hand pump. I grabbed the handle, leaned my weight against it, and staggered as it snapped off at the base. I stared at the broken pump handle. It was rusted through to the center, crumbling away in gritty sheets of red rust. In a sudden flash, I remembered coming back to find my troop killed that evening so many years ago. I remembered reaching out a hand to steady myself and finding the strong iron bands on the wagon's wheel rusted away. I remembered the thick, solid wood falling to pieces when I touched it. "Kvothe?" Denna's face was close to mine, her expression concerned. "Are you all right? Telu blackened, sit down before you fall down. Are you hurt?" I moved to sit on the edge of the water trough, but the thick planking crumbled under my weight like a rotten stump. I let gravity pull me the rest of the way down and sat on the grass. I held the rusted-through pump handle up for Denna to see. She frowned at it. "That pump was new. The father was bragging about how much it had cost to get a well set up here at the top of the hill. He kept saying that no daughter of his would have to carry buckets uphill 3 times a day." "What do you think happened here?" I asked, truthfully. She looked around, the bruise on her temple a sharp contrast against her pale skin. "I think when I'm done looking for my patron-to-be, I'm going to wash my hands of this place and never look back." "That's not an answer," I said. "What do you think happened?" She looked at me for a long moment before responding. "Something bad. I've never seen a demon, and I don't ever expect to. But I've never seen the King of Vint either." "Do you know that children's song?" Denna looked at me blankly, so I sang. "When the hearth fire turns to blue, what to do, what to do? Run outside, run and hide. When your bright sword turns to rust, who to trust, who to trust? Stand alone, standing stone." Denna grew paler as she realized what I was implying. She nodded and chanted the chorus softly to herself. "See a woman pale as snow, silent come and silent go. What's their plan, what's their plan? Chandrian, Chandrian." Denna and I sat in the patchwork shade of the autumn trees, out of sight of the ruined farm. Chandrian. The Chandrian were really here. I was still trying to collect my thoughts when she spoke. "Is this what you were expecting to find?" she asked. "It's what I was looking for," I said. "The Chandrian were here less than a day ago. But I didn't expect this. I mean, when you're a child and you go digging for buried treasure, you don't expect to find any. You go looking for dennerlings and fairies in the forest, but you don't find them. They killed my troop, and they killed this wedding party. Hell, I go looking for you and Imre all the time, but I don't actually expect to find you." I trailed off, realizing that I was blathering. Some of the tension bled out of Denna as she laughed. There was no mocking in it, only amusement. "So, am I lost treasure or a failing?" "You're both. Hidden, valuable, much sought and seldom found." I looked up at her, my mind hardly attending to what was coming out of my mouth. "There's much of the Fae in you as well." "They are real. The Chandrian were real." "You're never where I look for you. Then you appear all unexpected, like a rainbow." Over the last year, I'd held a silent fear in my secret heart. I worried at times that the memory of my troop's death and the Chandrian had just been a strange sort of grief dream my mind had created to help me deal with the loss of my entire world. But now I had something resembling proof. They were real. My memory was real. I wasn't crazy. When I was a child, I chased a rainbow for an hour one evening. It got lost in the woods. My parents were frantic. I thought I could catch up to it. I could see where it should touch the ground. "That's what you're—" Denna touched my arm. I felt the sudden warmth of her hand through my shirt. I drew a deep breath and smelled the smell of her hair, warm with the sun, the smell of green grass and her clean sweat and her breath and apples. The wind sighed through the trees and lifted her hair so that it tickled my face. Only when sudden silence filled the clearing did I realize that I'd been keeping up a steady stream of mindless chatter for several minutes. I flushed with embarrassment and looked around, suddenly remembering where I was. "You were a little wild around the eyes there," she said gently. "I don't think I've ever seen you out of sorts before." I took another slow breath. "I'm out of sorts all the time," I said. "I just don't show it." "My point exactly." She took a step back, her hand slowly sliding down the length of my arm until it fell away. "So what now?" I have no idea." I looked around aimlessly. "That doesn't sound like you either," she said. "I'd like a drink of water," I said, then gave a sheepish grin at how childish it sounded. She grinned back at me. "That's a good place to start," she teased. "After that?" "I'd like to know why the Chandrian attacked here." "What's their plan, eh?" She looked serious. "There isn't much middle ground with you, is there? All you want is a drink of water and then the answer to a question that folk have been guessing at since forever." "What do you think happened here?" I asked. "Who do you think killed these folks?" She crossed her arms in front of her chest. "I don't know," she said. "It could have been all manner of—" She stopped, chewing on her lower lip. "No, that's a lie," she said at last. "It sounds strange to say, but I think it was them. It sounds like something out of a story, so I don't want to believe it. But I do." She looked at me nervously. "That makes me feel better." I stood up. "I thought I might be a little crazy." "You still might be," she said. "I'm not a good touchstone to use for judging your sanity." "Do you feel crazy?" She shook her head, a half-smile curling the corner of her mouth. "No. How about you?" "Not particularly." "That's either good or bad, depending," she said. "How do you propose we go about solving the mystery of the ages?" "I need to think on it for a while," I said. "In the meantime, let's find your mysterious Master Ash. I'd love to ask him a few questions about what he saw back at the Mothin farm." Denna nodded. "I was thinking I would head back to where he left me, behind that bluff, then look between there and the farm." She shrugged. "It's not much of a plan." "It gives us a place to start," I said. "If he came back and found you were gone, he might have left a trail that we could pick up." Denna led the way through the woods. It was warmer here. The trees kept the wind at bay, but the sun could still peer through as many of the trees were nearly bare. Only the tall oaks were still holding all their leaves like self-conscious old men. As we walked, I tried to think of what reason the Chandrian could have had for killing these people. Was there any similarity between this wedding party and my troop? Someone's parents have been singing the entirely wrong sort of songs. "What did you sing last night?" I asked. "For the wedding?" "The usual," Denna said, kicking through a pile of leaves. "Bright stuff. Penny whistle, come wash in the river, copper-bottom pot." She chuckled. "Aunt Emmy's tub." "You didn't," I said aghast. "At a wedding?" "A drunk grandfather asked for it." She shrugged as she made her way through a thick tangle of yellow Bainerbyre. "There were a few raised eyebrows, but not many. They're earthy folk around here." We walked a little longer in silence. The wind gusted in the high branches above us, but where we trudged along, it was just a whisper. "I don't think I've ever heard 'Come Wash' before." "I'd have thought—" Denna looked over her shoulder at me. "Are you trying to trick me into singing for you?" "Of course." She turned and smiled warmly at me, her hair falling into her face. "Maybe later. I'll sing for my supper." She led us around a tall outcrop of dark stone. It was chillier here, out of the sun. "I think he left me here," she said, looking around uncertainly. Everything looks different during the day. Do you want to search the route back toward the farm, or circle out from here? Circles, she said, but you'll have to show me what I'm supposed to be looking for. I'm a city girl. I briefly showed her what little I knew of woodcraft. I showed her the sort of ground where a boot will leave a scuff or a print. I pointed out how the pile of leaves she had walked through were obviously disturbed, and how the branches of the Bainerbier were broken and torn where she'd struggled through. We stayed close together, as two pairs of eyes are better than one, and neither of us was eager to set off alone. We worked back and forth, making larger and larger arcs away from the bluff. After 5 minutes, I began to sense the futility of it. It was just too much forest. I could tell that Denna quickly came to the same conclusion. The storybook clues we hoped to find once again failed to show themselves. There were no torn scraps of cloth clinging to branches, no deep boot prints or abandoned campsites. We did find mushrooms, acorns, mosquitoes, and raccoon scat cleverly concealed by pine needles. "Do you hear water?" Denna asked. I nodded. "I could really do with a drink," I said, "and a bit of a wash." We wandered wordlessly away from our search, neither one of us wanting to admit that we were eager to give up, both of us feeling in our bones how pointless it was. We followed the sound of running water down the hill until we pushed through a thick stand of pine trees and came upon a lovely, deep stream about 20 feet across. There was no scent of foundry runoff in this water, so we drank, and I topped off my water bottle. I knew the shape of stories. When a young couple comes to a river, there is a definite shape to what will happen next. Denna would bathe on the other side of the nearby fir tree, out of sight on a sandy bit of shore. I would move off a discreet distance, out of sight but within easy talking distance. Then, something would happen. She would slip and turn her ankle, or cut her foot on a sharp stone, and I'd be forced to rush over, and then... But this was not a story of two young lovers meeting by the river, so I splashed some water on my face and changed into my clean shirt behind a tree. Denna dipped her head in the water to cool off. Her glistening hair was dark as ink until she wrung it out with her hands. Then we sat on a stone, dandling our feet in the water and enjoying each other's company as we rested. We shared an apple, passing it back and forth between bites, which is close to kissing if you've never kissed before. And after some gentle goading, Denna sang for me. One verse of Come Wash, a verse I had never heard before, which I suspect she made up on the spot. I will not repeat it here, as she sang it to me, not to you. And since this is not the story of two young lovers meeting by the river, it has no particular place here, and I will keep it to myself. Chapter 73. Pegs. Not long after the apple was gone, Denna and I pulled our feet out of the water and gathered ourselves to leave. I considered leaving off my boots, as feet that can run bare over Tarbean's rooftops are in no danger of being hurt by the roughest forest floor. But I didn't want to appear uncivilized, so I pulled on my socks despite the fact that they were damp and clammy with sweat. I was lacing up my boot when I heard a faint noise off in the forest, out of sight behind a stand of thick pine trees. Quietly, I reached out to Denna, touched her shoulder lightly to get her attention, and held my finger to my lips. "What?" she mouthed silently. I moved closer, stepping carefully to make as little sound as possible. "I think I hear something," I said, my head close to hers. "I'm going to go have a look." "Like hell you are," she whispered, her face pale in the shadow of the pines. "That's exactly what Ash said before he left last night. I'll be damned if you're going to disappear on me, too." Before I could reply, I heard more movement through the trees. Brush rustling, the sharp snap of a dry pine branch. As the noise got louder, I could pick out the sound of something big breathing heavily, then a low animal grunt. Not human, not the Chandrian. My relief was short-lived as I heard another grunt and some snuffling. A wild boar, probably heading for the river. "Get behind me," I said to Denna. Most people don't realize how dangerous wild boars are, especially in the fall, when the males are fighting for dominance. Sympathy wouldn't be any good. I had no source, no link. I didn't have so much as a stout stick. Would it be distracted by the few apples I had left? The boar shouldered aside the low-hanging boughs of the nearby pine, snuffling and huffing. It probably weighed twice as much as me. It gave a great guttural grunt as it looked up and saw us. It lifted its head, nose wriggling, trying to catch our scent. "Don't run, or it'll chase you," I said softly, stepping slowly in front of Denna. At a loss for anything better, I brought out my folding knife and worked it open with my thumb. "Just back up and get into the river. They aren't good swimmers." "I don't think she's dangerous," Denna said in a normal tone behind me. "She looks more curious than angry." She paused. "Not that I don't appreciate your noble urges and all." At second glance, I saw Denna was right. It was a sow, not a boar, and under a patina of mud, it was the pink of a domestic pig, not the brown bristle of a wild one. Bored, it lowered its head and began to root around among the shrubbery below the pines. Only then did I realize I was poised in a sort of half-crouch, one hand out like a wrestler. In the other hand, I held my pitiful folding knife, so small it needed several runs at halving a good-sized apple. Worst of all, I was only wearing one boot. I looked ridiculous, crazy as Elodin on his worst day. My face flushed hot, and I knew I must be red as a beet. Merciful Telu, I feel like an idiot. "It's rather flattering, actually," Denna said. "With the exception of some rather irritating posturing in bars, I don't know if I've ever had anyone actually leap to my defense before." Yes, of course. I kept my eyes down as I tugged on my other sock and boot, too embarrassed to look her in the eye. It's every girl's dream to be rescued from someone's pet pig. "I'm serious." I looked up and saw some gentle amusement in her face, but no mocking. "You looked fierce, like a wolf with all its hackles up." She stopped, looking up at my head. "Or a fox, I suppose. You're too red for a wolf." I relaxed a bit. A bristling fox is better than a deranged, half-shod idiot. "You're holding your knife wrong, though," she said matter-of-factly, nodding toward my hand. "If you actually stabbed anyone, your grip would slip and you'd cut your own thumb." Reaching out, she took hold of my fingers and moved them slightly. "If you hold it like this, your thumb is safe. The downside is that you lose a lot of the mobility in your wrist." "Been in a lot of knife fights, have you?" I asked, bemused. "Not as many as you might think," she said with a sly smile. "It's another page out of that worn book you men are so fond of using to court us." She rolled her eyes, exasperated. "I can't count the men who have tried to seduce me away from my virtue by teaching me how to defend it." "I've never seen you wearing a knife," I pointed out. "Why is that?" "Why would I wear a knife?" Denna asked. "I am a delicate blossom and all that. A woman who goes around wearing a knife is obviously looking for trouble." She reached deep into her pocket and brought out a long, slender piece of metal, glittering all along one edge. "However, a woman who carries a knife is ready for trouble. Generally speaking, it's easier to appear harmless. It's less trouble all around." Only the fact that she was so matter-of-fact kept me from being startled. Her knife wasn't much larger than mine, but hers wasn't a folding knife. It was a straight piece of metal, with thin leather wrapping the grip. It clearly wasn't designed for eating or performing odd jobs around the campfire. It looked more like one of the razor-sharp surgical knives from the Medica. "How do you keep that in your pocket without cutting yourself to shreds?" I asked. Denna turned sideways to show me. "My pocket is slit all along the inside. It straps to my leg. That's why it's so flat. So you can't see I'm wearing it." She gripped the leather handle and held her knife in front of her for me to see. "Like this. You want to keep your thumb along the flat." "Are you trying to seduce me away from my virtue by teaching me how to defend it?" I asked. Like you have any virtue, she laughed. I'm trying to keep you from cutting up your pretty hands the next time you have to save a girl from a pig. She cocked her head to the side. Speaking of, did you know that when you're angry, your eyes— No, pegs! A voice came through the trees, accompanied by the dull clank of a bell. Peg, 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 peg! The great sow perked up and trotted back through the brush toward the sound of the voice. Denna took a moment to replace her knife while I picked up my travel sack. Following the pig through the trees, we spotted a man downstream with a half-dozen large sows milling around him. There was an old bristling boar, too, and a score of assorted piglets scampering underfoot. The swineherd eyed us suspiciously. "Hello!" he shouted. "Don't be afeard. They won't bite." He was lean and leathery from the sun, with a scraggling beard. His long stick had a crude bronze bell hanging from it, and he wore a tattered bag over one shoulder. He smelled better than you'd probably expect, as ranging pigs keep themselves cleaner than those kept